Hi there, and welcome to the ultimate course where you'll become a master of APIs by building real industry projects. Here are only some of the projects you'll build. The first application on our list is a travel companion application that includes geolocation, Google Maps API, and Google Places API, fetching API data based on the location, data filtering, and much more. The second app you'll build in this compilation of videos is a cryptocurrency application where you'll work with in-depth data about all cryptocurrencies, crypto markets and exchanges, popular cryptocurrency news, and more. Then, you'll build a React and Next.js real estate application that includes rental homes and for sale properties, advanced property filtering, property details page with an image carousel, and much more. After that amazing application, you'll build yet another one, a Google clone website, with the ability to search for up-to-date results, news, images, and videos, modern UI, dark mode, and many more features. Along the way, you'll also get a complete crash course on APIs, and you'll learn how to build an API of your own and turn it into a startup. There's a lot to cover. If you like the projects you've just seen, you'll definitely be interested in what I have to say right now. For quite some time now, I have been working on something big. I'm creating a custom platform where you'll be able to learn by creating even better and more professional projects. It'll take a long time to turn this into a reality, but I want you to make the most important decisions during the process. So, click the mailing list link down in the description so that you can stay up to date and choose which projects to build first. Big news coming soon. So far, we've mentioned what we're going to build in this video, but I haven't told you what you're going to learn, and that's what matters. In this compilation of videos, you'll learn advanced React best practices, such as folder and file structure, hooks, and refs. Next.js best practices, static generation, and server-side rendering. Creating a user interface using Material UI, Chakra UI, and Design, and Tailwind CSS. Working with Google Maps, Redux Toolkit, charts, and many more libraries. And most importantly, you'll learn how to fetch data from unlimited sources using RapidAPI. You might be wondering, what are the prerequisites for building such amazing projects? To watch this entire course, the only knowledge I recommend is some JavaScript and React knowledge. That's it. You can be beginner with React and still follow along just fine. This course is beginner friendly and goes all the way to intermediate and more advanced levels. There's a lot to cover in this video compilation, so let's dive straight into it. Hello there, and welcome to a project video where you'll build and deploy an advanced travel companion app using Google Maps. With geolocation, Google Maps API, the ability to search for places, fetching restaurants, hotels, and attractions based on location from specialized rapid APIs, data filtering, and much more. In this one video, you'll learn advanced React best practices such as folder and file structure, hooks, and refs. You're gonna also learn how to improve security by using environment variables. You'll learn creating user interfaces using Material UI. You'll of course also learn working with Google Maps API, and most importantly, fetching data from unlimited sources using RapidAPI. Essentially, you'll become the master of working with APIs. Before we create a folder for our project code, we must first visit RapidAPI. The link is going to be down in the description. The making of this entire app is possible only due to RapidAPI, because we are using their Travel Advisor API. This Travel Advisor API is just one of hundreds of thousands of APIs available on their API hub. You're gonna learn how to use most of these endpoints from this specific API, how to get different hotels, restaurants, and attractions. And finally, we're going to use one more API from their platform, which is called Open Weather Map. This API is going to give us weather based on a city name, or in our case, based on the coordinates of the map. So, to be able to use these APIs, make sure to visit the RapidAPI link in the description, and then you can click sign up or log in. In this case, I'm gonna log in since I already have the account, and you can log in with Google, GitHub, Facebook, or your regular email. Once you're in, you'll be redirected to their API hub, where you can find hundreds of thousands of APIs. This was the first step in our video. Now, let's create our React application, and then later on, we're gonna call these APIs right from our React application. Before we dive into the code, please allow me to give you a quick demo of the entire application. At the top, we have a navigation bar that says Travel Advisor, Explore New Places, and then in here, we have entire Google Maps search. So if you start typing something like New York, you'll be able to see all the locations that are related to that search term. We have beautiful images belonging to each single restaurant, the restaurant's name, rating, number of reviews, pricing, all the specific certificates, as well as the location and different types of food they prepare. So everything is here in this nicely styled card. As you can see, this is how it looks like. For example, Tomino is rated 5 stars out of 208 reviews, the price is medium, they are the 32nd best rated restaurant in New York City, they have 2 certificates of excellence, and they prepare Spanish food on this location, this is their phone number, and if you click, you'll be redirected to the TripAdvisor page where you'll be able to read all the reviews. Also, you can visit their website, and as you can see, this looks pretty good. We can also filter restaurants by rating, so let's search for all above 4.0. There we go. And finally, this website is not only for restaurants, you can search for hotels. Take a look at this. With just a bit of loading, you get all the best hotels in New York City. And the situation is the same. You have a large image displaying the hotel, you have the price, ratings, and all the certificates that they have. And finally, we also have attractions. So let's say you're visiting New York. This application gives you everything you need. It gives you attractions you can visit, places you can stay at, and restaurants where you can eat at. So in here, you can see all the attractions. That's looking pretty good. And one more important thing is you can browse the map and locations reload every time you switch the map. So there we go. You can even unzoom to get more. And you can click on a specific card and it's gonna bring you right to it. There we go, Soho. You can visit everything there is to visit. If you zoom out even more, it's gonna give you more locations around New York and wider area. I've also went ahead and implemented one more API to make this even more complete. As you can see, here we have the sun icon, and right here we have the cloudy sun icon. This is real-time weather from New York. We're gonna use one more extra API so that our visitor knows absolutely everything they need to know when they're visiting a specific place. Let's make sure our app works for different places. So for example, let's go to New Delhi. There we go. It's currently cloudy there. And take a look. We have all the attractions there. Let's look for restaurants. There we go. So if you're visiting, you know where to go. Since this is a big application, during the process of building it, you might come across a few errors that are gonna happen to you. And that's completely fine. So if that happens, the link to the entire GitHub code is going to be down in the description. Make sure to visit it and then compare your code with the code right in here. That should solve all of your potential problems while going through the video. Also, while you're here, make sure to give it a star. As always, to start off, we're going to create a new folder. Let's name it something like travel_advisor. There we go. And finally, we can also open an empty Visual Studio Code window. Of course, you can use any code editor. In this case, I'll be using Visual Studio Code. Once you have it open, simply drag and drop the folder right inside of it. And we are in. Finally, go to View and then Terminal. This is going to open the Visual Studio Code integrated terminal. Now we're going to run some commands to initialize a React application. To run these commands, you have to have Node installed. So if you don't already, make sure to visit nodejs.org and then simply download the current version. Once you do that, you can simply run npx create-react-app and then /. This is going to generate an empty React application right inside of your folder. Let's wait a minute while our application is initializing, and we'll be right back. And our application is initialized. They say happy hacking. We won't be hacking today, but we'll be creating an amazing travel companion application. With that said, there's something that I always do to newly created React applications, and that is to clean it up a bit. As you can see, we have quite a lot of files here, which we're not gonna use. So let's simply delete the source folder. And once it is deleted, let's create a new folder called exactly the same. Now, as you might know, every React application needs to have an index.js file. So this is going to be the first file we're gonna create. Inside of the index.js file, we can import React from React, and then we can also import React DOM from React-DOM. We're also going to import a file that doesn't exist yet. That's going to be import app from /app. We're gonna create that component really soon, but for now, let's say React DOM.render, and then inside of that render, we're gonna have the app component like this, self-closing component, and then we're also gonna say document.getElementById, and we're gonna have root. In every single React application, we have to mount our application onto the root div. If you're new to React, let me show you where that div is. We have quite a lot of files here as well, so for now I'm gonna delete them. We don't need this favicon. We also don't need these logos and the manifest, so I'm gonna delete all of them. We only have the index.html. And it might seem like we have a lot of stuff here, but if we properly structure this out, I'm gonna put this in one line, I'm gonna remove these comments right here, and you're gonna notice that this is nothing more than an empty index.html document with a single div with an ID of root. And inside of here will be our entire React application. With that said, let's create our app.js. This is going to be the starting point and the most important component of our entire application. Inside of here for now, we're gonna simply import React from React. We're gonna create a functional app component like this. That's going to be const app is equal to an arrow function. And then inside of there, we can simply return. In this case, we're gonna return a div. Inside of that div, we're gonna have an h1 that says hello world. And now that we have it, of course, it's not being used. So we have to do export default app. And finally, if we end up seeing this on the screen, that means that we have set up everything correctly. Before we go ahead and run this application, let's open up View and then Terminal. And then inside of here, let's install all the necessary dependencies throughout the process of building our application. To install dependencies, you can say npm install, and then we can start listing them out. The first dependency on the list is going to be add material-ui/core. The second one is going to be add material-ui/icons. The third one is going to be add material-ui/lab. As you can see, we'll use quite a lot of things from Material UI. Then the next dependency is going to be add react-google-maps and then /API. We're also going to need Axios, and we're gonna need one more Google Map dependency, this time for that little search bar at the top right. So let's install google-map-react. These are all the dependencies that we need. So let's install them. The process of installation is going to take a minute, so feel free to grab a glass of water, coffee, beer, whatever you prefer, and get ready to code out this phenomenal project. Now that we've installed all the dependencies, you can run npm start. With that, you can also close the terminal so that we can see our code better. And this automatically opened up our browser on localhost 3000, and we see hello world right here, which means we've done everything correctly so far. Now is the time that we actually start building the layout and the functionality of our application. Let's start with the folder structure. We're going to have one new folder inside of the source folder, which is going to be called components. Inside of that components, we're going to have 4 different components. So let's create a new folder for each one of them. The first one is going to be our header. Then also inside of the components, we're going to have a list. This is going to be the list of places. Then we're going to have our map. And finally, we're going to have our place details component. So let's call it place details. Now, each one of these folders represents a component. So let's create a component file for each one of them. New file, and that is going to be header.jsx. Let's repeat the process for all of them. Inside of the list, list.jsx. Inside of the map, that's going to be map.jsx. And finally, we are going to have place details, so place details.jsx. Each component is also going to have a separate style sheet coming from Material UI. So to create a style sheet, simply create a new file inside of the folder. Let's start with the header, and let's call it styles.js. You can now copy this empty file 3 more times. So list has to have styles, map, and finally the place details. Now let's create dummy components for each one of these components. So we can start with a header, and that's going to look like this. Import React from React, const header. That is going to be a functional component. And then inside of there, let's return. In this case, we want to return an h1, and the h1 is going to say header. Finally, we also have to export that component. So let's do export default header. Great. So now this is our dummy component. Let's copy it. Let's first go to our list. Now to quickly rename a lot of things, you can simply click on the header, click F2, and then simply rename it, in this case, to list. There we go. And inside of there, we can also say list. Let's go to our map, copy and paste, press F2. This is going to be a map. Inside of there, we can also say map. And finally, to our place details, we can paste it. F2, this is going to be place details. And then inside of there, we can also one more time say place details. Now that we have all of the files and folders ready, we can start importing them inside of our app.js. So we can say import header from, that's going to be /components, and then finally /header, and then just one more time header to get into that JSX component. Now we can duplicate this line 2 more times. For the second time, we can call this a list. So to quickly rename it, hold Alt and then double click right there, there, and there. This is going to be our list. And then finally, we also need a map. So let's rename this to map. Great. Now we have everything that we need. Finally, let's start importing some of the things from Material UI to start creating our layout. In this case, we're going to say import curly braces. We first need CSS baseline. This is a component from Material UI that simply normalizes the styles. So it's just going to fix some paddings, margins, and background colors immediately for us. And then we also need a grid. That's going to be coming from @materialui/core. Now, inside of the JSX for our app, we can turn this into a React fragment. And then just below, we can call a self-closing CSS baseline component. Instead of this h1 tag, we're going to have our header component. It's going to be a self-closing component. Below the header, we're going to have our grid. This grid is going to be of a type container. So we can say container. Spacing is going to be equal to 3. And we can also give it an inline style that's going to be equal to width is equal to a string of 100%. Remember, since we're doing inline styles, it has to be an object, so you're going to have double curly braces. Inside of that grid, we're going to have one more grid. This grid is going to be of type item, and it's going to have two properties. XS is equal to 12. This means that this grid is going to take full width on mobile devices, but then on medium devices and larger, it's only going to take 4 spaces. Remember, that list was only showing on the left side and the map was taking much more space. This is what makes it happen. Only take 4 out of 12 spaces on medium or larger devices. Now we can expand that and we can copy that grid. The first grid is going to contain our list component. So we can say list, and that list is going to be a self-closing tag. Finally, the second grid is going to contain our map. So let's say map, which is also going to be our self-closing tag. We said that the map is much larger when compared to the list, so it's going to take 8 spaces on medium or larger devices. Now let's save this, and if our terminal is running, we should be able to see this rendered on localhost 3000. And there we go. Initial layout and folder structure is done. Although this doesn't look like anything right now, we simply have a header, we have a list, and then map on the side, but we've done a lot of work. We've prepared our code base for everything that's going to come right now. So let's keep things going and let's create our header. To start off, we can close all of our other files and folders just so we have a clean workspace, and then we can collapse it and simply open just the header.jsx. Inside of here, we're first going to import a few things. We can import, in curly braces, autocomplete. And this autocomplete is coming from react-google-maps and then /API. Below that, we want to import a few things from Material UI. So these are going to be app bar. We also want to have a toolbar. Then we're going to have a typography, an input base, and finally a box. All of this is coming from @Material UI /core. So let's create the layout for our navigation bar. Instead of this H1, we're going to have the app bar like this. And the position of the app bar is going to be static. So we can say position is equal to static. Then inside of there, we're going to have a toolbar. That toolbar is going to have a class name equal to curly braces classes.toolbar. Right now, we're going to have an error saying that the classes is not defined. But don't worry about that. Soon enough, we're going to import the classes from Material UI and we're going to add them. Inside of the toolbar, we're going to have a typography. That typography is going to be of a variant equal to H5. If you've never used Material UI before, don't worry, I'm going to lead you through the process. But basically, typography is simply every single text element. But you can change the variant. You can make it headings, subtitles, and titles. In this case, we want this pretty big, so I'm going to leave it as H5. Then we're also going to give it a class name equal to classes.title. Inside of there, we can simply say something like travel advisor. Below that, we're going to have a box. In Material UI, a box is basically a div, but you can simply set a display of flex and some other properties. Then inside of there, we want to have one more typography, so we can simply copy this one. I copied it, indented it properly, and this one is going to be a variant of H6, and we're also going to leave the class name of title. In this one, we can simply say something like explore new places. Now, still inside of this box, but below this typography, we're going to have our autocomplete component. It is not going to be a self-closing component, so that means that we want to have something inside of it. More specifically, we want to have one div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to classes.search. This is going to be our search bar or search box. Inside of that div, we want to have yet another div, and this div is going to have a class name equal to classes.search icon. Inside of that div, we can of course have our search icon. So let's call it like this, search icon, and it is a self-closing tag. Of course, we have to import that search icon. So at the top, let's do just that. Import search icon, and this will be coming from @material_UI/icons, not core. In this case, it's going to be icons. Finally, below this inner div, we want to have one more thing, and that final thing is going to be called input base. It is going to be a self-closing component with a few props. First, it's going to have a placeholder equal to search ... And then we're going to have some classes. In this case, classes is going to be equal to an object because we want to add multiple classes. First, we're going to set our root class to be equal to classes.input_root, and then our input is going to be set to classes.input_input, like this. It's a bit weird of a naming, but it should do us just fine. Great, we're done with the layout. But if we try to render this right now, that wouldn't work because we have a lot of errors. First of all, our classes are not defined, and it also looks like we're missing something right here at the top. It says that we have to add one more / and then search. Here is where our icon is. Great. So now we can clearly see that we're missing all of our classes. So how do the classes work in Material UI? Well, remember, we already have the styles.js file. So inside of there, we need to import some things. In this case, it's going to be import make styles, and this will be coming from @materialui/core/styles. Below, we want to export these styles. So we can say export default, make styles. We can call this as a function, and then inside of there, it requires one more callback function. The callback function inside returns an object, so we have to wrap it in parentheses like this. Great. Finally, whatever styles you want to add, you can simply add them in CSS in JS type of way. That means that if you want to have a class named title, you would create a title property that's going to be an object, and then you can set the color to be equal to red. It is kind of clumsy to write CSS in this way, but I found it to work really well with Material UI, and you get a lot of benefits this way because they also give you a theme object which allows you to use their colors, paddings, and everything else. Now, this is not a CSS video. You're here to create this phenomenal project to learn how to create logic, use APIs, Google Maps, and everything else. That's why I don't want to waste your time by writing this CSS by hand. So, find the link in the description, and there you'll be able to find all the styles for this specific project. Once you have them, simply copy and paste them in each specific style sheet. Header styles have the most CSS, but you can see it's not that a lot, but then all the other component styles don't have a lot of CSS at all, so you can simply inspect it, see if you want to change something, and really learn it if that's what you want. With that said, now we have the style sheet, and finally we can go back inside of our header and we can import it. So right inside of here, we can say import use styles, and that's going to be coming from /styles. Great. Now, just by looking at the name, you can notice that the use styles seems to be a hook. So let's call it how we usually call hooks. Const classes is equal to use styles, and then we call it as a function. Okay, now that we're done with the layout and we have our styles, we can simply save this and take a look in the browser. But before we do that, let's for now simply disable the autocomplete by commenting it out. Right now, we don't have everything set up for it yet, so if we simply save it and run it with it, we're gonna get some errors. But don't worry, we're gonna re-add it back really soon. Now, let's take a look in the browser. As you can see, this already looks much better. We have our heading, Travel Advisor, and on the right side, we have Explore New Places with this nice search bar that has a search icon. Now we are ready to start creating the main parts of this application, which are the list and the map. Let's go ahead and do that right away. Map is of course the main part of our application. So let's start with that. I'm going to open up our map component, and then in here we can start implementing the JSX. Let's first import a few things. We're going to import Google Map React. This will be coming from Google-map-react. Then we're going to import some things from Material UI. So we can say import. We're going to need a paper. Paper is basically a div with a background color. We can also use typography. And finally, use media query. Use media query is going to help us with making our map more mobile responsive. We are also going to need a location outlined icon. So let's say import location outlined icon. And this will be coming from @material UI /icons and then / location outlined without the icon at the end. And finally, we're also going to import a rating component. So import rating from @material UI /lab. Some of the Material UI components are still being worked on. Rating is one of them. That's why we're not importing it from core, we are importing it from /lab. Okay, and we're going to repeat the process for importing the classes as well. So we can say import use styles from /styles. And then again, you can visit the link in the description and you can simply copy and paste the styles right in here. Once you have the styles, we can go back and we can start implementing the layout. At the top, we're going to call our hook, which is going to be cons classes is equal to use styles, and we call it as a hook. Then we're also going to call the use media query hook so that we can use it later on. We can say const is mobile is equal to use media query, and we pass in a string. That string is going to have parentheses, and then inside of there, we can say min width is equal to 600 pixels. This means that this isMobile variable is going to be set to false if the width of the device is larger than 600 pixels. Now that we have everything we need, let's start writing our JSX. We're first going to have a div. That div is going to have a class name equal to classes.map_container. Right inside of that div, we're going to have possibly the most important component out here, and that is the Google Map React. Google Map React is not going to be a self-closing component, so we can open it like this, but we're going to have quite a few props we want to pass to it. First property is going to be bootstrap URL keys. And then inside of that object, you can say key is equal to, and now in here, we can specify the Google Maps key. To get our key, we'll have to create a new project on Google Developers Console. We're going to do that as soon as we add all the other props required for this Google Map React. The second property is going to be default center. So this is going to be the center of our map. And then in here, we can pass the coordinates. Right now, we don't have real coordinates. So I'm going to create const coordinates is equal to, that's going to be an object that's going to have the lat property, and it's also going to have the lng property. This is the latitude and this is the longitude. And in there, we're going to pass the coords. Below our default center, we're going to have a real center. So this is the current center of the map. And in there, we can also pass the coordinates. Of course, this here should have been coordinates. Then we can also set up the default zoom. Default zoom in this case, I found 14 to be working the best. So let's leave that. Finally, we're going to have some margins. So let me say margin is equal to, and then it accepts an array. It has 4 different properties. We're going to say 50 to the top, 50 on the right, 50 on the bottom, and 50 to the left side. Later on, we're going to have 3 more properties, which we're going to left empty for now. One of these is options. Then we're going to have the onChange property, which is going to be really important when you change the map. And finally, we are going to have the onChildClick property, which is going to be used when you actually click on a restaurant on the map. Right now, for this to work, these must not be empty, so I'm just going to put an empty string in there. And this is it. These are all the props that we need for our Google Map React. Now is a great time to get that key. To get the API key, you can go to console.cloud.google.com and then /project create. If you visit this link, you'll be redirected to the Google Cloud Platform, and there you'll be able to create the project and get the API key. Of course, if you're not logged in, you'll have to log in first, but then you should be redirected to this page. Now I'm going to make this a bit bigger for you, and we're going to give this project a name. Let's call it Travel Advisor. Okay, great. And finally, I'm going to click Create. Okay, at the top left, you should be able to select your project and you can click Travel Advisor to switch to it. It should take just a few moments to create it. Then on the left side, you should be able to see APIs and services, and you can click Dashboard. In here, you can start searching for Maps. There we go. Maps JavaScript API is the one we'll be using. So you can click Enable. It took just a second and it redirected me to this page. Finally, you can click on Maps JavaScript API. And once you're here, go to Credentials on the left side. Once the page loads, click Create Credentials. In this case, we want to create an API key. And there we go. Our API key is right here. Let's copy it. And in our code, right here where our string of key is, let's paste that API key. Later on in the video, we're going to convert all of the API keys and data that should be secure to environment variables. That way, we're the only ones who can access it. With that said, just before we save, I noticed there's one small error right here, and that is that I mistyped styles. That's a rookie mistake. And at the top, location outlined icon is supposed to be location on outlined icon. Same thing here at the end, location on outlined. Save this and let's take a look in the browser. And there we go. This app already looks like something. We have the map on the right side. We can even make it full screen, and let's zoom out a bit. Looks like we're in the middle of the ocean. The entire map loaded. Now if we zoom out, that's great. We have a few different routes we can go right now. We can start implementing the search right now. Of course, if we search for something like New York right now, it's just a basic field. But we want the functionality to fetch all of the cities, streets, and everything in the world. We can do that, or we can immediately start creating the list, or we can start fetching the restaurants. This is the moment where you can really choose what you want to do next. In this case, I think that creating the layout for the list makes sense. That way, most of our layout is going to be done, and then we'll be able to get dirty and start working on the functionality of fetching all of the restaurants, hotels, and attractions. You already know the drill. Starting with the list is not going to be hard. We're just going to open up our list component. We're going to import a few things, and then we'll be able to start creating the layout. So what are we going to need from Material UI in this case? We can say import. We're going to need a circular progress. That is Material UI's loading bar. Then we're going to have a grid, a typography, one input label, as well as the menu item. And finally, a form control and a select element. All of this is, of course, coming from @Material UI /core. In this case, let's also import our styles. So we can say import use styles from /styles. As simple as that. You already know the procedure. I think you even have all of the styles open in the browser right now. So simply copy and paste the styles for our list. There aren't many, as you can see right there, just some simple heights, margins, paddings, and so on. Nothing you wouldn't be able to do yourself, so don't worry about that. Now that we have the styles, we of course have to do const classes is equal to use styles. And with that, we are ready to start using all of these components. So first, we're going to have a div component. That div is going to have a class name equal to classes.container. Below that, we're going to have a typography component, and that typography is going to have a variant equal to h4. Inside of the typography, we're going to have something like restaurants, hotels, and attractions around you. Below that typography, we're going to have a form control element. So let's create that form control. Form control is going to have a class name equal to classes.formControl. Inside of our form control, let's create our input label. Our input label is simply going to say type. And just below our input label, we of course have to have the corresponding select element. Our select needs a value, which we're going to leave empty for now, and it also needs an onChange property. That onChange is also going to be empty for now. Inside of that select, we're going to have a menu item, like this, menu item, and that menu item is going to have a value equal to restaurants. And of course, it's simply going to say the same thing, restaurants. So if we select this first menu item, we'll get to restaurants. Now we can duplicate that 2 more times. If we select the second one, that's going to be hotels, like this. And the third one is going to be attractions. And finally, attractions. Now, this data has to be modified using state. So let's import use state in curly braces from React. So let's create a use state hook, const, and then we're going to have brackets. And then inside of there, we can say type and set type. The first thing is our state, and the second thing is a function that modifies that state. That is going to be equal to use state as a function, and it accepts one parameter, which is the first initial value that's going to be put into the variable of type. So in this case, let's say that the restaurants is the default value. Now that we have our type, we can say value is equal to type right inside of this select. And onChange, what do we want to do? Well, onChange is going to give us a callback function that has the event as the parameter, and we can simply say set type is equal to event.target.value. Inside of the event.target.value is where the value of the clicked element will be. So if you click on hotels, this thing is going to be populated with hotels, and then that's going to set the variable of type. We also want to copy this whole thing one more time, the entire form control. This part is going to stay the same. The input label is simply going to say rating instead of type this time. And then we have to also copy the use state one more time. This time we're going to have the rating and we're going to have the set rating. At the start, our rating can be set to just an empty string. So now that we have the rating, instead of the value of type, we're going to have rating. And instead of the set type, we're going to have the set rating. At the start, we're going to have all ratings. So restaurants or hotels with all the ratings. So we can say the value is equal to 0. Then just below that, we're going to have 3 stars. So we can say above 3.0. Then we're going to repeat that. This one can be 4. And we're going to say above 4.0. And finally, we can have a number of 4.5. And we can say above 4.5. So these are really good places. Great, we've written a lot of code. Now let's look at it in the browser. As you can see, we now have this great heading, restaurants, hotels, and attractions around you. We can choose between restaurants, hotel, and attractions, and we can choose the rating from all to above 3.0, 4.0, and finally above 4.5. That part is ready, but now is the most important part. We have to start rendering through the list of restaurants and then displaying a card for each specific place. So far, we haven't yet fetched restaurants, hotels, or attractions. So let's create a variable, const places, which is going to be a dummy variable for now. In there, we can simply say const places, and let's say that each place is an object, and it's going to have a name property. So the first one is going to have a name of something like cool place. Let's space this out properly, and let's create one more object. The second one is going to be, let's say, a pub, and let's say best beer. And finally, the third one is going to be best steak. Let's say these are the names for our places. Now that we have our places, just below the form control, we can actually loop over them. So I'm going to create a grid. That grid is going to be of a type container. It's going to have spacing equal to 3, and it's going to have a class name equal to classes.list. Inside of there, we can open a block of code and we can say places question mark dot. This means only if you have places, only then map over them. Map, of course, takes in a callback function like this, and then in each iteration of the callback, it has one new place. So if we're mapping over places, we can say in here, place. We're also going to need the index, and index is always given to you as the second parameter to the map function. Now we need curly braces if you really want to open this as a function, but in this case, we only need parentheses because we're going to instantly return a piece of JSX. So for each place, we want to return a grid, but this time not a grid container, rather grid item. That grid item is going to have a key equal to index. This is usually not a good practice, especially when you're deleting items from the list. But in this case, we won't be deleting them, so it's fine. And finally, we want to say XS is equal to 12. That means from extra small devices all the way to the big devices, they're gonna take the full width of the list container, which is 12 spaces. And finally, inside of the grid is where our card should be. Our card is yet another component that is a custom component we need to create, and that is the place details. So let's import at the top the place details component. Let's do it like this, import place details from /place details / place details to get to the component. Now if you scroll down, instead of the card, we can render the place details, which is going to be a self-closing tag. Of course, one thing we have to pass into it is going to be a place, which is equal to this place right here. Great, let's scroll a bit up, and I'm just going to duplicate this 2 times, just so we have more places to see. Now that this is saved, let's visit our place details, and remember, as props, we're getting our place. So this is how you can get props really easily. We passed it right inside of here, and we're getting it right inside of here. Instead of place details, let's render place.name. Remember, each place has a name, so let's render it for each one. Once you save this, let's take a look in the browser. And there we go. Alongside the header and the select fields, now we have the list. At this point, this list is looking kind of boring. It's just headings with the names of different places, like cool place, best beer, and best steak. But that's more than we need for now. Our next step is to finally fetch the data for all the restaurants, hotels, and attractions, and that way we'll have something to render out here and also to render on the map. Now we're finally getting our hands dirty, and I think this is the part of the video where you'll be able to learn the most. We'll work with the APIs, I'll teach you how to fetch data, how to properly structure that data, and how to keep it clean. It's always important to keep your code clean and secure. So we're gonna do that right away. To fetch our data, we of course have to make API calls. And to keep our code tidy, we're going to create a new folder inside of the source folder, which is going to be called API. Right inside of there, we can create a new file called index.js. This is where we're going to keep all of our API calls. Inside of that file, we're going to import Axios from Axios. Axios is the library that's going to help us make our calls. And in here, let's create a function that's going to make that API call. We can say const get places data. That is going to be an async function, so we can say async. And inside of there, we are going to have a try and catch block. Inside of the try block, we usually have a request. And if that request is successful, then the code runs as it's supposed to run inside of the try. But if the request fails, then our code is redirected to the catch error block. With that said, let's start by creating our first request. We can say const response is equal to, and then await, and then in here, we're gonna make the axios.get call. Now, of course, the main question is, to which URL are we going to make our API call to? And that is where the RapidAPI comes into play. You can search for travel advisor and then click on the first API that appears. You'll be redirected to this page, and then right here, if you're using it for the first time, you have to click subscribe to this API. That's going to bring you to the pricing section, and then choose the basic plan. As you can see, it is completely free, up to 500 requests a month. For our testing purposes, that's going to be more than enough. Once you're done with that, you can go back to our endpoints, and then in here, we can see what endpoints can we make. We can make endpoints to locations to get the autocomplete. We can also post different hotels or get hotels. We can list them by latitude and longitude, or we can list them by boundary. There are also some more endpoints which are deprecating. We also have the same thing for restaurants and for attractions. So, what do you say that we first make this work with restaurants? There is the restaurants list by latitude and longitude API call. As you can see, we have the latitude and longitude. And you might think this is great because we already have the coordinates that are in the center of the map. And let's click test to check it out. And we got back 33 restaurants based around that central location. That is great, but if you think about our application, if we wanted to showcase everything in the center of one dot, for example, let's say that we go to United States, and let's say that we are in Kentucky. If we make this a central point, and if there are a lot of restaurants, all of the restaurants are going to be populated in this exact point. But we don't want to see the restaurants just around this central point. We want to see it in our entire visible area of the map. That's why we're going to use list in boundary. In this case, you have to pass the latitude and longitude of the bottom left corner of the map and also the top right corner latitude and longitude. So we have to find the position of the bottom left corner and the position of the top right corner. If we do that, the restaurants that we fetch are going to be scattered across our entire map. So how exactly can we make this call so that we get back this data? Well, RapidAPI makes it extremely easy. As you can see, you can select your language right there, JavaScript, Axios, and you can basically just copy everything that is in here. Let's do just that. Once you copied it, we're going to paste it right in here at the top, and then we're going to make some small adjustments. In this case, I'm going to take this URL and I'm going to store it in a variable. We can say const URL is equal to this specific string. Since we're using Axios, the method is automatically going to be set to get, so we don't have to use that. Now, when it comes to params, we definitely need the bottom left latitude and longitude and the top right latitude and longitude, but we don't need any other of these options, so I'm simply going to delete them for now. And then we also need the headers. This is where your RapidAPI key resides. That means that we'll also have to exchange this to environment variables later on in the video. This part we can delete because we already have our Axios call right there. So what we can do is we can use this URL right here, axios.getURL, and then the second parameter to the URL are the options. So we can simply pass the options object right inside of here. For now, this is going to be all that we need. We could return the response, but we're not really interested in the response itself. We're more interested in what's inside of the response, and that is going to be data. So we can immediately destructure the data right in here. And then one more time, we need to destructure the data from inside to get to our restaurants. Finally, we can return that data right here. Also, in the catch, we're simply going to console log the error. Now that we have our function, we can export it by saying export const getPlacesData. The main question now is, where are we going to call this function? And the answer is inside of the app.js. So let's go right there. And then at the top, let's import getPlacesData. And this is going to be imported from, that is going to be /API. Great. So now the question is, how can we call this function inside of our functional app component? The answer is, we are going to create a use effect. So just at the top, let's set up our use effect. We have it imported, and let's set it up right inside of here by saying useEffect. That is, of course, a function that accepts another callback function. And don't forget, at the end of the function, we have to have the dependency array. If we leave this dependency array empty, that means that the code inside of this function block will happen only at the start of the application. And right now, that's exactly what we want to do. So I'm going to say getPlacesData, and we're simply going to call it as a function. Now, don't forget, this function returns something. More specifically, it returns the restaurant's data. So let's set that data to the state. I'm going to create a new useState field. I'm going to import useState from React as well. And then we're going to create a new useState field. Our field is going to be called places, and the setter function is going to be setPlaces. Of course, this is going to be equal to useState, and at the start, our places can simply be an empty array. Now that we have that, you also have to remember that our getPlacesData is an asynchronous function. That means that we have to call the .then on it. I'm gonna put the .then right here, and the .then accepts a callback function, which then has the data. So right here, we're getting that data, and what do we want to do? We simply want to call the setPlaces and set the data to those places. One good thing we can also do would be to console log the data just so we can see if it's being fetched properly. Great, this seems all right. We have the function making a request. Of course, everything is static right now. We don't have real coordinates here, but we're going to make this work really soon. We just first have to see if it's going to work with static coordinates. If we go back to our browser, we can right-click, click Inspect, and then open up our console. And there we go. We have 7 different locations. All of these are restaurants. Every restaurant has a lot of information, like an address object with the entire city, street, and country. It has different awards, categories, different types of cuisines, and a lot of different information that we can use to display on the map and on our cards. That means that we are fetching the data from the API correctly. This was extremely easy, right? RapidAPI makes it so easy to make API requests. But now is the time that we make this dynamic. We have to get real information from the position of our map, and then based on that, we have to call only the right restaurants for that map. To do that, we'll have to pass some information into this getPlacesData function. So let's create more useState fields. More specifically, I'm going to set a variable of coordinates and also set coordinates. That is going to be equal to useState, and then at the start, we can leave that as an empty object. We also need one more thing, which is going to be const bounds and also set bounds. Remember the top right and the bottom left corner I was talking about. We are going to call them bounds. And we can say equal to useState, and the bounds are the start going to be set to null. Now we have this data, but it's not populated yet. These are just empty values. So we have to pass our setter function as props to our map. We're going to pass the set coordinates prop, which is going to be equal to that setter function of set coordinates. And I'm going to repeat the process one more time for the set bounds. Also, our map is going to have to use these coordinates, so let's also pass the state itself. Coordinates is equal to coordinates. Now, if we go to our map is going to be receiving different props, more specifically set coordinates, set bounds, and also the coordinates themselves. As you can see, before we even declared empty coordinates, but we're no longer going to need that, so I'm simply going to delete it. Now the question is, how are we going to know when the coordinates or bounds of the map change? And the answer is, Google Map React will be doing that for us. We simply have to call a specific onChange function. Inside of the onChange, we are of course getting a callback function that has the event inside of it. So right inside of there, we can call the set coordinates, and then inside of there, we are going to set it to an object. An object that has the latitude property, which is going to be equal to e.center.lat. And also we need the lng property, which is going to be equal to e.center.lng. But you might be wondering, how do I know that this event has the center, lat, and everything else we're gonna use? Well, an easy answer is always console log everything that you can. So I'm going to console log this event and let's check it out in the browser. As you can see, we are console logging it. It has the bounds property, it has the center property, and also the margin bounds. In this case, we'll only need the center and the bounds. For the center, you can see it's lat0 and lng0. But then again, for the bounds, we're also going to use the northeast and the southwest. These bounds are going to be really helpful with setting our top right and bottom left corners. So to do that, I'm going to delete this console log and I'm going to call the set bounds. Our set bounds is also going to be an object and it's going to have the northeast bound, which is going to be equal to e.marginbounds.northeast. We're also going to have the southwest, which is going to be equal to e.marginbounds.southwest. This is all that we have to do to successfully populate these variables. So now, if we go back inside of our app, and if we console log these variables right there, coordinates and the bounds, what do you think the values are going to be? Are they actually going to change when we change the map? Think about it. I'm going to save it and let's test it out. Before we check it out, let's properly set these coordinates here. At the start, we can say the latitude is going to be 0 and the longitude is also going to be 0. Well, if we reload and open up the console, you'll see there are a lot of warnings, errors, and stuff like that. But to just get a clear view, click here, Show Console Sidebar, and just click Info. That way, you'll get more meaningful messages. So as you can see, latitude is 0, longitude is 0, that is the starting value, and the bounds are null, just as we set it at the start. But now, if we move over, if we switch it, nothing is gonna happen. The values are not being updated. Why do you think that is the case? Well, if we go back to the code, even our editor is letting us know. React Hook useEffect has missing dependencies, bounds, and coordinates. If we want this code to be reran every time that the map changes, we have to add the coordinates right there and also the bounds. That is one problem solved, but I also want to do something more. I want to automatically set the coordinates to be the coordinates of the user's location. So as soon as the user launches the page, we should be able to get their latitude and longitude. We can do that by using one more useEffect. This useEffect is only going to happen at the start. Remember, useEffect is a callback function, and then we have the dependency array. Now we need what we had before, an empty dependency array, because this should only happen at the start. To get the user coordinates, we can use the built-in browser geolocation API. We can say navigator dot geolocation dot get current position. And then in there, we're gonna have a callback function. We can choose what do we want to do with that data. So let's space it out like this. And in here, we are of course getting some data, but we can destructure it to immediately get the coordinates. And then we can immediately destructure it one more time to immediately get the latitude and the longitude. Now that we're getting the data, we can say set coordinates is going to be equal to, remember, that's going to be an object. It's going to have the lat equal to latitude and the lng equal to longitude. And finally, now that we're getting the coordinates, we no longer have to set these default values right there. We can simply leave this as an empty object. Now, our browser should be getting our geolocation immediately and our map should be positioning around our location. Let's save it and check it out. If you reload the page, you should immediately see latitude and longitude. In this case, I've used a mock location. I'm not really in Berlin right now, but Google Chrome allows you to mess with the geolocation. If you click these three dots right there, click More Tools, and click Sensors, you'll get this little page right there. And there, you can override your current location. For example, I can set London as the current location, reload the page, and it will get me there. In this case, I'll stay with Berlin, reload one more time, and remember, you should be seeing your own location, of course, if you have the location allowed at the top. Great. Now we are ready to actually fetch real restaurants around our location. And that's going to be the easy part now, trust me. We already have the coordinates and the bounds. Bounds are more important in this case. We simply need to pass them over to our getPlaces data. So, as the first parameter, we can pass the bounds.southwest, SW, and then also bounds.northeast. Great. Now we're passing that over to the function. We can go back to our API, and now we can accept those bounds right there. We can say SW and northeast. So how can we actually pass these values to our API request? Well, as you can see here, there are static values. So I'm going to copy this entire object, remove it from here, and then simply paste it right here as the second parameter of our API call. Now we can remove all of these values, which are not true, they're just static, and we can simply use our southwest and northeast properties to get the real bounds. So we can say southwest.lat, that is going to be for the bottom left latitude. Then also for the bottom left longitude, we're going to use the southwest.lng. And finally, for this, we have to use the northeast latitude and northeast longitude. So let me repeat one more time, just so we don't have any mistakes. Bottom left is going to be southwest, and then the top right is going to be the northeast. Great. And we are also passing the headers. Now, the data that's being returned should be inside of our map. Let's check it out in the browser. As you can see, I got 33 restaurants in this case, and this address seems to be correct. As you can see, Berlin, Germany. And if I keep scrolling a bit more down, you'll also notice Berlin, Germany. So we are indeed fetching correct restaurants. And now we can start displaying them either on the map or we can start with a list. Considering we already started with a list, let's go ahead and implement that nice looking card and we'll be able to see restaurants in no time. So one question is, how can we get these places, which are in the state inside of the app.js, which you can see right there, to our list? And the answer is pretty simple. We're simply going to pass them over. Places is equal to places. Now, if we open up our list, go there, you'll notice that we've been using these fake places. We no longer have to do that. I'm gonna delete them, and simply at the top, I'm going to destructure the places from the props. Now, if we save that, we can go back and already we have the names for all of these places. But these restaurants have so much more information. So let's render a nice looking card for each one of them. We can do that by scrolling down, seeing that each restaurant is a place detail, and we're passing all the place information. So let's go into our place detail component. I'm gonna close all of the other files, and we can simply focus on this one at the moment. So first of all, it would make sense to console log the place just so we know what information do we have. As you can see, we've already seen this. We have the address, address object, awards, booking, cuisine. There is quite a lot of information. So feel free to go through all of this and make the card look even better. Include more information if you want to. You can include the distance, the establishment type, and everything else you'd want. But in this case, we're gonna make a decent looking card. So let's import some things from Material UI. We can say import, and we're gonna need quite a few things. We're gonna need a box, of course, the typography for text. We're gonna have some buttons here, a card, card media for the image, card content, card actions, that's where our buttons are going to be, and finally a chip. All of this is coming from @materialui/core. We're also going to have some icons, so we can say import, and that's going to be location on icon from @materialui/icons/location on, without the icon at the end. And then we can copy that part. We're going to need one more icon. This one is going to be phone icon, and it's going to be coming from just phone. Finally, we're also going to import that rating component, which we imported in the map but haven't used yet. So import rating from @materialui/lab and then /rating. This is going to be it for the external imports. We just need to import the styles. So we can say import use styles from /styles. Of course, that's coming from styles.js inside of the place details, and these are going to be incredibly simple. We have some styles for the chip, the subtitle, and just some spacing. So nothing special right here. Let's go back to our component, and now we can start implementing the layout. Of course, first we can get the classes by saying const classes is equal to use styles like so, and we can wrap everything inside of a card component. Our card is going to have the elevation equal to 6. That's going to give it a nice shadow effect. Inside of the card, we're going to have our card media. Card media is a self-closing tag with a few properties. The first one is going to be style. In here, we need to define the height of the image. In this case, let's go with something like 350. Of course, feel free to modify that if you want to. Then we're also gonna use the actual image. The image, we have to use a ternary expression to check if the restaurant actually has the image. Not all of them do. So we can say if there is a place.photo, in that case, we can use the place.photo.images.large.url. This is going to be where the URL of the image will be stored at. And finally, if we don't have an image, we can use a demo image of a restaurant that I found online. You'll find this link somewhere where all the other styles are. Great. And finally, we need a title for our image. In this case, the title can simply be place.name. And that's going to be it for our card media. Below that, we are going to have a card content. Everything else is going to go inside of the card content. First of all, of course, we have the name. So we can say typography. This typography is going to have a property of gutter bottom. That means that we're just going to give it some extra margin at the bottom. And the variant is going to be quite big. It's going to be heading 5. Inside of there, we simply want to render the dynamic value of place.name. Let's save it and let's already see how it looks like. This is already so much better. You can see all the restaurants in Berlin. For somebody, this application will already be great, but you know that here on JavaScript Mastery, we always go a step further. So I want to really make this pop. We're going to add so much more information here. If you appreciate that, definitely make sure to leave a like, comment, and subscribe. Let me know that you're in this current part of the video. Besides that, you might have noticed that we've seen one image a few times. And that image is, let me show you, this one. This is the demo image we used if there is no restaurant. You'll be able to see it a few more times, like right here. Considering that we're gonna write a lot of JSX code here, it might be better if we put our browser side by side with the editor. That way, we'll be able to see the changes live as we make them. Okay, I simply drag and drop my editor to the side, and now we are ready to continue writing code. Still inside of our card content, but below the typography, we're gonna have a box component. This box is going to have a display equal to flex. And it's also going to have justify content equal to space between. We wanna do that because we're gonna have two typographies inside of there. The first typography is going to have the variant equal to subtitle 1. And we're simply going to say price inside of there. Now the second one, we're going to copy it. The second one is going to have a gutter bottom, like this. It's also going to be variant of subtitle 1, and then inside of there, we can render place.price_level. This is going to give us the level of the price for this specific restaurant. And as soon as we save it, you can see price, and you can see this one is this one is cheap. But if we go here, this one is a bit more expensive. Now we can copy this exact part and we're gonna use it for the ranking. So right here, instead of the price, I'm gonna say ranking. And instead of the price level, we're simply going to use ranking. Let's save it. And as you can see, ranking 14th out of 6,000 restaurants in Berlin. Nice. Now we're going to do something just a bit more complex. We want to map over all of the awards that a restaurant has gathered. We can do that by opening a dynamic block and saying place ? We use this to be sure that the place exists. Then we can access the awards, and then one more time, question mark, dot, and finally we can map over it. Of course, map accepts a callback function, and in there, we're not going to have curly braces, we're simply going to have parentheses because we want to instantly return something. Inside of the map, we get a singular value of what we're mapping through, so in this case, we're getting an award. For each award, we want to show a box, like this. That box is going to have a display of flex and also justify content of space between. It's also going to have align items equal to center. Inside of there, we can render a small image like this, img. It is a self-closing tag that has the source property, and we're going to say award.images.small. Of course, every image has to have the alt tag, so we can simply say award.display_name. Great, let's save it. And as you can see, here we have those little award icons. One thing we can do is to this box, we can say my is equal to 1. M stands for margin and Y stands for Y-axis, top and bottom. So this is going to give it a margin of top and bottom 1. As you can see, it's going to space them out properly. This is a Material UI feature. And finally, still inside of the box, but below our image, we want to have a typography explaining that specific award. So that can be a subtitle 2, variant is equal to subtitle 2, and the color is going to be equal to text secondary. So it's a grayish color. And then inside of there, we can display award.display_name. Let's save it and check it out. Take a look. This restaurant got 3 certificates of excellence, 2019, 2020, and 2021. That's great. Finally, we also might want to know which type of food does each restaurant prepare. Let's open a new dynamic block and say place cuisine and then .map. Inside of there, we have a callback function. And as with every map function, we get a type of the cuisine right there, but we're only going to use the name of the food, so we can simply say name. We destructured it right there. So for each one, we want to show a chip component. If you're not sure what a chip is, you're going to see it really soon. It's a really straightforward component. The only thing you have to do is pass in the key because we're mapping over it. Then you have to give it a size. In this case, I'm going to set it to small. It has to have the label. In our case, that's going to be the name. And finally, we're also going to give it one class name. Class name is going to be equal to classes.chip. And if we save that, take a look. Looks like I've missed one question mark, and I've got cannot read property map of undefined. So this question mark dot is a new feature in JavaScript. And as you can see, it can save your day quite a lot of times. So one of the many restaurants didn't have a cuisine property, and therefore we weren't able to map over it. So as soon as I add that question mark, the issue is going to be fixed. So you always have to know that you absolutely have something before you try mapping over it. Looks like we also have one issue inside of our app. Right here, we're trying to send the bounds.southwest and northeast. This worked before because our bounds were already filled. But now, as we don't have them, it's not possible to call the .southwest of null. So inside of here, line 13, make sure to change this to an empty object as well. Now if you reload, we're back to having all the restaurants right here. And look at that, we can also see the chips. So each one of these little gray pills is called a chip in Material UI language. Okay, with that fixed, we are ready to add final details to our place details. We have to know the address of the restaurant. So we can say if place .address, if it exists. In that case, we want to render a JSX block that's going to show the address. That is going to be a typography component. That typography is going to have a gutter bottom property, and also the variant is going to be equal to body2. Color is going to be equal to text secondary. And finally, it's going to have a class name. So we can say here, class name is equal to classes.subtitle. Great. Finally, what are we going to put inside of there? Well, we're going to use our location on icon. It is a self-closing tag, and then right next to it, we're going to render the place.address. Let's save it. And as you can see, our location pin is right there, and here is our address. Now that I look at it, this here should have been the subtitle too. It would look just a bit better. Finally, we also want to know the phone number, so I'm going to copy this whole part, and we're going to just make a few changes. If we have the phone, then we're going to render something. This is going to stay as subtitle. The class name is going to change to classes.spacing, and we want to render the phone icon. Of course, next to the phone icon, we can render place.phone. Let's save it. And as you can see, now we have the phone as well. And the final part is adding the two buttons that can lead us to the TripAdvisor page of a restaurant and to the restaurant's own website. So let's create a card actions part. Inside of the card actions, we can have a button. This button is going to be of a size is equal to small. It is going to have a primary color, so color equal primary, and it's going to have the on-click property. Let me move this a bit to the right for you. On click, we want to create a callback function and then simply call the window.open. And then in here, we have to use the URL we want to open. And that is going to be place.web_URL. The window.open also accepts a second parameter, which is a string that says _blank. If we add this, it's going to open that website in a new tab, opposed to just replacing our own website. Okay, and finally, inside of there, we can say TripAdvisor. Now we can also copy this button, and everything is going to stay the same. We're just going to change the URL from web.url to website. And again, change the text to website. With this, I'm going to indent this properly, remove these spaces, save it, and this is our card fully done. As you can see, we have these two buttons. I'm going to click to the TripAdvisor page of the first one. Okay, this seems like a great restaurant. It's well rated. You can read the reviews and then decide if you want to go there, or if you're still not convinced, you can click website. They also have a good looking responsive website, so we're surely gonna go there, right? And we're done with the cards. Let me maximize this, and I'm going to put this to the side. As you can see, this is already looking so much better. Now each restaurant has so much more information about it. The next thing we can do is to take the data about these restaurants and display them on the map. So let's do that right away. Our next really important part is taking these places from the app and then displaying them on the map. We can do that by going to app.js, taking the same places we've been passing over to our list, and then sending them over to our map as well. So we can say places is equal to places. As you can see, we're sending a lot of props from one component to another. This is still okay because we're only sending it one level deep, from our app to our map. But we're not sending it 2 or 3 levels deep. Whenever that happens for you, I would advise you to switch to using either Redux or, more simply, React Context. With that said, we're passing the places, so now inside of our map, we can finally destructure them from the props right here. And you might be wondering, how do we actually show the pins on the map? Well, Google Map React makes it incredibly simple. You simply have to render them right here inside of the map. So let's open a new dynamic block and say places ? And in this case, we want to map over them. Again, we're looping over it, so it's the same situation. And we're getting a singular place right here. For each place, we want to render a div. And this div has to have a few properties. We're going to give it a class name. In this case, it's going to be classes.marker container. And then most importantly, we have to have the latitude, which is going to be equal to place.latitude. And also we have to have the longitude, which is the lng, which is going to be place.longitude. We're getting these values as strings, and in here they have to be numbers, so we can use the number constructor to convert these values into numbers. So make sure to write it like this. And now, since we're mapping over this div, we have to have the key. In this case, we can set it as I, which is the index from inside of our map. Now, inside of our div, we want to render different things depending on if we're on mobile device or on desktop. We can say if we are on mobile device, so if is mobile, in that case, we simply want to render out the icon. So we can say location on outlined icon. Let's see if that's how we called it at the top, location on outlined icon. And let's pass the color, which is equal to primary, and also the font size is equal to a string of large. Great. But if we're not on mobile, we want to render just a bit more information. So in this case, we're going to have a paper component. Paper is basically a div with a background, and it's going to have elevation equal to 3. That's going to give it some box shadow. We're also going to give it a class name equal to classes.paper. Inside of that paper, we're going to put a typography. This typography is going to have a class name, which is going to be equal to classes.typography. It is also going to have a variant equal to subtitle 2, and it's going to have gutter bottom because we want to have some margin at the bottom. And in here, we simply want to render place.name. Finally, we need just two more things. One is going to be the image. Our image is going to have a class name equal to classes.pointer. And then we also want to have the source. We can copy the source from our place details at the top because it's going to be the same. So let's copy this entire thing right here. Okay, and I'm going to say source is equal to, and I'll paste the entire ternary from our place details. Great. Finally, we also need the alt tag, and the alt is going to be place.name. And the last thing is going to be the rating. Let's save it and see how does it look like. Okay, as you can see right now we have just the pins, even though we are on desktop. Based on what we've seen, that means that this isMobile variable is actually the isDesktop and not isMobile. So if the min width is larger than 600, that means that it is desktop. So we can say if it's not desktop, then show the pin, otherwise show the paper. And all of our restaurants are here. As you can see, we can hover over them to see them entirely. And right now we cannot yet click on them to see more details on the left side, but they are definitely here. Let's just add the ratings below the image. To add the rating, we'll use that experimental rating component. It is a self-closing tag, and we're going to give it a property size, which is equal to small. We're also going to give it a value, which is going to be equal to a number. We need to use that number constructor to get the rating, and then we're going to pass the place.rating inside of it. And finally, we need to pass the read-only property because our users cannot change the ratings. We're only reading it. Now that I think about it, I think that we forgot placing the rating on our list. So let's copy it and let's go back to our place details. Our rating should have been just below this typography. To display our rating, I'm going to copy this box right there and just change a few things. Instead of this typography, we're going to paste the same rating we've used before, but it's not going to be small this time. And then our bottom typography is going to say out of, and then in here, place.num_reviews, and then finally reviews. Let's save it, see if it's imported correctly. Yep, in here we have the lab/rating, and let's see if it's imported correctly in the map. In here we have just /lab, but we need lab/rating, so let's add that right here. With that said, we should be seeing all of our paper restaurants on the map, and now on the left side, we should also see the rating in our list. There we go. We have 5 stars out of 143 reviews, and now you can see all of the ratings right inside of our map with the image and with the title of the restaurant. This wasn't that hard, right? Once we got all of the data from the RapidAPI, we just simply had to display it on the left side and on the map. The key thing here was knowing that we have to use the latitude and the longitude to display those places right inside of the map. Now that we're displaying these places on the map, let's make them clickable. And that's exactly where this onChildClick method is going to come in handy. OnChildClick is an event listener, so we're going to have a method that's going to listen for our events, and whenever we click on a child, we are going to get it right here as a parameter. And then, what do we want to do with it? Well, we somehow have to get the information about which child was clicked from the map component all the way to our list component. And how can we do that? Well, we could create a child and set child click field right here, a state for example, and only use it inside of the map, not inside of the app or place details or the list. So in this case, we're going to use a method called lifting the state up. So let's say that we start by declaring the state field right here. We're going to use the use state. We're going to call it something like child clicked and also set child click. And initially it's going to be set to null. But now we want to take that state to the parent component of both the list and the map. And in this case, that's going to be the app component. So right inside of here, we are going to get that state, child click, and set child click. Of course, you could have also solved this problem by using context or Redux, but in this video, I wanted to keep it simple. So now let's pass this method right here, set child click, and we're gonna go back inside of our map. We get that function right here through props, and then finally, what do? We simply call the set child clicked, and we set that child right there. Now, if we go back to the app, when we call that function, the child clicked variable is going to be populated, and now we can pass it over to the list. So we can say child clicked is equal to child clicked. Finally, if we go to the list, now we can do something with that value. So in here, child clicked, and for starters, let's simply console log it. So I'm going to say console log. I'm going to put the console log inside of the object, and in there, I'm going to say child clicked. If you put the property inside of the console log, it's going to give you a bit more info. If we did a console log just like this, and by the way, this is a great tip that I learned. If you did a console log just like this, and for example, the value is 5, if you had a lot of console logs, you wouldn't know what this 5 stands for. But in the case above, it's going to give you an object where it's going to say child clicked is equal to 5. That way, you know exactly what you console logged. So with that said, let's see the output. Going back to the browser, I'm gonna clear the console and reload the page one more time. There are some warnings here, which we're gonna fix later on, but for now, let's simply clear the console, and now let's try clicking on a few restaurants. If I click here, you can see child clicked, and that is 25. I can keep clicking, I'm gonna get 10, 1, and so on. This is not going to be extremely precise. For example, if I click at the title or if I click below at the rating, it's sometimes not going to recognize it. Always try to click right in the middle of the image. That way, you're gonna make sure that it's recognized. As you can see, we're getting a lot of these child click properties. That means that we have the information about which element is clicked. Now that we have that info, the question is, how do we make our list scroll to a specific element on the list when we click on the map? For that, we're gonna have to use React refs. That's going to be just a bit more complicated, but don't worry, I'm sure you can do it. First of all, we're going to import useEffect and also create ref from React. So we're gonna use that useEffect right here. useEffect accepts a callback function and it has a dependency array. we want to recall this use effect every time that the places change. So I'm going to put the places right inside of here. Now we want to create a state field that's going to contain all the references. So we can say const, and let's call it something like lrefs, element references. And we're going to say set lrefs. That is going to be equal to the use state. And at the start, they're simply going to be set to an empty array because at the start, we don't have any places. Once we get the places, we want to set them to the state. So how exactly are we going to create these references? We can do it like this. Const refs is equal to, we use the array constructor, and then inside of there, we want to construct as many elements as there are places. So in there, we pass the places dot length. Then we're going to call the dot fill. Dot fill is going to start filling the array, so we can call it like this. And then we want to map over that array. Again, we have a callback function inside of the map. This time, we're not interested in one specific thing at the start. We only need the index. In cases like these, it's a good idea to put the underscore. That means you're not going to use that first parameter, but you need the second one. And we want to return refs I. So we want to access the refs and return that specific thing. Or if the ref doesn't exist yet, in that case, we can create ref. So we want to create a new ref. And this refs here is not going to be like that because we are still declaring it in that line. We have to use the lrefs right there. I know it's a bit more complicated, but this is something you're not going to do that often. Usually you're going to have to create one ref. In this case, we really have to create many as there are places. Finally, now that we have those refs, we can say set lrefs is equal to refs. Now we can actually use those references right below here in place details. So we're going to give each grid item a ref. In this case, that's going to be ref is equal to lrefs, and then we access that specific index of the current place. And then we have to pass few props to place details. Remember what we talked about. Once we click on this element, we want to scroll to that specific restaurant on the list. So we're going to set the select property. Is this restaurant selected? And how can we know that? Well, if the child clicked is equal to index. If that's the case, that means that this place details has been selected. This child clicked is a string though, so we have to convert it into a number before we actually test it. And we're also going to pass that ref by saying ref prop is equal to, in this case, lrefs I. So the same thing we did above. We might not even need it later on in here. I'm gonna check that to be sure. But now we're passing the selected and the ref prop to the place details. So let's use it right here. We have the selected and we also have the ref prop. We're gonna use this to make a simple check. We're gonna say if selected. In that case, we want to call that ref prop and we're going to use the question mark dot notation. Each ref has the current property, and then one more time question mark dot scroll into view. That's a built-in method on the element, on the HTML element. We're going to put an object for options, and we can say behavior is equal to a string of smooth, and block is going to be set to a string of start. This is everything that we have to do. Now that I think about it, if we go back to the list, we don't need this ref right there. We are using it right inside of the place details. Let's save it and take a look. We are getting an error saying that we don't at the start have the places and therefore we cannot create refs. So this is the right opportunity to implement our circular progress, which is the loading. So let's go inside of our app component, and then in here, let's create a new state called loading. So I'm going to create a new state field and I'm going to call it is loading and then set is loading. At the start, it's going to be set to false. Then right before we call the get places data, I'm going to set it to true. And finally, after we're done fetching the data, right here in the dot then, we can set the loading or set is loading back to false. Finally, now that we have this state, we can pass that state over to the list by saying is loading is equal to is loading. Now we're getting it right here through the props is loading. And just below this typography, we're gonna add a logical block saying is loading. In that case, we want to render a div. That div is going to have a class name equal to classes.loading. And inside of there, we're gonna have a circular progress, which is going to have the size equal to 5 rem. And otherwise, we want to render everything else, so the entire form control. We can do it like that, and make sure to close everything. That's going to be just below our grid. Once we're closing it like this, we have to wrap everything into a React fragment. Everything has to be inside of one element, and then just below this grid ending tag, we can also end the fragment and then end the code block. Okay, I closed it correctly, but in here, I should have used a colon. That part is done. We're also missing a question mark right there, because even though we're having a loading right there, this part also is depending on the places. So we're adding it right here. And there's also one mistake I've made. Going into place details, I have scroll into view instead of scroll. So let's go ahead and fix that. And finally, let's take a look at that beautiful scroll in the browser. There we have our restaurants, and I'm gonna click, and would you look at that? Our scroll works wonderfully. We can scroll, let's check out this one, Dolcini, and it opens up. Nice, our scroll is finally done. The thing that would make sense to do next are these select elements which we've nicely created. We need to be able to toggle between restaurants, hotels, and attractions, and we need to be able to filter out restaurants, hotels, and attractions by rating. To start filtering our places, we can visit the source, and then components, and then finally list. Inside of here, we created that type state and also the rating state. Now we're gonna use the same method we used just a few minutes ago. We are going to lift the state up. As you can see, we're gonna copy this and move it into the app.js. So right here at the top, we have the type, set type, rating, and set rating. Now we're gonna pass these properties as props to our list. So let's do it like this. Type is equal to type. Then we have the set type as well. Set type is equal to set type. Then we're gonna have the rating, which is equal to rating. And then finally set rating, which is equal to set rating. Now, this is not the best practice ever. We are declaring everything in our app, and then we're passing it into our list. As you can see, we're creating a lot of states inside of our app, and then we're passing everything as props through our components. Once again, this is not the best practice, but in this case, it's just fine, because we're passing it one level down only to the list. But if we had one more component inside of the list, which we needed to pass those props again from the list to that component, or even deeper, in that case, I would strongly advise you to use React context. But in this case, this is just fine. So let's go into our list and let's get these things from props. That's going to be type, set type, rating, and set rating. And again, the only reason why we're doing this is now in the app, we have access to the ratings and to the types. And now we can use them to get different data from our getPlaces API. So as the first parameter to our getPlaces data, even before the bounds, we're going to pass over the type. That way, our function is going to know what data it needs to fetch. So let's go to our getPlaces data. And then right inside of here, we are going to copy this URL and put it right inside of here instead of this static variable. I'm going to turn this into a template string like this. And now, as you can see, in here we have restaurants. But in this case, to make it dynamic, we're simply going to get that type that we're receiving through the parameters. That way, if we have hotels, it's going to be hotels. If we have attractions, it's going to be attractions. This simple change made our code dynamic. Of course, for this function to be rerun when the type changes, we have to add our type to the dependency array. Let's save it and go back to the browser. Here we have all the restaurants, and if we switch to hotels, notice that nice loading bar we added, and here we have our hotels. You might have thought that this is going to be so much more difficult. We had to do a lot of work for the restaurants, but now see how easy it is for the hotels. We simply changed a variable and it works. We can also now make it work for attractions. Again, we have that nice loading, and let's see what we can visit in Berlin. Great. This works perfectly. This was a bit easier than we thought, right? Now the next step is to fix the filtering based on rating. To do that, we're going to add one more use effect. And you might be thinking, wait, is it even legal to have so many use effects? And the answer is yes, but every single one of them needs to serve a different purpose. For example, this one happens only at the start. You can see it has this dependency array. This one happens once type changes or coordinates or bounds. But this one, let's create it like this, a callback function again, and a dependency array. This one is going to change only when the rating changes. As you can see, each one serves a specific purpose. The only thing we want to do in here is say const filtered places is equal to places dot filter. The filter method also takes in a callback function. In this case, we get a place, and we're gonna say if place.rating is larger than the current rating. If that is the case, then we want to return that specific place. That means if the rating of the place is larger of the currently selected rating, then we want to return that place. Finally, we want to set these places to a new state. So just at the top, we can say use state, and we're gonna call this filtered places. And set filtered places, and finally at the start, that's going to be set to an empty array. And right in here, we can call set filtered places. We're gonna call it and pass in the filtered places variable. Great. So now the question is, where are we gonna use these filtered places? Well, if we have any filters, then we can pass them to our map and also to our list. We are already passing places, so let's pass it right here. If we have filtered places, so we can say if there is filtered places dot length. In that case, we want to pass filtered places, but else we want to simply pass places. Like this. Make sure to change it both in the list and in the map. One more time, if we have the filtered places, then render the filtered places, else just render the places. Then again, every time that we get new places data, we have to reset our filtered places. So let's say set filtered places back to an empty array. Great. Let's save it and check it out. Okay, now we have restaurants. Let's go to hotels. Right now we can see all of the restaurants. This one has 4 stars, 4 stars, and most of them have 5 stars. But now let's click above 3.0. Everything is still here. And if we click above 4, you'll notice that now you can see only the best restaurants. Our filter works. And if we go back to all, you should be able to see all the restaurants. Now we know that our filter absolutely works. So what would you say would be the next step in making this even more complete? We already have a really complex, full-fledged travel advisor application. What else can we do? Well, don't forget, our search is not working yet. So if I wanted to go to New York, for example, right now, I cannot do that. So let's go ahead and fix that right now. To implement our search, we're going to revisit our header component. We haven't been here in a long time. As you can see, in here we have this autocomplete component. Our autocomplete requires 2 props that need to be passed into it. One thing is the onLoad handler. So what is going to happen once we load the autocomplete component? And then the second thing is the onPlaceChanged handler. And what's going to happen once we change the place. So let's implement these two functions right inside of the header component. The onload is going to be fairly simple. We can say const onload is equal to an arrow function, and then in here we just want to return something. More specifically, we want to set something to the state. So at the top, we're going to import useState from React. Just below our classes, we're going to initialize a new state field, const autocomplete, and set autocomplete. That is going to be equal to useState. And at the start, that autocomplete is going to be set to null. So what's going to happen on load? Well, we're going to get that autocomplete. We can call it AutoC, and we're going to set that autocomplete right in here so that we have it in the state and so that we can work with it. This is the only thing that the onload function does. Finally, we have to implement the const onPlaceChanged. That's also going to be an arrow function, but we're going to have just a bit more logic inside of it. We need to find the latitude and the longitude of the new location. We can do that like this. Const lat is equal to autocomplete dot get place, we call that as a function, dot geometry dot location, and then finally dot lat, and we call it as a function. If you're wondering how I got to this information, you can find it online or on Google Maps documentation. But in this video, I'm laying it out for you so that you don't have to waste hours finding it. And now we can also find the longitude by simply saying LNG right there and also position LNG. The question is, what do we want to do once we get our new place? Well, we want to set it to the state. More specifically, we want to go back inside of the app and change the coordinates. We can do that by passing the set coordinates as a prop down to the header. Now in the header, we can use that set coordinates, and right inside of here, we can call it set coordinates. Remember, we set it as an object and we specify the lat and the LNG. This is all that we have to do. With that specified, our autocomplete should be almost done. Let's use this onPlaceChanged right here. And right now you can see we misspelled the autocomplete. So let's fix that. Autocomplete. And now everything should be fine. But there's one thing that I didn't tell you. And that is that if you take a look at this, we're never actually connecting it to the Google Maps API. We didn't input any API key or any such thing like that. With this React Google Maps API, we have to do it using a script tag in the public index.html. I'm going to give you the code for that script with all the other codes I gave you so far, so make sure to copy and paste it right here. The only thing you have to change is going to be this API key right here. That API key has to be the same key that we are using inside of our map component right here. So make sure to copy it and then paste it right here inside of this index.html. Once we did that, we also have to keep in mind that this is using the Places API, no longer just the regular Google Maps to display a map. We have to get all the places on Earth. So we have to go back to our Google Developers Console. I am back on Google Cloud Platform, and you can see that we're currently using only Maps JavaScript API. So we have to go under APIs if you're not here already. And then finally, let's add the Places API. There we go. We can click on it. And then finally, we should be able to click Enable. There we go. We're going to enable this Places API. And right now, you can see that both APIs are enabled. Let's try to go back to our application and see if everything works. First of all, I'm going to reload my page. Let's try searching for something like New York. And if we click it, we're instantly being teleported to New York. All of the restaurants are here, but they quickly disappeared. That means that switching the map works, but we still have some minor issues with fetching the restaurants depending on that specific location. Let's try to debug and fix that right away. I also noticed that there are some empty restaurants with no ratings, no name, no image, nothing. So we need to be able to filter out those dummy restaurants. To do that, we can go back to our app, and then as soon as we get the data, we need to filter that data to remove these things. So right here inside of set places, we can say data.filter. We get a specific place right there in the callback function. And then we simply want to check, is there the name? Does this place have a name? If it does it also have the place dot number of reviews is larger than 0? If both of these conditions are true, then we want to keep that place. Also, one important check is to only make this request if there are bounds. So just at the top, I'm going to say if bounds, only then we want to do all of this code. If we don't have the latitude, the longitude, the southwest, and the northeast, we don't want to make this request. And just to be sure everything is always going to work, let's put a question mark right here in case we don't have the data. Let's save it and test it out in the browser. There we go, we can see all the best restaurants in London. And finally, let's switch to something like New York. It loaded all of them, but for some reason, it switched back to restaurants in London in this list, but on the map, we cannot see anything. Let's inspect this even further by doing some console logs. So I always want to know which ones are currently active places, and also which are the currently active filtered places. Maybe that's causing the error. So let's save it. And now hopefully these console logs are going to help us debug this situation. I deleted all of the console logs and I'm going to switch back to New York. As you can see, filtered places are empty, which is fine. We can try switching this to above 3.0. Now everything is there. Above 4.0, still all of them are there. And above 4.5, all of them are there, because this API gives us only the best restaurants anyway. But this time, these restaurants didn't disappear. So what was the catch the last time? I just noticed that this if statement is not correct. It's always going to be executed. Our bounds currently are set to be an empty object, and an empty object is always truthy. So rather than checking for bounds, we can check for bounds.southwest and bounds.northeast. If bounds are an empty object, then this here is going to be falsy. Let's test it out. Okay, as soon as I reloaded, everything works. And now let's go back to New York. We can see them on the map, which works fine. And hopefully they won't switch back this time. I don't see them switching back, so this was possibly the solution to our problem. Let's try to visit one more place, something like Paris, to see if that works. And unfortunately, we still have restaurants from New York. That means that we haven't properly reset the values of places when switching to a new place. We can solve this problem really easily by simply removing the coordinates from the dependency array. We need to do that because now in the header, we are changing the coordinates, and then they're being changed 2 times, both in here on place changed and also on map right there. So we're going to remove them from the dependency here, and we only want to recall the get places data once we change the bounds. If we now save this, we can test it out and it should work. We are currently in London. Let's try switching to New York. We have a nice loading there, and let's see if we get New York restaurants. We do, as you can see, they're all there. And let's try to switch to one more place, something like Paris. And we got all the restaurants in Paris. Our explore new places search now completely works. Now we can get the restaurants for our current position. We can move around the map to get new restaurants each time, and we can also use the search to get to any city or place on Earth. That was definitely a major feature. The entire travel advisor functionality is now done. User can visit different places, get all the data about restaurants, also hotels, and finally attractions. Everything in one single place. But wouldn't it be nice that they can also see what's the weather like there where they're visiting? For example, we're in France right now. Wouldn't it be nice if we could see what's the weather in this nice green park right here? That's exactly what we're going to implement right now. To find the API we need for that, you can go to RapidAPI's hub and there search for Open Weather Map. This is the API we'll be using. Make sure to click here to subscribe to that API as well. And from here, we'll use only one single endpoint, which is the search weather data. Back in our code, let's close all the files and simply open the API index.js. Right below our get places data, we're also going to export const get weather data. And that's also going to be an async function. And what do we want to do in there? Well, we're also going to have a try and catch block. If something goes wrong, we're simply going to console log that error. But what is the actual API request we'll be making? Well, process is similar to the thing above. We're going to say const, destructure the data, and then we want to make an await axios.get call. We have to see which URL are we making the request to. We can see that right in here, URL. Let's copy and paste that. There we go. And finally, let's also copy these options, the params and the headers. I copy them. I'm going to add a comma after the URL and then open the options object. Inside of that options object, we can paste all of the options. We won't need many of these properties. For example, query, we don't need that. Count, we don't need that as well. Mode, the only thing we need is going to be the longitude and the latitude. So let's remove all of this and put this in one line like this. So you might already guess where we would be getting the latitude and the longitude from, right from our params right here, lat and lng. Let's make sure that we indeed pass that. So inside of the app.js, we're going to import get weather data right here. And then just before calling the get places data, we're also going to call get weather data. And we're going to pass the coordinates .lat and also coordinates .lng. We can repeat the process. We want to call the .then. We have a callback function that's going to give us the data. And finally, we want to say set weather data is going to be equal to data. Of course, we haven't yet created the set weather data state, so let's do that right away. We can even copy the places and simply say set weather data and weather data. At the start, that's going to be equal to an empty array. Now that we know that we're passing the latitude and the longitude, let's go back to index. We're getting them right there, and let's also set them. So latitude is equal to latitude, and lon is equal to lng in this case. Finally, the headers contain our API key and RapidAPI host. We can leave that for now. Later on, we're going to switch that to environment variables. And finally, what do we do with the data? Well, we're simply going to return it. Okay, this part is done. Our data is here. It's getting set to the state. And finally, we want to pass it to the map. So just below, I'm going to say weather data is equal to weather data right here. We can go inside of the map. We can get the weather data at the top from props. And just below the entire mapping of places, we're going to open one more JSX block. Inside of here, we're going to say weather data (list) and then (map). Of course, in here, we get the data and we also get the index. We mapped over quite many things in this video. We're going to return a JSX block, and for each weather data, we are going to return a div. that div is going to have the key equal to the index, and it's also going to have the latitude, which is going to be equal to data.coord.lat. And finally, we also need the lng. lng property is going to be equal to data.coord.lon. And the only thing we need inside of that div is going to be our image. Our image is going to have the source equal to, now bear with me, it's a template string. It starts with https:// open weathermap.org/image/w, and then in here we want to use the dynamic value that we're getting from here, data.weather0, and then finally .icon. Of course, we want to add the .png at the end. This entire string is also going to be in all of the resources that you can find in the description. Now, I know we've been typing a lot of code. Let's save it and let's check it out in the browser. And as you can see, London is currently cloudy. That's not unusual for London. But these icons are too small, so let's make them just a bit bigger. I'm going to give this image a height, which is going to be equal to 100. There we go. Now they're just a bit bigger. Let's go back to Paris and see what's the weather in that nice park right there. I'm not sure where it is. There we go. It just says that it's currently night with stars. So now you know it's night here. I'm recording these videos and I'm gonna go to sleep soon. But with that said, our weather data is actually showing. As you can see, it wasn't that hard. RapidAPI makes it extremely easy to fetch APIs, and now you already know how to work with maps, so it's also easy to display the icons and all of these cards. Great. Our application is looking so much better now. The last part I wanted to show you is how to change the styles of the map. We can do that really easily by going to Map. Inside of these options, we're going to have an object, and that object is going to have a few properties. First one is going to be disable default UI, which is going to be set to true. Then we also want to have zoom control, which is going to be set to true. So this is going to disable most of the UI, but we still want to have the zoom buttons. And finally, we pass the styles as map styles. Of course, these styles are not defined, so we are yet to do that. But I want to show you an incredibly cool way that you can style the map extremely easily and immediately get all of the styles for your map. There is a website called snazzymaps.com, and in here you can see a lot of different maps that you can search for. Let's go with this one. The only thing you have to do to get these styles for your map is click expand code and then simply copy all of the styles into one file. I already found my preferred styles, so I'm going to put the styles here inside of the map, say map styles.js, and then I'm going to paste them right here. Again, the link is going to be in the description. Now in the map, we simply have to import these styles by saying import map styles from /map styles. That part is now done. Let's save it and take a look. The styles I've chosen just gave everything just a bit more color and removed the names of streets. Now we have only the big city names and everything is looking just a bit cleaner. One last step before deploying this application is set the environment variables so that nobody else can find your API keys. The process of doing that is not that hard. The only thing you have to do is create a .env file right in the root of your folder. If you're using GitHub and you plan on deploying this project, also add the .env file inside of your gitignore. That way, all of your secrets won't be pushed to GitHub. With that said, let's add these few variables. Every environment variable has to start with React app. And the first one is going to be React app Google Maps API key, and then you put an equal sign there. Then the second one is going to be React_app, and then _rapid API weather API key. And finally, the third one is going to be React underscore app underscore rapid API underscore travel API key. Great. Finally, we just have to find these keys in our code. Here's the Google Maps one, and we're going to replace it inside of our environment variables right here. Just simply paste it, and that's going to be it. Then, once you actually have it in here, the only thing you have to do is delete this and simply call process.env dot and then the name of the variable. In this case, that's going to be React underscore app underscore Google underscore maps underscore API underscore key. I said underscore a lot of the times here, but there we go. Now let's also find the remaining API keys, which are inside of our API. So that's going to be here. This is the API key for the Travel Advisor app. So I'm going to put it right here. And finally, the last one is for our weather API. I'm going to put it right here. And as you can see, these are exactly the same. I'm guessing that's because we are using the same RapidAPI account, so the key can also be the same. Therefore, we can simply rename this to RapidAPI key. Like this. A lot shorter. I won't have to mention a lot of underscores this time. So let's simply rename this. I'm going to delete first this string, say process.env dot, and then react underscore app underscore RapidAPI underscore key. And the same thing is going to happen right here, process.env dot, and then the name of the environment variable. One incredibly important thing to make this work is you have to open your terminal by going to view and then terminal, and you have to stop it from running by pressing Ctrl+C and then Y. Then you have to rerun your server for all of these changes to take effect. So now when I rerun it, all of the environment variables are going to be filled. And as soon as you get back to our Travel Advisor, as you can see, everything works just perfectly. Now, I know that this was a really long video and you have to get some rest. Definitely do that. But I have a challenge for you. Next time you start coding, come back to this application and find one more interesting API from RapidAPI platform. I see there's airports, flights, hotels, webcams. Just find one more API that can be implemented into this app and then try to implement it by following all of the guidelines you learned by following this video. Great. With that said, let's finally deploy this project to Netlify. Netlify is great for deploying just simple front-end projects like this one. So you can visit the netlify.com website and either sign up if you haven't already or log in. Once you're logged in, you can click to Sites right here and then go back to your code, open up the terminal, stop it from running, and finally run npm run build. This is going to create the optimized production build that you'll be simply able to drag and drop onto Netlify, and it's going to be deployed in a matter of seconds. There we go, it's built out. You should be able to see this build folder and simply click Reveal in File Explorer. Once you have it, simply scroll down and drag and drop it right inside of here. In a matter of seconds, it should say site has been deployed. And there we go. Before we check it out, let's simply go to the main settings and edit the site name. Something like Travel Advisor JSM should do the trick. Let's save it and let's visit it. Okay, the website wants to know my location. That's fine. For you, the geolocation should work and you should see all the restaurants near you. In my case, it opened up all of the most popular restaurants in London and you can simply browse through them. And let's also go for hotels. This one looks pretty good. And finally, let's see what can we visit in London. There should be a lot to visit there. Okay, National Gallery, the British Museum, and the Westminster Abbey. Great, our application is fully done. Congratulations on finishing this project. Now, to take a bit of a break from coding, let's dive into the complete REST API crash course where you will learn all there is to know about APIs and API testing. As soon as we're done with that, we're moving straight to another application, and that is building and deploying a React cryptocurrency application. APIs have become the center of software development, connecting and transferring data to millions of applications every day. By the end of this video, you'll fully understand the concepts like APIs, REST, CRUD, and API testing. That's a lot of acronyms, I know. But don't worry, the goal of this video is to explain these concepts without any jargon and straight to the point. In this video, you'll learn what an API is and how to create and deploy your APIs. You'll also learn about the concepts of REST and CRUD. And finally, we're going to pick a few publicly available APIs and do some API testing. Alongside this video, I've also prepared a complete guide to APIs and a cheat sheet that covers everything you need to know about APIs. You can use it as an ebook for learning or as a reference that you can revisit anytime you want to recall specific information about APIs. The guide covers everything from simple explanations of all concepts that I'll mention in this video, as well as the most common HTTP status codes and, more importantly, a list of popular APIs that you can use to improve your applications. You can pause this video, click the link in the description to download the resource, and then we can jump straight into the video. In this video, we're going to learn how to use PAW. PAW is a full-featured HTTP client that lets you test and describe your APIs. In here, they say it's the most advanced API tool for Mac, but don't worry, they have a web version that is completely free that I'm going to teach you how to use. And most importantly, that web version is available for all operating systems. On top of that, you're going to learn everything you need to know about APIs. And for that, we're going to use RapidAPI Learn. They offer interactive lessons where you'll be able to learn through actually testing the data. You can see how API requests are made and how they return the data. I'll try to use this resource as much as possible throughout this entire video, but the link is going to be down in the description, so I would strongly encourage you to check it out yourself. With that said, let's go ahead and get started. Let's start from the beginning. What is an API? API stands for Application Programming Interface, and it allows two applications to talk to each other. Each time you use an app like Facebook, send an instant message, or check the weather on your phone, you're using an API. So, what exactly is an API? When you use an app, the application connects to the internet and sends the data back to the server. The server retrieves that data, performs the necessary action, and sends it back to your phone or computer. The application then gets that data and presents you with the information you want in a readable format. And that's what an API is. For example, imagine that you're building a trading platform. You'll need to support various features like exchange of currency, fluctuation of market rates, authentication, payment processing, and much more. Building and maintaining such functionalities is difficult. To resolve these issues, you can use integrations with various other software via APIs. To explain this better, let's take a familiar example. Imagine you're sitting at a table in your favorite restaurant with plenty of choices to order from. The kitchen is the part of the system that will prepare your order. What is missing is the critical link to communicate your order to the kitchen and deliver your food back to your table. And that's where the waiter or the API comes in. The waiter is the messenger or API that takes your request or order and tells the kitchen, the system, what to do. Then the waiter delivers the response back to you. In this case, it is the food. This is an example that everyone uses when explaining APIs. But here on JavaScript Mastery, I strongly believe that you learn best while doing. In one of the previous videos, I've shown you how to build your API from scratch. Feel free to pause this video and add the build and sell an API to your watch list. Once you watch this video, you can then check that video out and everything is going to make sense. The link is going to be down in the description. So what exactly did I mean when I told you that on JavaScript Mastery, we explain everything with real-world examples? Well, later in this video, we're going to do some API testing and really try to see what the APIs are made of. How do they respond to certain HTTP verbs or actions? And what HTTP codes do they give back? In what format do they send and receive the data? And so on. Everything is going to be explained in depth in this video. Before we actually check that out, let's talk a bit about security. You're accessing all web applications through some sort of a device. It can be a phone or a desktop PC. Let's say you're using your phone to get to a specific application. Your phone's data is never fully exposed to the server, and likewise, the server is never fully exposed to your phone. Instead, each communicates with small data packets, sharing only what is necessary, like ordering a takeout. You tell the restaurant what you would like to eat, and then they tell you what they need in return, and then in the end, you get your meal. More recently, APIs became even more secure. Right now, most of the APIs are adhering to standards, typically HTTP and REST standards, that are developer-friendly, easily accessible, and are understood broadly. Of course, since everything is much more standardized, it means that it is that much more secure. REST, or Representational State Transfer, is a standard that web applications use to simplify the communication with each other. APIs that follow the REST principles are called RESTful APIs. The main characteristic is the separation between the client and the server. In the REST architecture, the implementation of the client and the implementation of the server can be done independently without each knowing about the other. This means that the code on the client side can be changed at any time without affecting the operation of the server, and the code on the server side can be changed without affecting the operation of the client. By using a REST API, different clients or computers hit the same REST endpoints, perform the same actions, and receive the same responses. Systems that follow the REST principles are stateless, meaning that the server does not know anything about what state the client is in, and vice versa. In the REST architecture, clients send requests to retrieve or modify resources, and servers send responses to those requests. And all of these requests follow the same structure. An API request has to have an endpoint, meaning the URL that we are requesting for. For example, whenever you go to a specific URL, you're basically just making a GET request to get that specific website. And in this case, the endpoint is rapidapi.com/learn. Your API request also has to have a method, meaning the type of the request we're making. In this case, let's say we're making a POST request, meaning we want to send some data over using that request. An API request also has headers, additional information for either the client or the server. In this case, that can be some information about the body. And finally, the body itself is the information sent to the server. Let's say that we want to create a new user with the name John Doe. This was the anatomy of an API request. Right now, we're going to take a look at the different methods that we can make. POST is just one of them. Let's take a look at the standard ways to make requests and send responses. To talk about that, we have to mention yet another acronym, CRUD, C-R-U-D. In a REST environment, CRUD often corresponds to the HTTP methods POST, GET, PUT, and DELETE. CRUD stands for Create, Read, Update, and Delete. And as you can see, Post is for create, get is for read, put is for update, and delete is for, of course, delete. REST requires that a client make a request to the server in order to retrieve or modify the data on the server. An HTTP request is generally consisted of an HTTP verb, which defines what kind of operation are we performing, a header, which allows the client to pass along information about the request, a path to the resource, and an optional message body containing the data. There are 4 basic HTTP verbs we use in requests to interact with resources in a REST system. First one is a GET request. GET allows us to get a specific resource by ID or get a collection of resources. POST simply allows us to create a new resource. PUT allows us to update a specific resource. And delete allows us to delete a specific resource. These were only the 4 main HTTP verbs. There are also a few more less known verbs. If you'd like to get a full list of all HTTP actions, download the complete API guide in the description down below. Whenever you make one of the HTTP requests, you'll be greeted with an HTTP status code. Some of the most popular status codes are 200, which means that everything went well, and 404, which means that the requested resource couldn't be found. There are many more HTTP status codes categorized in 5 major categories. Everything that starts with the 1, meaning in 100s, that means that the request was received and something needs to continue. That is an informational response. Everything that starts with 2, or it's in 200s, that means that the request was successfully received. On 300, we have the redirection, 400s are client-side errors, and 500s are server-side errors. This was just a categorization, but if you want to see some more widely used HTTP status code, they are also included in the complete API guide down below. As we always do on JavaScript Mastery, please allow me to explain everything we've learned so far on a real-world example through API testing. API testing will allow us to check in detail all of the parts of existing APIs. As I've mentioned, APIs have become the center of software development. Luckily, testing them can greatly improve the efficiency and help you deliver software faster than ever. While there are many aspects of API testing, it generally consists of making requests to a single resource or sometimes multiple API endpoints and validating the response, whether for performance, security, functional correctness, or just a status check. Let's check it out in action. For API testing, we'll be using PAW. PAW is a free-to-use API testing tool that allows you to send all kinds of HTTP requests. It allows you to organize and create groups of requests and environment variables for individual projects. Whatever you send or receive, PAW will find the best way to display it. It supports web pages, images, PDFs, and has a full syntax highlighting for most programming languages. PAW knows about your mistakes and warns you when something looks wrong. It makes you avoid common mistakes, such as sending a body in a GET request. In this video, we'll cover all of the features that PAW offers on 2 publicly available APIs. That way, once you create your own API, and remember, the video teaching you how to do that is linked in the description, you'll be able to test them in the same way. So, let's go ahead and get started. To start testing your APIs, you can click the link in the description. It's going to be paw.app. On here, as you can see, I already have 2 different APIs that I've been testing before. But in this case, we want to start completely from scratch. So let's go ahead and click this plus icon right here to create a new project. And let's call it JSON_placeholder. Great. In just a few seconds, the project has been created and we can immediately start creating requests. So the API we'll be testing is going to be the JSON placeholder API. Free fake API for testing and prototyping. Let's see what this API offers. We can go to Guide, And right here, it's nicely documented that we can get one specific resource or a post, or we can get all of the resources by making a GET request to this specific endpoint. But now, let's really test that out. Let's see how it works in the real world. To test this API out, I'm going to copy this URL right here. We can go back to our JSON placeholder project on pod.app. And right here, I'm going to create a new group of requests. Then we can delete this demo request right here by saying delete request. And inside of this group, we can create a new request. We can simply paste the URL right here at the top, and let's call it retrieve all posts, like that. And we can copy that and paste the same thing in the description. This is the simplest request we're gonna make. We don't have to pass any additional headers, queries, body, or auth. We just have to click send. And in less than a second, we got our 200 back. If you watched the video carefully so far, you know that 200 means okay, everything went well. And inside of here, we can actually check out the info of the request we've made. We can see our request headers right here. But what we really want to know more about is going to be the response JSON text. This is the actual data that has been returned from the API. You can see that this is an array of different objects like this. And in pod.app, you can immediately collapse it or uncollapse it and see all the data in a nice readable format. As you can see, the API returned an array consisted of 100 different posts. Each post has the user ID, the ID of the post itself, the title, and the body. Great. So you just learned how to test one specific endpoint. And again, you can document it right here with a description and a name. This seems incredibly simple right now because it was already documented. But if you were to create your own API, then you would have to properly test everything out. But now let's go to our second request, which is creating a post. Right now, we can scroll down and we can already see what we have to do. We can again copy this URL, go back to our API testing, and let's create one more request. We can paste our URL here, and this time we'll be making a post request. In the name, we can say create a post, and we can copy that and paste it in the description as well. But now with the post request, we also have to pass the body of the post itself. So right here, we can pass it as a text, JSON, or a JSON tree. It allows you to pass the values as key and value pairs. So every post has to have a title. Let's say this is my new post, and it also has to have a body. So we can say body, and right here we can say lorem ipsum, and then ... Of course, this was supposed to be a long paragraph. And we also have to pass a user ID, and in this case, let's make that equal to 1. And finally, now that we have this, we can go ahead and press send. This time, we got back to a 1, not 200, which means successfully created. Again, if you haven't already, make sure to download the entire API guide. There, you'll be able to find what all of the HTTP status codes mean. So, as you can see, we will return some JSON back, and the only thing that was added is the ID. Now, this API is just used for testing purposes. So our real post is not going to get added to the list of all the posts. We can go ahead and check that if we make a new request to retrieve all the posts. Let's go ahead and send it again. And as you can notice, it wasn't updated. We can scroll to the bottom and you'll notice that the last post has the user ID of 10 and it's going to be an ID of 100. But that doesn't mean that we haven't created the post successfully. As you can see, we have. But what would happen if we missed some of the important properties? Let's say that we forgot to pass the user ID. I'm going to delete it, delete this here as well, and let's send. As you can see, it was created again, but this time it doesn't have the author. So this might be a bug in your system depending on what you want to do with your application. In my opinion, I would definitely throw an error here because every post has to have an author. With that said, what would happen if we remove the body and the title altogether? We completely forgot to pass the body. Let's click send. And again, this API is not covering it. We only get back the ID, but this definitely shouldn't be the case because we didn't send any body there. The post shouldn't really exist. So this really shows you the power of what API testing can do. You could prevent all of the unnecessary potential bugs that this is going to cause to your application. Imagine receiving all the posts with different bodies, authors, and titles, and then you receive a few of these without anything. This is surely gonna cause an error in your application, and this is exactly the point of this video, to prevent that from happening. Now, let's scroll a bit more down and let's implement updating a resource. We can again copy this URL right here, go back, and create a new request. We can pass it right here, but this time it's not going to be a GET or a POST request, it's going to be a PUT request, meaning we want to change a specific resource. Inside of the description, we can simply write update a post. I'm going to copy that and paste it right here as well. Finally, we can go to the body and let's this time pass plain JSON and not a JSON3. Basically, what this means is you're simply going to pass it as a JSON object. This is how you would do it inside of your application. So let's simply update a resource with an ID is equal to 1. We're also going to update a title. Let's say the title is, this is a new title. Keep in mind that this is a JSON format, so you have to have double quoted strings around keys and values. We can also update the body. And let's say something like this is a new post body. Great. And finally, let's update the user ID as well. So we can say user ID is equal to 1. And finally, let's send it. As you can see, we got 200 back, which means that the article has been updated successfully. This is the JSON3 that we get back. We can also view it as a plain text, and we can see the headers that were sent as well. The last request we're going to implement is going to be deleting a resource. We simply have to make a delete request to one specific resource. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to create a new request right here. We can paste the URL and change the HTTP verb to delete. Let's also modify the name and the description. We can simply say delete a post. And we can also copy that and paste it in the description. Great. Let's go ahead and send that request. And we have 200 OK. No data was returned, but a 200 means that our article has been deleted. Great. We just tested a CRUD API. If you remember what CRUD stands for, create, read, update, and delete, meaning we can successfully update the database. Again, this is just a test API that is just mocking the actual responses and requests. But if you were doing this to your own API, you would actually be changing and updating the resources in the database. Now, I want to talk a bit about the structure of the URL itself. We always have the HTTPS at the start. Then we have a specific domain we want to go to. But the last part is the most important part. /posts/1. What does that actually mean? And how can you best structure your API endpoints? The REST resource naming guide is my go-to resource for the API naming conventions. The link to this tutorial is going to be down in the description, but I've also included only the most important parts of this entire thing in the complete guide to APIs that's also linked down below. But right now in this video, let's quickly go through this together. I want to point out a few important things. In REST APIs, there is something known as a resource. Anything that's in your database or that you're working with on a server is called a resource, meaning any piece of data. So let me give you a better example. A resource can be a singleton or a collection. For example, customers is a collection resource and customer is a singleton resource. We can identify customers collection using the URI or URL customers. And we can identify a single customer resource using the URI customers in the customer ID. So this is a really important thing that I want to emphasize. You always want to name your resources in a plural form, customers. And then you can say /customers, /1, 2, or any kind of customer ID to get the data about a specific customer. If you were paying attention, you could notice that that's already happening. Right here, you can see posts and then 1. Same situation, plural of post, and then we want to get a single post. If you want to get all of the posts, then simply do /posts. This is a first really important step. The second important concept is a sub-collection of resources, meaning every customer can have a lot of accounts. So how do we access that? It's not going to be /customer1 accounts or something like that. You want to have a structure, /customers, /customer ID, as it was before, and then you simply add the /accounts to that. And then if you want to access a specific account ID, you do it one more time. So /customers, customer ID, and then you can go deeper as you're accessing a deeper part of an object. Great. Let's see a few more best practices. Use nouns to represent resources. I think this is something that's intuitive. It's always going to be accounts, users, customers, posts. You're not going to use verbs. And here are some more important best practices. Consistency is key. Always use /. Do not use trailing / like this. Use hyphens to improve the readability. So if you have something like multiple words together or a sentence, always use dashes in between. Not underscore, not spaces, not camel case. Use hyphens. There we go. The next step said it for me. Do not use underscore. And also always use lowercase letters in the URIs. Do not use file extensions. Adding them simply looks bad and doesn't add any advantage. Never use CRUD function names in URIs. This is something really important and maybe should have been mentioned earlier. As you're starting with the API creation, it might make sense for you to simply call an API endpoint something like create a device management or create a managed device or / get all managed devices. But that's not going to be the case. As you're starting with your API creation process, it might make sense to you to simply call an endpoint something like create managed devices or create a managed device or something like get all managed devices. But that doesn't make a lot of sense. Simply do as we said so far. Follow the structure and always use plural names. And then the HTTP verb is going to say the rest. Of course, if you're making a GET request to / manage devices, then it's going to serve a purpose of getting all devices. But if you're making a POST request to manage devices, then it's going to create a new device. It's important to know that you can have multiples of the same specific endpoint, but if an HTTP verb is different, then the action is going to be completely different. And the last thing on our list is to simply use query components or query parameters. Meaning, if you want to pass some extra information through the URL, then use a question mark and then use key and value pairs. For example, region is equal to USA. If you want to have multiple key value pairs, again, start with a question mark, do the first key and value, and then simply put the and sign in between this and the other key and value pair. This data will get delivered to the server or the frontend, however you're passing the request. We've just covered some of the most important best practices that you can do with APIs. Again, more of this is going to be in the document down below. Let's go to RapidAPI's hub. The link is going to be down in the description. I'm sure you've seen me use RapidAPI in most of my latest videos. They offer hundreds of thousands of APIs that you can build your applications with. APIs like Recipe, unofficial Netflix online global search, Google Play Store, even trip purpose prediction. In this case, let's go ahead and use the COVID-19 data API. That's going to give us a lot of data to test on. We can go to the pricing section, and as you can see, it is completely free for up to 50,000 requests a month. Just go ahead and click subscribe. In my case, I'm already subscribed, so I'm simply going to go back to endpoints. As you can see, RapidAPI and PAW in this case look quite similar. They have different requests, explanations for those requests, and they let you know what you're gonna get once you actually make that API request. So, as you can see, this here is incredibly well done. Everything is nicely documented and tested. You can easily do this on RapidAPI yourself once you create your APIs, and you can start documenting it with PAW. So in this case, let's go ahead and test a few different endpoints. Let's go with totals and get latest total. Get latest total data for the whole world. In this case, we can first go ahead and copy the URL that's on the right side right here. So we can copy the URL, we can go to our PAW, and we can create a new project. Let's call it COVID-19 data. Then we can go into our first request, enter the API call or an API endpoint, and that's going to be a GET request. We can go back and copy this description. We can paste it right here for the name and the description. And the last thing we have to do is we have to provide the headers. We haven't done that so far, but right now we have to do it because this API is not publicly available, meaning you have to create an account and sign up to be able to use it. So in this case, let's go ahead and copy the COVID-19 data RapidAPI host right here. And we're going to go under environments, manage, production, and then in here, we can add that as a value. And the variable name is going to be X RapidAPI host. And we can do the same thing for our RapidAPI key. We can copy it, paste it here, and finally paste the key itself. There we go. Now we can close this and we can actually add those headers. First, we need to add our RapidAPI host. So let's paste it here under header name, and under value, just simply right click, go to environment variable, click that, and simply choose X RapidAPI host. Now we can repeat the process. Let's go to RapidAPI key, paste it under header name, and in here also environment variable, and then RapidAPI key. Great. With this, I think we should be ready to make a test request. Let's simply click send, and we got 200 OK with this JSON data right here. This is definitely a long number. In this case, we don't have any commas, so it would be hard to read. But again, you can use this data to create your own front-end application and format it nicely. As you can see, a lot of people have recovered, so that's definitely good. Let's try to make a few more different requests. We can, for example, go to country, and let's go for get latest country data by code. In this case, we're simply going to copy the URL one more time and create a new request right here. Paste it. In this case, we can again copy what they say, get the latest data for a specific country, paste that under name and description, and let's see what data do we have to pass. We have to pass a required parameter, which is the country code. In this case, let's simply copy it, and we have to pass it through request body. So right here, we can simply send it as a JSON, or we can use this JSON tree to simply provide a key and a value pair. The key is going to be code, and the value is going to be IT, which is Italy. Now let's not forget to pass the headers, so we can copy them from our previous response, which is RapidAPI host right here. And the other one is going to be RapidAPI key. And our values are already stored in environment variables, so we can simply use them like this. Right click, environment variable, click, and then choose it. Now let's see if we can get the cases for Italy. Okay, in this case, we got a 400, so it's good to see that that works as well. But the question is, what is the error? Why didn't this work? And the reason why it didn't work is an incredibly important difference between the post request and a GET request. Right now, we're working with a GET request, and by design, you cannot send any body data through a GET request. You can only do so through a PUT request. So it's not possible to pass the data through the body with a GET request. So what we can do is, instead of passing this through the body, which is impossible, let's pass it through the query. These are query parameters. Through a GET request, you can do what we already learned. You can add a question mark and then provide a key and a value pair. In this case, PAW is going to do that for us, so we can simply say code and then IT. And down below, you should be able to see that it added params right here. Now, if we make this request, you can see we got 200 OK, and we get the cases for Italy: confirmed, recovered, critical, and so on. Great. I'm really glad that this small error occurred, just so we can more clearly explain the difference between the request body and request query. And as I've promised, we can jump straight into the React cryptocurrency application right away. Welcome to a project video where you'll build and deploy a cryptocurrency React application. With in-depth data about all cryptocurrencies, crypto markets and exchanges, popular cryptocurrency news, and much more, Cryptoverse is the best cryptocurrency application that you can currently find on YouTube and on the entire internet. In this one video, you'll learn React best practices. You're also going to learn Redux, the easy and professional way using Redux Toolkit. You're going to learn how to create user interfaces using &design and how to create charts using Chart.js. But most importantly, you're going to learn how to fetch data from two different sources using RapidAPI. Essentially, you'll become the master of working with APIs. Keep watching and you'll learn how to build this amazing Cryptoverse project in just one video. And don't forget, I'm also going to teach you how you can deploy it to the web so that you can share it with your friends, put it on your portfolio, and get a job. Before creating a folder for our project code, we must first visit RapidAPI. The link is going to be down in the description. The making of this entire app is possible only due to RapidAPI, because we are using their coin ranking API. This API is just one of hundreds of thousands of APIs available on their API hub. You're going to learn how to use all of the endpoints from this API, how to get different exchanges, markets, and cryptocurrencies. And finally, we're going to use one more API from their platform, which is called Bing News Search. This API is going to allow us to fetch cryptocurrency related news. So, to be able to use these APIs, make sure to use the RapidAPI link in the description, and then you can click sign up or log in at the top right. In this case, I'm going to log in since I already have the account. You can log in with Google, GitHub, Facebook, or your regular email. Once you're in, you'll be redirected to RapidAPI's hub, where you can find hundreds of thousands of APIs. This was the first step in our video. Now, let's create our React application, and then later on, we're going to call these APIs right from our React application. As always, let's start by creating an empty folder on our desktop. We can name it something like Crypto App. After that, feel free to open an empty Visual Studio Code window or whatever code editor you use. Then you can simply drag and drop the empty folder into your code editor. Once you've done that, you can go to View and then finally Terminal. Inside of here, you can first clear it, and then we can run npx create-react-app and then finally type /. This is going to initialize an empty React application in our current directory. This process is going to take a few moments, so let's watch this nice loading screen, and then I'm going to be right back. And there we go. Our app has been initialized. The most important folder here is going to be the source folder, src. Inside of here, you'll see a lot of files that we don't necessarily need to use. So what I always like to do at the start is to completely delete the source folder by right-clicking and then clicking delete, and then we're going to create a new instance ourselves. Once your source folder has been deleted, simply right-click and click New Folder, and let's name it src. Inside of there, we are going to have one most important file called index.js. Our index.js is the starting point of any React application. Inside of there, you need to import React from React. We also need to import React DOM from React-DOM. And then we're going to import the app, which we're going to create soon. So you can say import app from /app. Finally, we need to run React DOM.render. And then inside of here, we need to pass this app as a component, as a first parameter. And then finally say document.getElementById root to hook our app onto our root div. Behind the scenes, this means that we have a public folder with one index.html file. Now, this HTML file looks a bit weird at the start, but if you space everything correctly, remove some comments, and even more comments, you'll notice that this is a basic index.html5 that simply has the title, which we can change now that we're here, Cryptoverse, and it only has one single div with an ID of root. Our entire React application is going to go right here inside of this div. Now that you know that, our next step is to create our starting point, which is the app.js. So just next to our source, let's create a new file called app.js. Our app.js is going to be a basic functional component. So we're going to use a quick trick to make this happen. I simply typed RAFCE and I'm going to press enter. This is going to create a boilerplate code for us. If this didn't work for you, that means that you have to install an extension. More specifically, you need to visit your extensions tab and then search for ES7 React Redux GraphQL React Native snippets. Once you have that, you'll be able to use these snippets to more quickly create often used React code snippets. Great. With that said, I'm going to use these snippets throughout the application, but if you don't like it or for some reason this is not working, you can simply type it out by hand. We have a basic import React from React. We have a const app with a return. And finally, we're doing export default app. To make sure we've done everything correctly so far, let's simply add an h1 tag and let's say Cryptoverse. If we run our code and we end up seeing this in the browser, that means that we've created everything successfully so far. So let's go back to our terminal, go to terminal, clear the console, and finally type npm start. This is going to start our application on localhost 3000. And there we go, top left corner, an H1 that says Cryptoverse. Remember, in 1 hour or in about the length of this video, you'll have the entire website build right here. And you're going to learn how to build this website and all other websites that use similar React functionalities. So let's get started. We can start by stopping the server for running by pressing Ctrl+C and then Y. We can clear the terminal one more time and we can start by installing all the necessary dependencies. We can install the dependencies by typing npm install, and now we can start listing all of the dependencies. For styling, we're going to use ant-design, so you can simply type ant-d. Then we also need ant-design/icons for the icons. We are also going to use Redux, so you can install react-redux and add redux.js/toolkit. Then we're also going to use Axios to make API requests. We're going to use chart.js to create charts. We're going to use HTML React parser to parse some HTML data. We're also going to use a handy little package called Millify that's going to transform extremely large numbers into readable strings. Finally, we're going to use Moment to parse times and dates. And we also need React-chart.js-2 to render those charts from chart.js in our React application. There we go. These are all the packages that we need. You can simply press enter, and we're going to wait a few moments, and they are going to be installed. While the packages are installing, now might be a good opportunity to check out the JavaScript Mastery newsletter for the upcoming huge project. The link is going to be down in the description, but basically I'm creating a phenomenal new platform with even better projects that you'll be able to build. So far, I'm still in the process of building it, so feel free to just enter your email and first name so that you can stay up to date with those new projects I'm creating. Great news coming soon, and you'll be the first one to know about them. Stay tuned. There we go, all of our dependencies have been installed, and we can simply run npm start one more and final time so that we can always take a look at our changes in the browser. Once you've done that, you can simply close your terminal. We can start off by creating the general layout for our application. To do that, we're going to import a few things from React Router DOM and Ant Design. So let's import, in curly braces, switch. Then we need a route and a link. And this is going to be coming from React-router-DOM. Below that, we can import, again in curly braces, layout, typography, and also space. And this is going to be coming from Ant Design. There we go. Now we have these components we're going to use. You can delete this div, and let's create a new div. This div is going to have a class name equal to app. Just inside of there, we're going to have one more div that's going to have a class name equal to navbar. Below the navbar, we're going to have one more div, and this one is going to have a class name equal to main. This is where our main content is going to go. And finally, below that, we're going to have one final div, which is going to have a class name equal to footer. We can start from top to bottom by creating our navigation bar. And we can do that by creating a new folder in the source folder called components. This is the main folder you're always going to have in your React applications, where all of your components are going to be. Inside of there, we can create a new file called navbar.jsx. A lot of people ask me, what are the differences between the JSX and JS? Well, they're essentially the same. Simply by using .jsx and some kind of icon library, it helps you differentiate where React components are from basic JS files. With that said, our navigation bar is going to be a functional component, so we can simply run rafce. And then we're also going to import a few things from Ant Design. We can import a button. We're going to need a menu. Then we also need typography, and we're going to use the avatar. If you've never used Ant Design before, don't worry, that's completely fine. I'm going to teach you how to use it step by step. Actually, this is one of the first times for me as well that I'm using Ant Design. As you might know, I actually prefer Material UI, but I like to switch things up from time to time just to see what other options are available. So we can import these from Ant Design. We are also going to import a link from React Router DOM. And finally, we need to import a few icons. So we can say import, that's going to be home outlined. We're also going to use money, collect, outlined as well. Then we're going to use the bulb outlined, and we also need fund outlined, and finally menu outlined. There are a lot of icons, and these icons will be coming from add Ant Design /icons. Great. Now that we have everything imported, we are ready to start creating the navbar. We can start off by adding a class name to this div, and that class name is going to be equal to nav-container. Inside of there, we're going to have one more div, and this div is going to have a class name equal to logo-container. Now, inside of this logo container, we're going to have a few things. First, we're going to have an avatar component coming from Ant Design. Then we're going to have a typography component, more specifically typography.title. And more specifically, it's going to be a level 2 title. I'm going to show what this means in just a second. And it's also going to have a class name equal to logo. We can close it. Inside of that, we're going to add a link component coming from React Router DOM. The link is going to point to /, and then inside of there, we can simply say crypto verse. Great. And the third component on our list is going to be a button. This button is going to have a class name equal to menu-control-container. And we're going to use this button on mobile devices to switch between the menus. But for now, we can simply comment it out. So we've used the avatar component and the typography title component. We've also imported some more components from nDesign. But what that actually is and where can you find more components that you want to use? To find out, you can head to ant.design. Inside of here, you'll notice that it's a design system for enterprise level products, and you have a few examples of the apps they work with. You can go to components, and then inside of here, you can learn about all of the components they provide. They separate them into the general, layout, navigation, data entry, and so on. But as you can see, all of the components are here. So for example, if you need pagination, a page header, a dropdown, a layout, spacing, dividers, typographies, everything is going to be in here. For example, we've used the avatar component. So let's search for avatar and let's click on it. Inside of here, you can see that avatar is basically an image or an icon where you can put some source tag to display it in a circle. That's basically it. And if you click this icon, you can see the code. So whenever you're wondering what something is, or you want to do something extra with nDesign, you can just head to their website and research these components. With that said, we have to add a source tag to this avatar, and we can do that by saying source is equal to, and now we need to pass the icon. We're also going to give it the size equal to large. So where is this icon coming from? Well, we're going to create a new folder in our source folder called images. And then you can head to the description of this video and simply download the image called cryptocurrency.png. You can simply put it in your images folder and we should be good to go. We can of course import that icon at the top by saying import icon from, and that's going to be / images and then cryptocurrency.png. Great. Now let's save this and let's import this navigation bar into our app so that we can display it right here. The usual way of importing components from the components folder looks like this. You would say import, and then that's going to be navbar from, and then you can simply type / components / navbar. It's fine for one line or 2 lines or even 3 lines. But later on, you're going to have more components here. It's not going to be just navbar, and your code would look like this. And that's definitely not efficient or good looking. You're cluttering your view. So I'm going to show you a little trick that's going to allow you to import all of the components in one line. To do that, we can create a new file inside of the components folder called index.js. Inside of here, you can say import and then curly braces, default as navbar, and that's going to be coming from /navbar. This one line is going to allow us to import navbar in a different way. If we go here, you no longer have to do it like this. What you can do is say import, put navbar in curly braces, and then simply say /components. And now all of the components that you export from here are going to be importable like this. Navbar, we're going to have, for example, a layout. We're going to have footer. This seems really meaningful. Import navbar, layout, and footer from components. And it's also in one line. So that's a cool little trick that you can use in your React applications. On all of my videos, I try to teach you so many of these tips. So if you like this one, definitely make sure to subscribe because many more interesting things are coming up. With that said, let's use this navbar right here inside of our navbar div as a self-closing component. Before we go ahead and check this out in the browser, make sure to go to the components index and just change this to export, not import. I've made a typo there. Now we're exporting it from here and we can import it right here. Now let's save it and check it out in the browser. Okay, looks like we have a failed to compile error. We forgot to install React Router DOM. That's not on you, that's my bad. I simply forgot to add the React Router DOM on our npm installation list. So one more time, stop the app from running by pressing Ctrl+C and run npm install react-router-dom. This is going to install much more quickly now as it's only one dependency. So let's wait for that and then we're going to restart our application one more time. There we go, the package has been installed, and you can simply run npm start. The app is going to be launched in your browser again, and then we'll be able to take a look at our changes. Okay, we get one more error that's going to be easily fixable. I always like to keep these errors in because I want to teach you how real development looks like. It's not always going to look perfect. So to fix this, we're going to go to the index.js, and inside of here, we simply need to import. That's going to be browser router as router, and this is going to be coming from react-router-dom. So to be able to use links and other things, you need to wrap our app with the router. So right inside of here, we can add the router component, and you need to put the app component inside of it. Then that's going to look something like this. When I space it out properly, there we go. We have the router, and we have document.getElementById. Now we should be able to see our application. And there we go. We can see Cryptoverse. But this doesn't look that good yet. So let's continue adding more stuff. You might have noticed that we have some class names here. These are going to be used only for the layout and some minor styling changes. All of the main styling is going to be done specifically through &design. But to simply make it a bit more responsive and to simplify the process, I've included some class names like these ones. For that, we're going to create a new file called app.css. In here, you can simply paste the style sheet that you can find in the description of this video. It's going to be under a specific gist. You'll be able to find the link really easily. Again, there's no hard CSS styling here. It's mainly some variables, colors, and mobile responsiveness. Great. Now that we have that, we of course have to import it right inside of our app by saying import.app.css. Great. That's going to be it. And now we can continue with our navbar. We can get rid of this button for now because we're going to use it later on. But for now, below this div, we can create a menu. A menu is a component coming from &design. A menu is going to have a theme equal to dark, and inside of there, we can have different menu items. So let's create our first menu.item, and it's going to have an icon equal to, and that's going to be home outlined. We already imported it, but make sure to call it as a component with the opening component tag, and make sure to self-close it like this. This is our menu item. Inside of our menu item, we are going to have a link tag. So in here, we can say link, and more specifically, the first one is going to be 2, which is going to be equal to just /, which is our home component. Now we can duplicate this link a few more times. The second one is going to have the fund outlined icon, and it's going to go to cryptocurrencies. And of course, the 2 is also going to be 2 / cryptocurrencies with the lowercase c. Then the third icon is going to be money collect outlined. This link is going to go to exchanges. And of course, we can go to / exchanges with a lowercase e. Finally, the last thing, we can have a bulb outlined icon. And in here, it's going to point to news. And then again, / news with a lowercase n. This is going to be our menu. Let's save it and take a look in the browser. As you can see, we can see everything on the screen, but God, does it look awful. But we don't have to worry about that. We are first creating the initial layout, and then we'll worry about styling it all together. But for now, we're good. So now let's go continue with the layout of the main content. To do that, we can close all of our files besides the app.js. We've finished our navbar, and now we can move on to the main part. Inside of our main, we are going to have a layout component, which is a component from &design. It is not a self-closing component, and this component basically lays everything down. So that's it. We don't need to pass any params. Inside of there, we're going to have one more div that's going to have a class name equal to routes. Inside of there, we are going to have a switch component, which is coming from React-Router-DOM. A switch allows you to have multiple routes. So inside of here, you can create a route component, And that route is going to have the exact path, meaning it's only going to trigger if you go exactly to that URL. And you have to provide the path variable, which is going to be just slash in this case. Finally, you have to provide a component you want to render under that route. In this case, that's going to be the homepage component. Now we can duplicate this component a few more times. We are going to have one for the exchanges. That's going to be path/exchanges with a lowercase e. Then we're going to have one for cryptocurrencies. And the path is going to be /cryptocurrencies with lowercase c. And we're going to have two more. One is going to be crypto details. So we can say crypto details. And the path to that is going to be /crypto/ and then colon coin ID. This colon means that this thing is going to be dynamic. It can be 1, 2, 12, or so on. So that says it's dynamic. And then the last route is going to be news. And finally, the path is going to be /news. These are all the components that we're going to have: homepage, exchanges, cryptocurrencies, crypto details, and news. So to make our life easier, we can immediately import them all at the top, and then we can create the basic layout for each one of them. So at the top, we can say navbar, then we're going to have exchanges, we're also going to have homepage, we need cryptocurrencies, we need news, and finally, we need crypto details. Let's save it and let's see if we covered everything. We did. And finally, let's create those components in the components folder. So let's go to the components, new file. That's going to be, let's start from the top to bottom. That's going to be homepage.jsx. We can simply run rafce, and in here we can say homepage. We can now copy this entire component and create the second one. The second one is going to be exchanges. So let's type exchanges.jsx, simply paste it, select multiple things, and type exchanges. Then we can go on to the third one, which is going to be cryptocurrencies. So new file, cryptocurrencies.jsx. Again, we can copy this thing, paste it, and say cryptocurrencies. Let's go even further. We need to do crypto details. So let's create cryptodetails.jsx. And again, copy and paste and rename. This is going to be crypto details. And there is the last component we need, which is going to be called news. So we can create a news.jsx component. Again, we can simply copy, paste, and rename. I know that this was a lot of manual work, but this is going to save us a lot of time in the future. Finally, we have to go to index.js and we have to export all of these components. So let's duplicate this line a few times. Say export default as, let's start with cryptocurrencies from cryptocurrencies. We're going to have crypto details from crypto details. We also have exchanges from exchanges, homepage from homepage, and news from news. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's it. We covered everything. Now, inside of the app, we're importing them. Therefore, we should be able to render those components on specific routes. Let's go ahead and test it out. If we go back to our application and click Cryptoverse, you should see that we are now on localhost 3000. And if you click cryptocurrencies, you can see that a little S pops up here. It means that we have some styling issues. So to fix this and instantly make it better, to fully implement and design, you have to go to the index.js, and inside of here, you have to import something from and design. That something is import and then a string and/dist/and/d.css. This is one single line that's going to make our app look so much better. And there we go. Now you can see Cryptoverse is a navigation bar. We can see the content here, which shouldn't be that high, but it's there. And we can now switch cryptocurrencies, exchanges, and news. As you can see, all of these are swappable. We can also manually check for the coin details. If you remember, that's going to be in app. And then we have to go to crypto and then a specific ID. So if we go to crypto and then /1, you should be able to see crypto details. All of our components are being rendered now. Let's just finish the layout so that this shows up nicely. And let's add a footer, and then we are ready to start implementing the functionality. So the last part we have to do here is the footer. Inside of our footer, let's add a typography, more specifically a typography.title. It's not going to be a self-closing component. Inside of there, you can type crypto verse, or feel free to call it however you want. Then we're going to add a break tag. And finally below, we can say all rights reserved. Great. This title is going to have a level equal to 5, and it's also going to have some styles. We can do some inline styles like this, and we can say color is equal to white, and also the text align is going to be equal to center. I just noticed the level and the style should have gone to the actual title, not a div with the footer, so we can paste them here. And below that title, we are going to have a space. That's the nDesign's way of saying this is a div, but we're going to give some space between the items. So inside of here, you can create a link to home. We can duplicate that. The second one is going to be to exchanges. So you can say exchanges with a lowercase e. And the third one is going to be news. You can type news here as well. Great. This part seems to be done. Let's save it and check it out. As you can see, our footer doesn't seem to be on the bottom. It's on the top right. So let's see where have we messed up. The closing div of the main should have been right here below. So the closing div of the main also needs to wrap the footer. That was the issue we've had. So let's align this properly. Keep in mind, the footer is now inside of the div main. Let's save it and check it out. And there we go. Our footer is now being displayed correctly. As you can see, we still have some issues where the footer is not showing up at the bottom of the screen, but once we actually start implementing all of the content pages, we'll figure out why there's a problem with that. So let's go ahead and let's start with the functionality of this application. Again, I know we took a lot of time to create the basic layout and the functionality of routing, but this is going to save us so much time in the future, and that's the reason why we did that. So let's go ahead and start with the functionality. Let's start by building out the homepage. To build out the homepage, we can go to source, components, and then homepage. Inside of here, we can import a few things. We can import Millify. That's the package that's going to format our numbers. Then we can import a few things from nDesign. These are going to be typography, row, column, and it's going to be statistics, or rather statistics singular. This is going to be coming from nt_d. Then we're also going to import a link, and that link will be coming from React Router DOM. We can start off by deleting this div, and we're simply going to put an empty React fragment right here. You can do it like this. And then inside of there, we're going to start off with a title. We are going to use a lot of titles here, so we would have to do a lot of times typography.title. Just to make that a bit simpler, what we can do at the top, we can say const, and then destructure the title from typography. That's going to look like this. Now, from now on, you can simply say title. That's it. So our first title is going to be level 2, and then we can give it a class name equal to heading. Inside of there, we can simply say global crypto stats. Let's save it and take a look. As you can see, global crypto stats. Now we can add a row, and in that row, we're going to have a few columns. So we can say col, and that col is going to have a span equal to 12. That means it's going to take 12 spaces. In &design, there are a total of 24 spaces. This means that it's going to take half the width of the screen. Now, inside of there, we're going to render one more &design component, which is called statistic. Statistic is a self-closing component, and inside of there, you can pass two different things. We can pass a title, and in this case, we can say total cryptocurrencies. And then you can pass a value. In this case, let's say the value is going to be 5. But later on, of course, we're going to fetch real data and then put it right here. Now that we have this, you can copy and paste this line 5 more times. We're going to have 6 of these columns in total. The second one is going to say total exchanges. The third one is going to be the total market cap. The fourth one is going to say total 24-hour volume. And the fifth one is going to say total markets. That's it. We don't need the sixth one. And let's see how does it look like in the browser. As you can see, this is what a stat component is. A simple div with a heading like this, and then the value right here. Of course, our goal is to fetch all of the real data from the API to display it right here. As you can see, our footer is still kind of here in the middle. It's not going all the way down. But that problem is going to be fixed automatically as we add more content. So what better way to add more content than to fetch real, actual API data using Redux Toolkit? So now I'm going to teach you how we can fetch real cryptocurrency data from RapidAPI using the Redux Toolkit. Stay tuned. This is going to be a really educational part. It might be a bit hard, but as soon as you start writing more code, you're gonna notice that it all makes sense and that it's actually easy, the easiest way to fetch data from APIs. So let's do that right away. Redux, a predictable state container that has been a problem for React developers for quite some time now. It's predictable, centralized, debuggable, and flexible, but it's definitely not easy, especially for new React developers. That's why the Redux team thought of something. They said, let's replace all of the default code people have to write, and let's remove all of the files and folders and simplify it. And that's how Redux Toolkit was born. If you simply click Get Started and scroll a bit down, you'll notice that Redux Toolkit is now the official recommended approach for writing Redux logic, and it makes it so much simpler. So far, I haven't seen a lot of quality tutorials on Redux Toolkit, so you can think of this video as your introduction or a course for Redux Toolkit on our cryptocurrency app example. I'm going to teach you everything you need to know how to use the Redux Toolkit, but also how to use the Redux Toolkit query. The RT query is a really useful way of actually fetching data from APIs. We can go to the top right and search for query, and you're going to notice that under part 8 of the tutorial, Redux Essentials, Redux Query Advanced Patterns, and everything else you need to know about querying data is right here. But you don't have to read through that because we are going to do it together in this video. To start fetching our data, we are going to go back to the RapidAPI's hub, and we're going to search for coin ranking. Once this loads, you can click on this blue button right here. For you, it might say something different, like subscribe. There is a free plan, so don't worry about that. And as soon as you're subscribed, you'll be able to click here to test the endpoint. As you can see, you're immediately going to get all of the possible data right away. So what do we have to do to use this API? Well, you can go under code snippets, and for now, you can simply copy and paste this options object. Back in our app, I'm going to close all the files and folders, and we can go to source and create a new folder. That folder is going to be called services. That is Redux's new way of fetching data. Inside of services, you can simply type crypto API.js. And inside of here is where we'll do the logic of fetching the data from the API. Just so we don't forget about it, you can paste the options right here because we have to use this data later on. But before we set crypto API, we need to create a store for our Redux application. A store is one central state of truth, meaning your entire application's state. And we can create a store by creating a new folder in the source folder called app. Inside of the app, you can create one file called store.js. Redux simplified the process of creating a store significantly. You can simply say import, and then import the configure store function from add redux.js/toolkit. Finally, you can say export default configure store. You need to call it as a function and then pass an object inside of there. The first parameter in this object is going to be reducer. And for now, we're going to leave that as an empty object. Great. Now that we're exporting the store, let's actually use it inside of our index.js. We can go to the index, and inside of here, we can import store from /, and that's going to be app and then /store. This is the variable we have to provide to our provider. So at the top, we can say import provider from React Redux. Now that we have it, we have to do a similar thing we did with this router. Simply, we have to wrap the app by saying provider store and then enclosing our app into that. As you can see, we are now wrapping our app with the router and also with the provider, where we are setting the store variable to be equal to store. We are doing this because now our entire app is inside of the provider, which means that every single component inside of the app is going to have access to the store variable. Now that we have the provider and the store, we can actually create the first piece of the data fetching functionality. And we can do that by importing a few things from Redux.js. So we can say import, that's going to be create API and fetch base query. These things are coming from at redux.js/toolkit and then /query. Now we're also going to set the headers. So we can say const crypto API headers, and that's going to be equal to an object. And we simply have to copy these headers right here. This is coming from RapidAPI, so make sure to copy it. Later on, we're going to replace these keys with environment variables so that they're not available to the public. The second thing we need from here is this URL. So we can copy it and we can store it in a variable by simply saying base URL is going to be equal to this. Great. Now we can remove this and we can say export const crypto API. Our crypto API is going to be equal to create API, that's coming from Redux, and then we have to pass some options inside of an object. First thing is going to be the reducer path. So we have to say, what is this reducer for? And you can simply provide the name here. In this case, let's say crypto API. Then you have to provide the base query. So right here, base query is going to be equal to fetch base query, which is a function that accepts an object. And inside of there, you can simply say base URL is equal to base URL. It's not base URL, it's base URL. And the final and the most important thing are the endpoints. So we can say endpoints, and that's going to be equal to a function where you get a builder as a first parameter, and that function instantly returns an object. Inside of that object, you can specify the names of the endpoints. For example, something like get cryptos, we can name it anything you want, and that's going to be equal to builder.query. You pass an object as options again, and then inside of there, you say query is equal to, and you provide a function that's going to point to that specific request. So let's say that we want to get the information for the exchanges. In that case, it would simply be something like /exchanges. But keep in mind that if we want to make this request, we also need to pass the headers. So we can create a simple utility function that's going to simply add the URL and the headers to our call. We can do that by saying const create request, and that's going to be equal to a function that accepts a URL and simply returns an object that contains the URL, which is equal to the URL, and finally it contains the headers, which are equal to crypto API headers. Now, instead of simply calling the / exchanges, we can call create request, and in there we can simply pass the URL, which is in this case / exchanges. Great. So this way we're gonna get all the exchanges. The name might not be appropriate, but we're gonna worry about that later on. I know that we wrote a lot of code that might be new to you, but don't worry, we're going to repeat this process one more time, and I'll try to explain in a bit more depth what these fields are for once again, once we actually start seeing the data that we're getting. But for now, let's repeat one more time. We created a store in a store.js. We passed that store variable to a provider that we are wrapping our app with. As you can see, it's right here. And then we created a specific API that we're going to use to fetch API data from RapidAPI. Now we need to find a way to connect this API to the store. And we can do that by importing that API. Import, that's going to be crypto API. And that's going to be coming from /services/crypto API. And the only thing you have to do is inside of the reducers object, in square brackets, crypto API dot reducer path, and then that is equal to crypto API dot reducer. Redux is doing everything for you. You just have to specify this for every single reducer that you create. As you can see, we create an API, and therefore we have all of these variables like reducer path and reducer. Now our application is connected. Now we have to see which data do we have to get first and then fetch it from the appropriate endpoint from the API. If you remember correctly, before we started implementing Redux, we were on the home page and we needed the data for the total cryptocurrencies, exchanges, market cap, and so on. So how can we get that data? Well, that data is coming from a specific endpoint. And in this case, let's call it get cryptos. The actual endpoint we're looking for is not going to be / exchanges. Rather, it's going to be / coins. That's going to give us more information about all cryptocurrencies. So now we have the crypto API, which we're using in the store, but we also have this get cryptos query. So we can export it. And you can do that by saying export const, then an object, and then in there you can say use get cryptos query. So Redux Toolkit actually creates a hook that you can call instantly to get all the data for your query. That's going to make it so much simple to retrieve the data. They also give you loading states, finalized states, and everything else you need while making API calls. And export const this, but that's coming from, so we can say equal to crypto API. Like this, there we go. Export const, use get cryptos query. Again, that has to be same to this name right there, but you have to put the use before and query at the end. Now we're exporting that. Let's go back to the home page and let's import it. We can import it at the top by saying import use get cryptos query, and that's going to be coming from /services/crypto API. So you might be wondering, how do we call it? And the answer is incredibly simple. Const, and then in curly braces, we get the data, and Redux also gives us the is fetching state. And you call this as a hook, simply use get cryptos query. And we immediately get the data. So for now, let's simply console log the data to see what we are working with. Before we console log the data, let's make sure to go to the crypto API and just scroll right. I've just noticed that instead of /query, we need to have /query /react. So if you add that, we can go here and we can now see our data. Let's save it and take a look in the browser. As you can see, we first have two states of undefined, and then finally we have a status of success, and then inside of the data we have base, which is the USD, we have the coins, but right now, most importantly, we have the stats for all the data that we need. As you can see, it is that simple. Without a lot of code, we've managed to create a hook to make this API request. But right now we only have one, and we have already created the entire code we need to create multiple. So all of this code is going to remain. We just have to keep adding more endpoints to be able to make more requests. So now let's see how can we fetch the data from here. You saw that at the start the data was undefined. That's why Redux Toolkit automatically gives us the isFetching variable so that we can check if isFetching. Then we want to return some kind of a loading state, so we can say loading here. And now let's see how we can make use of the data. To make use of it, we can create a new variable, const global stats. And global stats is going to be equal to data data one more time to get into that data object, and then finally stats. Great. Now we can use this global stats object to represent our stats. We can start with total currencies right here, and the value is going to be global stats and then .total. Let's save it and see if that works. There we go. 12,155 cryptocurrencies. Let's add all of the remaining details. For the other ones, we're going to use the Millify package. So at the top, we can simply import Millify. Import, that's going to be a default import, Millify from Millify. Now it's starting to get hard to read everything at this high font size, so I'm going to decrease it a bit so that we can see everything. Now for total exchanges, we can put a dynamic value, call the Millify function, and as a parameter, provide global stats.exchanges. And finally, we can copy that and we can continue with all the other ones. So for total market cap, instead of exchanges, we can simply say .total market cap. Then again, we can paste it one more time. For the total 24-hour volume, it's going to be total 24-hour volume. And finally, we have total markets, so simply paste it one more time, and instead of exchanges, we can say total markets. I've just noticed that I've imported Millify 2 times, so let's remove the second instance, and also instead of just exchanges here, it's going to be total exchanges. Now that we fixed that, let's check it out in the browser. And there we go. I'm going to remove the console for now so that we can see it. There we go. Global crypto stats, total cryptocurrencies 12,000, exchanges almost 400, total market cap around 2.3 trillion, and the total 24-hour volume is 125 billion. That's great. Now we have our general global crypto stats. But now is the time that we fetch data about each specific cryptocurrency, map over it, and display it here. So that's exactly what we're going to do next. Just below this row, we can render one div. This div is going to have a class name equal to home heading container. Inside of that div, we can have a title, and this title is going to be of a level 2, and it's going to have a class name equal to home-title. Inside of there, we can simply say top 10 cryptocurrencies in the world. Now we can duplicate that title. The bottom one can be level 3, and we can simply say show more. But that's going to be show-more with the class name. And finally, in there, we can render a link component like this. And that link is going to point to /cryptocurrencies. Inside of there, we can simply say show more. Great. Let's save it and take a look in the browser. As you can see, now we have top 10 cryptocurrencies in the world and also a show more button. Now, below that, we're going to render a cryptocurrencies component. So cryptocurrencies, and it is a self-closing tag. Now we can copy both the cryptocurrencies and the div, duplicate it one more time. This is still going to be home heading container, home title, but in this case, we can say latest crypto news. So this is going to be the second section of our homepage, and the second link can still say show more, but it's going to point to news. And then the component is going to be just the news component. Now, when calling both of these components, I'm going to pass one prop, which is going to be called simplified. On our homepage, we only want to show first 10 cryptocurrencies and first 10 news. So with this variable, we'll be able to change it to only show 10 and not 100. Of course, to render these components, we have to import them. So just at the top, let's say import cryptocurrencies, and that's going to be from / components. And from there, we can also get the news. Let's save it and take a look. As you can see, we have two headings, show more buttons, and we are rendering the cryptocurrencies component, which is right now just a text saying cryptocurrencies. But let's change that and let's actually render out all the different cryptocurrencies. We can do that, of course, by going to the cryptocurrencies component. Inside of here, let's first import a few things. Import Millify from Millify. Also import link from React Router DOM. Then we're going to import something from indesign, a card, a row, a column, and an input. That's going to be coming from int_d. And finally, we also need to get import use get cryptos query coming from /services /crypto API. Great. Now let's call that query the same way we did it before by saying const destructure it data, which we're going to rename to cryptos list. Then we get the is fetching, and finally that is equal to use get cryptos query. Great. Now we can import use state, and in there we can create a news state field. So we can say use state, and the state is going to be called cryptos, set cryptos, and the starting value is going to be equal to crypto list $.data $.coins. This is going to give us access to all the coins. We can start right away by simply console logging it. So console log cryptos, that is our state field, and we misspelled it. It's cryptos list like this. Let's go ahead and see this console log in the browser. Our console is open. There are a lot of warnings, but if you want to get rid of them, simply click show console sidebar and click info. That way you'll only see the info console logs. And there we go. This is our list of 50 cryptocurrencies with all the data that you can wish for. Now would be the perfect time to loop over them. So let's create the layout. We are going to have a React fragment here, like this. Then inside of there, we're going to have a row, and row in indesign can have gutters. These are just simply some spaces in between the items, and we're going to set them to 32 and 32, top and bottom, left and right. We are also going to give this row a class name equal to crypto-card-container. Now inside of here, we want to map over all of our cryptos. So we can say cryptos.map, and then of course we use the map like this, where we get each specific cryptocurrency, and we simply instantly return something. Take notice, there is no curly brace here, it's just a regular parenthesis, meaning that we are instantly returning something. So for each currency, we want to return a column, and a column in indesign has the property XS, and that means how wide is it gonna be on extra small devices. The total width is 24, so we want the column to take the full width, 24 out of 24, because mobile devices are not wide enough for more on the same row. Then we're going to have the small, which is going to be 12, meaning 2 per row. And finally, large, which is going to be 6. We're also going to give it a class name, which is equal to crypto-card. And remember, we're looping over something, so we need to add a key, which is going to be equal to currency.id. Now, inside of that column, we're going to make it a link. So the entire card is going to be a link. And that link is going to point to, and let's make it dynamic. That's going to be /crypto/ and then in here, we have to specify the ID by simply saying currency.id. Finally, let's create that card by saying card. It's going to accept a few properties like a title. Let's make it dynamic like this with a template string. And first we're going to have currency.rank and then dot and a space currency.name. Finally, with the title, we can also provide one extra thing, and that thing is going to be called exactly like that, extra. In the extra, we can provide the image, and that image is going to have a class name equal to crypto-image and an src equal to currency.icon URL. Finally, we're going to make this card hoverable by saying hoverable right here. And you might be wondering, what data are we going to have in our card? And the answer is just a few paragraphs. The first p tag is going to simply specify the price. So we can say price is equal to millify and then currency.price. Again, we have to use millify because these numbers are really long, so this is simply going to make them readable to humans. Looks like I misspelled currency, and with that we can copy this 2 more times. We can specify the market cap, and that's going to be currency.market cap. And the last thing is going to be the daily change, which is going to be currency.change, and we can add a % sign at the end. Great. With that, we're done with the card. Let's save it and take a look in the browser. And would you look at that? With and design, with just a few lines of JSX, we quickly created a grid of cards. As you can see, there are about 50 cards now. Later on, we're going to simplify it so that on the home page, we can only see the first top 10. But we can hover them, they are here. We can see the rank, the name, the image, and finally some information about that cryptocurrency. The cards seem to be a bit too close to each other. Looks like our gutter didn't work, so let's go back and see where's the error. I've made a typo. It should have been gutter here, not gutters. Now let's check it out. And there we go. This looks even better. Now let's only fetch 10 cryptocurrencies on the home page, but once we actually navigate to cryptocurrencies, then let's show all of them. To do that, we need to specify a count. So let's create a count variable. Const count is equal to, and if we are in a simplified view, then we're going to make the count equal to 10, else it's going to be 100. So where do we get access to this simplified value? Well, it's coming through props. If you remember correctly, in the home page, we're passing that simplified, and if you don't specify a value, by default, it is set to true. So one more time, back in cryptocurrencies, if the simplified is true, the count is going to be set to 10. And then we can pass that count to our use get cryptos query. Now with that, we can open up our services and we can get that count right inside of here. We pass it in a function call and we get it right here through parameters. So now to make use of it, we can simply add a question mark and set the limit equal to count. Of course, we have to make this a template string. And with this simple change, now we're going to get the count of 10 if we're on the home page. Now that we added the count here, we also have to go to the home page and set the count of 10 there. Now let's save it and check it out. And there we go. Top 10 cryptocurrencies in the world. If we scroll down, we can only see 10. But if we click show more, we are re-navigated to cryptocurrencies and looks like we get an error. So let's see what that is about. Now, as you can see, we're not using the isFetching variable. So let's add an if and say if isFetching. In that case, we can simply return a string that says loading. Great. One more change we have to make is with this crypto list, sometimes it's going to be undefined and we cannot loop over the undefined. So we just need to put a question mark right here. Now let's go ahead and save it and take a look. If you see right there, we have our 10 cryptocurrencies, and if we click show more, you should be able to see that now we have a list with 100 cryptocurrencies. Great, that works. And what we want to do is add an input field here so that we can filter out cryptocurrencies we're interested in. Let's do that right away. To do that, we can add a div right on the top of this row. Right here, let's indent it properly. Let's give it a class name equal to search-crypto. And let's spell search correctly. And inside of there, we are going to have a one input tag. This input is going to be a self-closing tag, and it's going to have a placeholder, something like search cryptocurrency. And we also have to have the on change. So on change, we're simply going to get the event and set search term is equal to event.target.value. As you can see, the search term is yet undefined. So let's create a new use state field called search term. Then we have the set search term. And finally, the initial value is going to be an empty string. Now, when we're changing the search term, we want to do something. So we can add a use effect. At the top, I'm going to import use effect. We can add the use effect above the if by simply saying use effect. It accepts a callback function, and it also accepts a dependency array. Now we can expand this function, and in the dependency array, we can add the cryptos list as well as the search term. That means that this function is going to get executed whenever one of these two values changes. And once it changes, we simply want to set cryptos to be equal to crypto list (data (coins). Then we want to filter it out by the search term. So we can say const filtered data is going to be equal to crypto list (data (coins)filter). In the filter, we have a callback function where we get one specific coin, and then we want to check if coin.name.toLowercase includes search term to lowercase. This is one long line that's going to allow us to search or filter out only the searched coin in the array of 100 cryptocurrencies. I'm missing an S here in the cryptos list, but besides that, we are good. So finally, what we can do is we can set cryptos to be equal to filtered data. In that case, we don't even need the first line because we're setting it right there. So let's remove this. And now that we're setting cryptos like this, we can also just leave the empty array at the start right here, because this is happening at the start as well. Use effect is a combination of a component did mount happening at the start and also component did update for these two properties. Now let's save it and see if this works. Now we have a search at the top, and let's try searching for something like Bitcoin. And you can immediately see Bitcoin, Bitcoin Cash, Bitcoin SV, and BitTorrent. Great, that works. And as you delete, you can actually search for all the other cryptocurrencies, as you can see. Great, that part is now done. But if we now go to home, you can notice that we can also see the search here. On the home, we only want to show the first top 10. You need to click show more to be able to see the search. That's what we want to do. So think about it a bit. How would you show the search on the show more page, on the cryptocurrencies page, and hide it from the home page? Think about it. Well, remember, we have that simplified tag or a property that we can filter something based off of. So we can say if no simplified, then render this. That means since simplified is true on the home page, but if it's not simplified, that's gonna be not a home page. So we can put this here, indent it properly, and this is going to make it disappear on the home page. There we go. As you can see, only the top 10 cryptocurrencies and no search. But if we go to show more, you can see the search is right there. This is already starting to look better because our footer is nicely there at the bottom, our navigation bar is on the left side, and the content is filling out the entire screen. The cryptocurrencies page is done, and the home page is half done. We still have to do the news. So the news page is going to be our next step. To implement the news page, we can close all currently open files and go to source, components, and that's going to be news. All of the news magic is going to be happening here. So to start off, let's import a few things from design, and these are going to be select, typography, row, column, avatar, and a card from D. We also need moment, so we're going to import moment from moment. And now we have to fetch the news data. The situation is going to be similar as with fetching the cryptocurrencies. We have to create a service. So let's repeat the process we did with Redux in the services for the crypto app. Now we're going to repeat a similar process for crypto news API. Let's create a new service. We can call it something like crypto news API.js. And for now, we can even put them side by side. So I'm going to put the crypto API on the right side and crypto news API on the left side. So now this is a recap. Now you can see what exactly is happening with Redux. So first we import create API and fetch base query. Then we need to get the crypto API headers. But these headers are not going to be the same now. We have to get new headers for the second API we're going to use from RapidAPI. We can go back to the RapidAPI's hub and search for Bing News. Bing News search is the API we need. Make sure to click this button to subscribe. You'll be led to the pricing section, and in here you can simply subscribe to the basic version. Then back at the endpoints, we can simply test the endpoint and see if it works. Now we can go to code snippets, and again we can simply copy the headers. Going back to our app, we can say const crypto news headers is equal to, and we can simply paste the object we just copied. Again, right now our API key is here, but we're going to use environment variables later on to hide it from other people. We also need to get the base URL, and we can get that by copying this thing right here. We can say const base URL is equal to, and then we can simply paste it right here. Make sure to remove the last /. We can also copy the create request, as it is going to be fairly similar, but now instead of crypto API headers, we're going to have crypto news headers. And finally, we can copy the part about creating a specific API. So I'm simply going to paste it here. We can call this API crypto news API. Reducer path is going to be, again, crypto news API. Fetch base query with the base URL. And finally, we have the endpoints. Here, we won't have the get cryptos endpoint, but we're going to have get crypto news endpoint. And as parameters, we're going to get an object that's going to contain news category, as well as the count of news we want to get. Of course, we don't yet have these values, but we're going to pass them once we make this get crypto news call. Now let's close this, and we can finalize this API call. The URL string for this is a bit longer, so I'm going to put it as a gist in the description down below, so you can simply copy and paste it right here. It should look something like this: news, search, news category, save search off, text format raw, freshness is equal to day, and count is equal to count. Great. This is our endpoint. And don't forget, if we look at the crypto API, we have to export the use query. So let's go back here, and now we don't have use get cryptos query, we have use get crypto news query. And this is coming from crypto news API. Great. Now if we get back into news, we can import that use query. Import use get crypto news query. And this is coming from /services / crypto news API. Great. We're going to also destructure a few things from our end design properties, something like const, and we're going to get the text and the title from the typography, and also const option. We are going to get that from the select. Great. Now let's fetch this data. We can do that by saying const, and then in here we get the data, which we're going to rename to crypto news, and that's going to be equal to use get crypto news. And don't forget, in there we have to provide an object with two parameters. First one is the news category, which is going to be equal to cryptocurrency. And then the second one is the count. Now the situation is going to be the same as with cryptocurrencies. We are getting that simplified field. Simplified is going to be true if we are on the home page. So if we are, we can say count is equal to, if simplified, then count is going to be 10, otherwise it's going to be 100. Great. Now let's console log the crypto news to see if you're successfully fetching them. Back in our application, you can see that we are getting undefined, but under errors, take a look at this. This is pretty interesting. Error, no data found at state.cryptonewsAPI. Did you forget to add the reducer to the store? Redux Toolkit made some great adjustments, and now their errors are really readable. We definitely did forget to add the reducer to the store, so let's do that right away. You already know the process. We're going to go to the app, store.js. We're simply going to import the crypto news API this time, and crypto news API. And this time we can simply, instead of crypto API.reducer path, we can say crypto news API.reducer path and crypto news API.reducer. With that, we should be ready to console log this data. If we go back and reload, you can see we have our news. More specifically, we have the options to sort them, the read link, and we have the values which contain the actual articles, the images, URLs, and everything you can think of. So what do you say that we start looping over those news right now? We can do that like this. First, I'm going to add an if statement and say if no crypto news $value. In that case, we want to return, again, a string that says loading. Finally, we can start creating the layout. Everything is going to be one row. So we can in here say row, and we can provide some gutters. I'm going to say gutter is equal to, and then an array of 24 and 24. Inside of here, we can start mapping over crypto news by saying crypto news .value.map. Great. The situation is the same as before. We have an instant return, and then in here we get one news article. Now, what are we going to show for each news? Well, we're going to show a column. Our column is going to be XS is equal to 24, SM equal to 12, and large is equal to 8, and we need to pass a key which can be equal to simply the index of the array we're mapping over. Inside of that column, we're going to have a card. That card is going to have a state of hoverable, so that we can see that nice hover effect. And it's going to have a class name equal to news-card. That entire card is going to be an anchor tag, so we can say anchor tag. And it's going to have an href, which is going to point to news.url. Target is going to be set to _blank to open that news article in a new card, and the rel is going to be no referrer. Inside of our anchor tag, we're going to have a div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to news-image-container. Inside of there, we can add a title, and this title is going to have a class name equal to news-title. And in there, it's going to be of a level is equal to 4, and we can simply say news.name. This should be enough to see something in the browser. But before we do that, let's fix a few things. First of all, this here should be rel, not ref. I again made a typo. And the second thing, in here I've mentioned 10 articles and 100 articles, but we don't have that much. It's not like cryptocurrencies. So for simplified view on the homepage, I'm going to show 6, and on the news page, we're going to show 12. Now let's save it, and let's really take a look in the browser. If we scroll down, you should be able to see we have our cards that contain the latest crypto news. We don't yet have the image, but here are the cards. You can hover over them, they have the title, and if you click on them, a news article is going to open. Great. Let's go back to our site and let's continue making Cryptoverse even better. What we can do right now is below the title, we're going to add the image. This is going to be the img tag, and we can get the source by saying news, ?.image, ?.thumbnail, and ?.content URL. Some news are not going to have the image, so I'm going to say or, and then specify the demo image URL. We can add this demo image at the top above our functional component simply by saying const demo image is equal to, and now I'm going to give you access to a string which you can simply copy and paste right here. This is a basic cryptocurrency demo image. Great. Of course, every image needs to have an alt tag, so I'm going to say alt is equal to, and this is going to be news. Below this first div, we're going to have a paragraph. Inside of this paragraph, we're going to render the description, so we can say news.description, and if a length is longer than 100 characters, in that case, we're going to render a string news.description.substring, and the substring is going to be from 0 to 100. And at the end of the string, we can add dots, meaning there is more. If the description is less than 100 characters, we can simply render news.description. Great. Let's check it out in the browser. This already looks so much better. As you can see, latest crypto news, and we can see 3 different articles right here with titles, images, and descriptions. Now below that, we just need one more div, and this div is going to have a class name equal to provider-container. Inside of that div, we're going to have one more div, and this div is going to have a property of avatar that is going to be a self-closing tag. In there, we can say source is equal to news.provider0, ?.image, ?.thumbnail, and again, ?.content URL. And finally, we can say or demo image if there is none. The alt we can leave empty for this one. Finally, below that, we can render a text, and the text is going to be the timestamp. So we can use the moment library, call it as a function like this, and then inside of there, we can say news.date published, and then .start off a string of ss .from now. Let's call it and see how does it look like. There we go. 36 minutes ago, 5 hours ago, and we can see the image of the news page that posted that specific article. But we're missing the name of the article poster, so this text with the timestamp should have gone below this div, but below the avatar inside of the div, we can render another text, and this text is going to have a class name equal to provider-name. Then inside of there, we can simply render news.provider and then 0 and then !name. Great. Let's save it and check it out. There we go. MSN, Yahoo Finance, Business Insider. Our news are showing. But if we go to show more, as you can see, something doesn't look right. Images are overflowing and generally this doesn't seem great. So let's fix the problem. We can fix this issue by simply giving this image an inline style, and we're going to set max width to be equal to something around 200 pixels and max height to be equal to something around 100 pixels. Let's save it and take a look. And there we go. This is already much better. We can see different images, titles, news providers, and when the news article was posted. Now let's go to the homepage and see if we have our 6 cards there. We have 10 top cryptocurrency and 6 of the latest news. Now if we go to show more, as you can see, we have 12 news and they are all here. What we're going to do next is implement a select at the top so that we can only get news about one specific cryptocurrency you're interested in. We can do that above where we map over the news by saying if no simplified, then render the following code. We are going to have a column that's going to have the span equal to 24. Inside of there, we're going to have a select field. And that select is going to have quite a few properties. It's going to say show search. Also, it's going to have a class name equal to select-news. It's going to have a placeholder equal to select a news category, or we can rather say select a crypto. Then we're also going to have the option filter prop, which is going to say children. Below that, we're going to have the onChange, of course, and onChange, we're going to get the value and we want to store it somewhere. For now, we can simply console log it. And finally, we're going to have filter option, which is going to be equal to a callback function where we get the input and we also get the option. That function is going to return the following: option.children dot to lower case and then dot index of and then input dot to lower case. Exit the second parenthesis is greater or equal to 0. This is quite a long one, but basically what this is doing, it's filtering out the options so that we only show the one for our selected cryptocurrency. Of course, we have to create a use state for the news category. So at the top, we can say use state, and we can call it news category and set news category. For that, we have to import use state from React. At the start, our category is going to be equal to cryptocurrency. And then later on, we can change it. Now that we have the news category, we can instantly pass it here. We don't have to keep this hard-coded anymore. So news category is equal to news category. And now in here, we can render out the options that we want to select. So inside of our select, we can simply show an option. And the default option is going to be value is equal to cryptocurrency. So all currencies. But now we want to get real options about the specific currencies, about the currencies that we have. And remember, we already know the names of all the cryptocurrencies. We are fetching that right inside of our homepage or inside of our cryptocurrencies. So we can simply copy the use get cryptos query, go back to news, and get them right here. This time we can simply call it data and we don't need is fetching. Of course, at the top, we can duplicate this line and we can import use get crypto query from, and that's going to be crypto API. In this case, the count can be 100, so we get 100 cryptocurrencies. Now that we have the data about all the cryptocurrencies, we can map over it right below our option. So we can say data dot data and then dot coins. We want to map over the coins by doing the map and then instantly return an option. This option is going to have the value equal to currency dot name, and the text we're going to render is also going to be currency dot name. In this case, we called it coin, so it's going to be coin dot name, and it's going to show the value of coin dot name. Right now, we're simply const logging the value, but we're not setting it. So the only thing we need to do to make this work is we have to call the set news category and set it to value. This should make our select work, and we should be able to filter out news based on specific cryptocurrencies. As you can see on the top left, we have select a crypto. You can see first this is the default option, and then we can list through names of all of the top 100 cryptocurrencies. Let's go for news about Ethereum. If you click it, there we go. Cardano versus Ethereum, how do they compare? You can even see we have some German news, but mostly it's just US American news. Great. This is already starting to be a great platform for all the cryptocurrency enthusiasts. We have the global crypto stats, top cryptocurrencies in the world, and we have the latest crypto news. What more can you want from this app? Well, there is one more really important thing. You'd want to learn more about these top cryptocurrencies, or more about all cryptocurrencies that exist. So if you click on a specific card, you don't want to see simply crypto details. You want to see everything there is about that one specific cryptocurrency. And exactly that is going to be our next step. So let's go ahead and implement the crypto details. To implement the crypto details, we can go to the crypto details component, and let's start by importing a few things. First, we can import HTML React parser from HTML-React-parser. Then we can import use params, which is coming from React Router DOM. We can also import the standard Millify from Millify. We can import a few things from &design, things like column, row, typography, and select component. This is coming from &design. And we have to import a few icons. The list is quite long, so I'm going to leave this entire file already finished down in the description, so you can simply copy and paste some things from it. First thing that you can copy are going to be these icons. These are going to be all imports for now, but we can just destructure the title and also text, and that's going to be from typography. And we can do the same thing, const option, which is going to be coming from select. Great. Now we are ready to create our crypto details. To know which currency are we currently taking a look at, we need to get the coin ID. So const and then the structure coin ID, and that's going to be coming from use params. Use params takes the ID in the URL and simply allows you to use it as a variable. We can even check that part out if I use the coin ID right here next to crypto details. Let's check it out. You can see we're currently on crypto details 1, but if I go to cryptocurrencies and then to some other cryptocurrency, you can see crypto details 20. Based on this, we'll be able to make the request to get all the other information about that specific cryptocurrency. Later on, we're going to render out the chart, so we need a time period. So let's simply import the use state from React, and let's create a new use state field, which is going to be called time period, like this. set time period, and at the start, we can set it to 7 days. Now is the time that we fetch crypto details for that specific coin ID. We can do that by going to our crypto API service, and we simply have to add one more extra service. And that service is going to be get crypto details. We can even copy this builder.query because that part is going to be the same. And now we have to build that query. We can say query. As the parameter, we're only going to get the coin ID, and we can return create request coins coin ID. Now we have that endpoint, and if we go back, we can import it. We can import it simply by saying import, and that's going to be use get crypto details query. That's going to be coming from /services / and then that's going to be crypto API. I think I forgot to export it. So right here at the bottom, use get crypto details query. Great. Now we're exporting it, using it here. We can call it like this by saying const. We get the data. We also get the is fetching, and that's going to be coming if we call the use get crypto details query, and we need to pass the coin ID into it. And there we get all the data about one specific cryptocurrency. To be sure that we are getting that, let's simply console.log it. So we're going to console log the data. If we get back and reload the page, you should see that we have a 404. That's because I've made a typo. It's not coins, it's actually just coin and then the ID. So we can get back, go to crypto API, and simply change the API to say coin. Now let's check it out. If we reload the page, under info, you can see status success. And then in here, we have all of the information you'd ever want to have about one specific coin. Let's make use of it. We'll be mapping through a lot of data later on. So I've created specific arrays with titles and values already done, so we can simply focus on writing JSX. You can go ahead and find the gist of crypto details and then copy the following lines. We're going to copy the part where we simply create an array of time and where we get the stats and generic stats for a specific cryptocurrency. So just feel free to copy these 3 parts. Again, nothing special is happening there. We're just using different titles, values, and then finally, icons. Great. The last thing we have to do, as you can see, crypto details is undefined. So to get to them, we have to say const crypto details is equal to data ? Data ? Coin. Great. Now we're getting the stats and generic stats in an array format so we can easily map over it. So let's create the layout. We'll be writing a lot of code here, so let's pull our editor side by side by the browser so we can see the changes happening live. There we go, our screen is side by side and we can continue creating our layout. First things first, we are going to have a column right here, so we can say call, and that call is going to have a class. Name is equal to coin-detail-container. Inside of that column, we're going to have one more column, and this column is going to have a class name equal to coin-heading-container. Inside of there, we can specify a title. So right here, we can say title, level is going to be equal to 2, so it's a big title, and we're going to have a class name equal to coin-name. That's going to be title, and we can spread it. And inside of there, we can simply say crypto details dot name, and then we can add parentheses, and then in there, we can say something like crypto details dot, and we can use the slug. Slug means alternative names for that cryptocurrency. And finally, price. Let's save it. And as you can see, Bitcoin, Bitcoin BTC, price. Below the title, we can add a p tag, and inside of there, we can simply say crypto details dot name, and then after that, live price in US dollars. We can also add one more thing, which is going to say view value statistics, market cap, and supply. Let me fix that typo there and save it. There we go. Bitcoin live price in US dollars, view statistics, market cap, and supply. Right now, this navigation bar is showing on top, but we're going to fix that later on. Below the first column, we are going to have a select field. That select is going to accept a few props. The first one is going to be default value is equal to 7 days. Then the class name is going to be equal to select-time period. Then we're also going to have a placeholder, which is equal to select time period. And then finally, we're going to have the onChange property. Now I see that this is too long, so I'm going to put it in multiple lines like this. Class name, placeholder, and finally, we're going to have the onChange. OnChange, we get a function where we get the actual value. And finally, now that we have value, we can call the setTimePeriod and set it with the value. Remember, time period was the state that we created before. Great, that was our select. And finally, we have to loop over the options, which we can do by simply saying time.map. In here, we get the options. So we can say option right here. And finally, we can render out the option like this. Give each option a key, which is equal to date, and finally specify the date inside of there. This option actually is a date, so let's write it like that. As you can see, now we have a select field, and we can choose between 3 hours all the way to 5 years. Below the select, we're going to render a line chart, but we're going to do that later on. So now let's focus on finishing all of the statistics. Here, we're going to have a lot of columns. Our first column is going to have a class name equal to stats-container. Then we're going to have one more column inside, like this. And this column is going to have a class name equal to coin-value-statistics. And we're going to have one final column right here, col, and this column is going to have a class name equal to coin-value-statistics-heading. Inside of here, we can render a title. That title is going to be of level is equal to 3. And it's going to have a class name equal to coin-details-heading. Finally, the title is going to say crypto details.name and then value statistics. Below the title, we can render a paragraph tag, and there we can simply say something like an overview showing the statistics or the stats of crypto details.name, and that's it. Most likely we are missing a column. Great. So finally, let's map over all of the statistics we're fetching from the API. We can do that just below this column. And we can do that by saying stats.map. We get a map here, and we can immediately destructure the icon, the title, and the value. Finally, we can instantly return something, and that something is going to be a column. And that column is going to have a class name, which is equal to coin-stats. Inside of there, we're going to have one more column. And this column is going to have a class name equal to coin-stats-name. The only thing we're going to put in there are going to be two text fields. The first one is simply going to show the icon. And then the second one is going to display the title. If we save it, you should see that we already have nice looking statistics, price to USD, rank, volume, and so on, but we don't have the actual value. So below this column, we're going to render out the text element, and that text is going to have a class name equal to stats, and then inside of there, we can simply render out the value. There we go. Here are the statistics for Bitcoin. Current price, $46,000. Rank, first. Volume, market cap, and an all-time high of 64,000. Now, alongside Bitcoin value statistics, we want to show the statistics of all cryptocurrencies combined. So we can copy this coin value statistics, the entire column, which is starting from here and goes all the way here, and we can paste it below. The only thing we have to change in here is from coin value statistics to other stats info. And then also, this is not going to be stats, rather it's going to be generic stats. Great, let's save it. As you can see, the titles still remain the same, but let's change it. Now we're going to say something like other statistics, just other statistics. That's going to be it. And we can remove this paragraph tag. And in the paragraph, we can say overview showing the stats of all cryptocurrencies. Let's save it. And now that we saved it, you can see it looks good. Right now, our window is of a weird width, but if we expand it a bit, you can see this is how it should look like. Bitcoin value statistics, price to USD, rank, and so on. But in here, we just have some general cryptocurrency statistics, just so you can compare. And finally, we want to show all other data that we have about that specific cryptocurrency. So below this column right here, this entire one close to the end, we're going to create one final column. And this column is going to have a class name equal to coin-dests-link. Inside of there, we want to render out a row. So we can say row. That row is going to have a class name equal to coin-dests. And inside of there, we can simply render a title. That title is going to be of a level is equal to 3. It's also going to have a class name equal to coin-details-heading. And in there, we can simply say something like what is, and then crypto details.name. Let's save it. And you can see what is Bitcoin. And below that, we want to use the HTML parser like this, HTML React parser, and we want to pass crypto details.description. The description is a raw HTML, so we want to parse it right here. And take a look. What is Bitcoin? Why does Bitcoin have value? And all the other information you might want on a specific coin. Finally, every coin has some related websites and links. So let's render them below this row. We're simply going to show a column. That column is going to have a class name equal to coin-links. There we can set the title. That title is going to have the level equal to 3, and the class name is going to be coin-details-heading. In there, we can again simply say crypto details.name. It's not with a capital C at the start, and we can simply say links. Let's save it. As you can see, Bitcoin links. And just below that title, we can loop over the crypto details link by saying crypto details.links.map. In here, we get a specific link, and we want to render out something for each link. More specifically, we want to render a row. That row is going to have a class name equal to coin-link and a key equal to link.name. So for each link, we want to render a title. The title is going to be of a level is equal to 5, and it's going to have a class name equal to link-name. And inside of that actual title, we can render a link.type. And below the actual title, we can render the anchor tag. That anchor tag is going to have an href equal to link.url. It's going to have a target equal to _blank, and it's going to have rel equal to no refer. And finally, inside of there, we can render link.name. And there we go. Website, website, website. This is going to be Bitcoin Talk, GitHub, Reddit, Telegram. That's it. You can see everything here. One interesting link for all developers is going to be GitHub. You can actually visit a GitHub link for every open source cryptocurrency. Definitely make sure to check out Bitcoin's source code. And this is going to be it for the crypto details page. Take a look. If we scroll up, you can see Bitcoin, Bitcoin value statistics, and other statistics, as well as the Bitcoin links and all the information about Bitcoin. Right now, you might notice that we are definitely missing a chart here. So our next step is to create a line chart that's going to represent the change in value of Bitcoin over time. To create our chart, we can of course create a line chart component. So that's going to be a new file called linechart.jsx. Inside of there, we're going to do our usual RAFCE. We're also going to import line, and that's going to be coming from react-chartjs-2. And finally, just a few things from ndesign. That's going to be a column, row, and finally the typography from nd. We can destructure the title by saying title is equal to typography. So how is our line chart going to look like, and how can we prepare the data for it? Well, back in crypto details, now we have the component that we can import right here. So just below this, we can say import, and that's going to be line chart from /line chart. Finally, we can render it right here instead of our comment by saying line chart. It is going to be a self-closing component. First, we're going to pass coin history, which is going to be equal to coin history. We don't yet have that, but that is going to be one more additional API call we have to create. Then we're also going to pass the current price, which is going to be equal to Millify and crypto details dot price. And the final thing we have to pass is going to be the coin name, which is going to be equal to crypto details dot name. Now we have everything besides the coin history. So let's go into our crypto API and let's create that endpoint. Inside of our crypto API, we can simply duplicate this one, add a comma, and let's call it get crypto history. Instead of the coin ID, we're going to accept an object that is going to include the coin ID as well as the time period. And we need to create a request to coin/coin ID and then /history and then /time period. Great. And that's it. Our endpoint is ready. Now you can see why I said that Redux Toolkit is so much easier. Once you have the entire structure, you basically have to keep adding endpoints, and then you immediately get these new use queries that you can use. In this case, we're getting use get crypto history query. Great. We can now take that, we can go back to crypto details, and we can simply call it at the top. We can import it from here, use get crypto history query. And now we can duplicate this line, and instead of the coin ID, we'll be passing in an object that contains the coin ID as well as the time period. And we're going to rename this data to be equal to coin history. Great. Also, you have to make sure that we're passing in the correct thing. Here, we're calling it time period with capital P. So we have to do the same thing here and here. Now we can go back to the line chart and accept all of the props we're passing into it. These props are going to be coin history, current price, as well as the coin name. That should be enough to create our line chart. So in the JSX, let's simply create an empty React fragment Inside of that fragment, we can create a row. That row is going to have a class name equal to chart-header. Inside of there, we're going to have a title. That title is going to be of a level is equal to 2. Class name is equal to chart-title, and it's going to say coin name price chart. Finally, below that, we're going to have a column. That column is going to have a class name equal to price-container. Inside of there, we can add 2 more titles. The first title is going to be of a level is equal to 5, and it's going to have the class name equal to price-change. In there, we can simply say coin history, data, change. I see I have a typo here, so let me fix that. And we can add a percentage sign at the end. Now we can duplicate this title, change the class name to be current-price, and finally change this to say current coin name price. And then we can put a $sign and specify the current price. Great. Let's save that and check it out. Right now, we're getting an error, and we can fix that if we go to crypto details and then simply add the loader that we always have. So right here, we can say if is fetching. In that case, we simply want to return our usual string that says loading. Later on, we can replace that with a spinner loader. Let's save it and take another look. There we go. Now we can see Bitcoin price chart minus 1.67%, current price 46,000. And the last piece of the puzzle is going to be the actual chart itself. So to create the chart, we can go back here, and just below this row, we can create a line, which is going to be a self-closing component that accepts data equal to data, and finally options, which is equal to options. As you can see, both data and options are undefined, so we are yet to create them. First, we have to loop over the coin history to get the prices and also to get the timestamps. We can do that at the top by creating 2 new arrays, const coin price is equal to an array, and const coin timestamp is equal to an empty array. Now we have to create 2 different for loops, so we can say for let I is equal to 0, I is less than, and that's going to be coin history (data) (history) (length), and I plus equal to 1. So we're looping over this until we come to the end of the coin history. Now that we're inside of the loop, we want to say coin price dot push. That's going to be coin history dot data dot history, and then we get the I element dot price. So we're pushing each price one by one into this new coin price array. And below this, we also want to push into the coin timestamp. So we can say coin timestamp dot push. And inside of here, we don't want to push the price, but rather the timestamp. And for timestamps, we want to push the actual timestamp and not the price. To make it more readable, we can say new and then date. That way we can convert this into a date. And finally, we can use .toLocale date string to make it more readable. Now we have coin price and coin timestamp arrays, which we can base our line chart off of. Finally, we have to still create the data and the options object. The data object in charts.js looks like this. Const data is equal to an object, and inside of there, we're going to have labels. Labels are going to be equal to the coin timestamp array. And for each label, we have to have datasets, which is going to be an array, and it's going to have one object inside of there. There, we can say label is going to be equal to something like price in USD. Then we can have the data. Data is going to be equal to coin price. We can set the fill of the array to be equal to false. we can add the background color. I found the color something like #0071BD to work great. And finally, we can add the border color to be something like #0071BD as well. This is our data object. And finally, we need our options object. So we can say const options is equal to an object. Inside of there, we can say scales, which is yet another object. We can get into the y axis, and that's going to be an array. Inside of that array, we're going to have one object that's going to have the ticks, which is going to be an object itself that is going to say begin at 0 equal to true. I know it might be a bit confusing, but I'm going to leave this entire line chart in the description as well, so you can copy it if you get stuck somewhere. As a matter of fact, the entire project is up on GitHub. Just feel free to copy some parts that you think are wrong, and that's going to fix the issues for you. Great. With this, our chart should be visible. Let's check it out. And would you look at that? Our chart is here, and it's as glorious as ever. This graph now represents 1 year of Bitcoin's history. But if we switch it to 5 years, you can see it grew from basically 0, or it's around $600, to the current 50,000. Great, our chart is done. And with it, the entire crypto details page. Now let's check if this works for some other cryptocurrencies. Let's go to cryptocurrencies, and then for example, Ethereum. There we go, our graph opens. We can see the history, we can see all the information, and we can see what is Ethereum about. Great, this part works as well. Now let's see, but the last thing that we didn't do is the navigation bar. We have to figure out if the width of the device is small. In that case, we have the navigation bar, and if it's not, we have the sidebar. So let's do that right now. That part is going to be inside of the nav bar. Right inside of here, we can import use state and use effect. These are going to be the two hooks that are going to help us do this. We can create two different state fields. First one is going to be active menu and set active menu. And that is going to be equal to use state, and at the start, it's going to be set to true. The second one is going to be screen size and also set screen size. At the start, this is going to be set to null. Now we have to add two different use effects. The first use effect is not going to have anything in the dependency array. So it's just going to be a function that's going to happen once at the start of the render. Let's expand this function, and inside of there, we're going to create the const handle resize function. This is the function that is simply going to set the screen size equal to window dot inner width. This is how we can get the width of the screen, by saying window dot inner width. Then we have to say window dot add event listener on resize. So every time that the window resizes, we want to handle the resize. Finally, we want to call that handle resize function, and we need to return it right here as the function, and that's going to clear it. In useEffect, this return acts as the component did on mount. So in here, we can say window.remove event listener, resize, and then handle resize. Then the second useEffect is going to look like this. It's again going to be a function, but now in the dependency array, we are going to have the screen size. So this useEffect is going to be called whenever the screen size changes. And in here, we simply want to see if screen size is lower than 768 pixels, let's say that's a mobile or a tablet size, then we want to set the active menu to false, else we want to set the active menu to true. And this is going to be all the logic that we need. Finally, we have this active menu, and we can use that variable to make some changes. First of all, we're going to only show this menu when the active menu is true. So we can say if active menu. In that case, we can render the menu right here. And the last thing is we have to add a button. So here we're going to say button. That button is going to have the class name equal to menu-control-container. And it's also going to have an onClick property. OnClick, we simply want to set active menu to be equal to true. And inside of there, we can render an icon that's going to be called menu outlined. This is the entire logic and the code for our responsive menu. Let's check it out in the browser. Okay, now we have a sidebar menu, but if we inspect and go to mobile, as you can see, now we have this button, and if you click it, we can go to a specific place. Right now, it doesn't hide, it only opens. So if we go back in here, instead of setting the active menu to true, we can simply say set active menu to not active menu. There we go. Now it's going to toggle on and off. If we click it, we can click it again and it toggles. This is our fully responsive cryptocurrency application. You can see we can go to cryptocurrencies and there we go. Here is our list. If we click on Bitcoin, the chart is a bit too small, but if you turn your device to landscape mode, you can see it just a bit better. There we go. Everything is here, we can read it, and it looks great. The last part that we didn't do are the exchanges. If we go to exchanges, you'll notice that this component is still empty. And this is a special component that I left for you to do. You've learned how ant design works. You have references in some of the other components we've created. You know that we can use avatar, typographies, buttons, and everything else. So I have a challenge for you. Take a screenshot of this video right now to capture how the exchanges page looks like. It's going to be some sort of a table. You can see when you click on that table, it opens up and gives you more information about a specific exchange. We're listing exchanges, 24-hour trade volume, markets, and the change. So what I urge you to do is to give it some thought. At least browse through ant design components, see which ones could be used, and then simply reference the code to my finished repository code. The component itself is not that hard, so either feel free to think about it yourself or simply copy and paste it. The link is going to be down in the description. There we go. This is how it looks like. We are getting Millify, a few things from ant design, things like collapse, row, column, typography, avatar, HTML React parser, and we are creating one more service. At this point, you should have a good understanding of how services work, how we can create different endpoints. So we have the use get exchanges query. We haven't worked with this loader yet, but we're going to create that now. And finally, as you can see, we're fetching the data, we're looping over the exchanges, and then finally, we are displaying them. So feel free to copy this code, and at this point, I think it's going to make sense and that you can understand what's happening on this page. Of course, to finalize this, we have to create this loader component, which we're going to use to replace all of our plain string loadings with. And we also have to create our final query, which is called use get exchanges query. So let's go to RapidAPI. Inside of here, just below get cryptos, I'm going to create a new query, which is going to be called get exchanges. Inside of there, we can simply set our request to be exchanges. It's not accepting any parameters. It's fairly simple. Finally, we can just export it by saying use get exchanges query. And that's about it. We did have to create a lot of logic at the start, but now as you keep adding more things onto it, it just gets easier and easier because you just have to follow a specific structure. We've created our use get exchanges query, and we just have to create our loader component. The loader component is possibly the simplest one so far. You just have to create a new component called loader.jsx. It is going to be a React arrow function component. And inside of here, we can import just one thing from ant design, and it's called a spin. Import spin from ant design, we're going to have a div that has a class name equal to loader. And finally, inside of there, we're going to have a spin. That is it. Now, inside of here, inside of the exchange, we can import loader like this as a default import from loader. And we can simply return it like this. Now we can copy this return loader, make a search across our code, and search wherever we are doing loading ... There we go, 4 times. So we're simply going to replace this with our loader. But of course, we also have to import it. So we're going to say import loader from, and that's going to be /loader. And let's repeat that process 3 more times. So at the top, that's going to be import loader from /loader. And then instead of the loading, we're going to show loader 2 more times. In here, just below, import loader from loader and return loader. And one last time in news, import loader from /loader. And finally, we can return it right here. There we go. All of our loadings are done. And the exchanges should work as well. So let's save it and check it out. Let's go to our localhost 3000. Let's see, it says export default re-exported as exchanges was not found in exchanges. So let's fix that really quickly. And we can fix that if we go to index and inside of here, export default as exchanges. Let's go to exchanges and looks like I copied the wrong thing. This should be const exchanges. And then at the bottom, we should say export default exchanges. This should already be done correctly for you if you simply copied the exchanges. Now, let's finally save it and check it out. We have one more error, which is saying that we cannot resolve loader in the homepage. So let's check that out. If we go to our homepage, we're trying to import loader from just loader. That's my bad. It should be /loader instead. So let's save it. And there we go. As you can see, here we can see all of the exchanges and we can look at the data coming from them. Great. Exchanges are usually the places where you can trade cryptocurrencies. Binance is the most popular one, but there are a lot of other great ones as well. Great. Let's see if we can check out the loading. There we go. There was a split-second loading at the middle of the screen. And that's one more thing I forgot to say about Redux Toolkit. Once you actually fetch the data and you want to go back to see it, it's not making another API call. It already has the data saved in the cache, so it's going to load instantly. So we've came to the end of this video. I'm sure you learned a lot about Redux Toolkit, fetching data from RapidAPIs, and generally building an application about cryptocurrencies. But most importantly, you should have learned a lot about React itself, how components work, how you can map over different components to write efficient and not duplicate code, and how to generally separate everything into components. The last part we of course have to do is to deploy this project on the web. So let's do that right away. To deploy the project, we're going to use Netlify. You can log in or sign up if you don't have an account already. Once you log in, you can go to Sites and then scroll down. In here, you can simply drag and drop your build folder. To build our React application, you can go to View, Terminal, press Ctrl+C, and then Y, and finally run npm run build. This is going to take a few moments, but after that, you should notice a build folder is going to appear on your file explorer. Once it's built, you can simply right-click the build folder and click Reveal in File Explorer. Then you can head back to Sites Netlify and simply drag and drop the folder right inside of here. It took just a few seconds. Before checking it out, let's go to Domain Settings, Options, Edit Site Name, and then in here you can put whatever name you'd prefer. I've already used Cryptoverse, so let's use Crypto App React. There we go, and you can click right there to check it out. Our crypto project is now finished and live on the web. You can share this link with your friends, showcase your app, or generally use it yourself to find new and interesting information about cryptocurrencies. It can be extremely useful for checking out the charts or reading the latest cryptocurrency news. Great job on coming to the end of our second project. As I've promised in the beginning of this video, you won't only consume APIs to build applications, you're going to build one API of your own. And that's exactly what you'll learn in the next part of the video. Here on JavaScript Mastery, we strongly believe that you learn best while doing. So now allow me to show you what you will build today. Using Node.js, the most popular JavaScript runtime, and Express, which is a framework for Node, which is going to allow us to create a server, we are going to create a backend application or an API. Then we're going to deploy and host that API and put it on RapidAPI's marketplace, where hundreds of thousands of people will be able to use it. In this case, I've built the Amazon Data Scraper API. Let me show you what this API does. Amazon Data Scraper is the easiest way to get access to product, price, sales rank, and reviews data from Amazon in JSON format. We have 4 different endpoints here, one for the search results, offers, reviews, and product details. If you scroll right there, you can see everything that this specific request can do. For example, we can pass some information and the product ID. Based on that, we're going to get all the information about that specific Amazon product. In this case, it's going to be the Apple MacBook Air. Then you can also see the schema of what you're going to get for each specific different API request that you want to make. But we talked for quite some time now. Let's actually download Node.js and build it out. Of course, if you already have Node.js installed, you can skip this step, but if you don't, definitely make sure to download and install it. Once you install it, you can head to your desktop, and there you can create a new folder. In this case, let's call it something like Amazon Scraper. Of course, you can call it something else, or you can create a different project entirely. Once you've created it, you can simply drag and drop it into your code editor of choice. In this case, we'll be using Visual Studio Code. Once you're in there, we'll be able to create our package.json, which is the starting point of every application. To create our package.json, you can go to View, and then finally Terminal. This is going to open up Visual Studio Code's integrated terminal. We can run the clear command, and then in here, you can say npm init and then -y. This is going to generate the package.json. The package.json is looking quite empty right now. It just has the name, the version, and the main file, index.js, which we're going to create in just a moment. And then we have some scripts in here. We can start off by removing the test script, and we can create a start script. We're going to use this for starting our application. That is going to be equal to node index.js. So we want to run the index.js file with our node command. Make sure to wrap both start and node index.js in double quoted strings. Let's install all the necessary dependencies by running npm install. The first one is going to be Express, a backend framework for Node.js. Then we can install request-promise. We're going to need that for making API requests. And finally, we can install NodeMon. NodeMon is going to reload our terminal every time that we make changes in our code. Let's press enter and wait for this to be installed. Once our packages are installed, we can add that NodeMon command right here. We can say something like dev, and then under that, we can specify a new command, which is going to be NodeMon index.js. We can add a comma at the end. Now we can use the dev command to run our application while we're developing it. Now that we are done with the setup, we can right-click right there and create a new index.js file. This is going to be our API. Inside of here, we can say const express is equal to require express. As we've mentioned a few times before, we're going to use express to create a backend application. Then we can also require const request is equal to require, and that is going to be request-promise. We're going to use this to make API requests. Now that we have Express, we can initialize our application by saying const app is equal to express, and then we call it as a function. Just below that, we can also create our port. We can say const port, all uppercase because it is a constant, is equal to, and that's going to be process.env.port, all uppercase like this. Later on, we're going to get a dynamic port from where we deploy our application, but for now, we can say or it's just one or, and that's going to be port 5000. Finally, below that, we can say app.use, and then in there, we can say express.json and call it. That's going to allow our application to parse JSON input, which is exactly what we want. Then, every Express application needs at least one route. So let's create it. App.get. The first one is the initial root route, and that's going to be just /. Then we're going to have a callback function. And then inside of that callback function, we have our request and the response. Then we can return something. We're going to have a function block right inside of here. So what do we want to send back once somebody visits this specific URL on our API? Well, we can say res.send. And in this case right here, we can simply say, welcome to Amazon Scraper API. Of course, you can put anything you'd like here. It's just a message to let us know that our server is running. The last thing that we have to do to actually start this server is say app.listen. We need to make our server listen on a specific port. And would you look at that? We already have a port we want to listen on. So we can put that port there. And Express also allows us to create a callback function that's going to execute once we run the application. So we can say console.log, and then in there, we can simply say something like server running on port, and then we can use template strings to specify on which port are we currently running our application. Great. This is the bare bones Express application. Now you can run it by running npm run dev. This is going to run nodemon and run our application. And it looks like instead of running the app, we broke it. From what I've noticed, the request promise library requires one more dependency, and that is just the request dependency. So let's install it. You can stop your terminal from running by pressing Ctrl+C and then Y. And then inside of here, you can say npm install and then specify request. This took just a second to install, and now we can run our app by running npm run dev. As you can see, our server running on port 5000. In the next part of the video, you'll see that I have just a request right there, but that's a mistake and it's going to be fixed later. So just keep the request promise here at all times. Great. Now let's check it out in the browser. To see it in action, just open up your browser and go to localhost 5000. And just to see it a lot better, I zoomed this page all the way to 500%. There we go. Welcome to the Amazon Scraper API. We've successfully created a Node.js Express backend JavaScript server, and now we're going to add the routes that are going to give it additional logic. Let's do that right away. To scrape useful data from the Amazon's website, we're going to use a service called Scraper API. This tool allows you to scrape HTML off of any site and then turn it into useful JSON information. You can start with Scraper API completely for free. You get 5,000 free requests, which would be more than enough for a demo application. If your own API also uses web scraping and you need just a few extra requests, definitely make sure to use the link in the description. There's a discount code. With that said, let's sign up and create an account. You can sign up using Google or GitHub. And once you're in there, you're going to get to a page that looks like this. The most important part in this page is the API key. You can copy it, and then we can go back to the code. For now, we can put it right here by saying const API key is equal to a string of, and then we paste that API key we just copied. Now that we have our API key, we can close this terminal and let's create our base URL. We can say something like const base URL. Let's make that a template string and let's start with http:// and that's going to be api.scraperapi.com. Then we can add a question mark and say API_key is going to be equal to, and then you can use the $sign and curly braces to provide a real API key in there. Finally, we're going to add one more query parameter by saying and then we're going to say autoparse is equal to true. Great. Now we have our base URL and we can make our own routes from our API to fetch specific products. So the first route is going to be for fetching product details. So let's add a comment, get product details. That is again going to be an app.get, and the URL is going to be /products / product ID. This colon here means that the product ID is going to be dynamic. Finally, we can add a callback function. This time it is going to be async, and it's also going to have a request and a response. We can expand that function, and we can first get the product ID from parameters. Whenever you have a colon something, you can say const, specify the name of that something, which is in this case product ID, and that is going to be populated inside of request.parameters. Now that we have that, we can open a try and catch block. Inside of that block, we want to get a response from Scrapper API. Const response is going to be equal to await, and then we use that request that we imported at the top. Inside of the request, we can provide our first URL. That is going to be equal to a template string. In there, we can specify our base URL that we specified at the top right there. And then we can add some extra parameters. We can say and URL is equal to, and then we can say HTTPS ://, and this time it is going to be www.amazon.com, and then /DP. DP is maybe product details, and then /, and then in here we have to provide .product ID. This is going to give us information for a specific product. Finally, we just want to send that response back from our server, so we can say res.json, and then inside of there, we can provide that response. Also, for the error, we can do res.json, and then in there, we can provide the error. Our first route should be done. Let's save it and take a look in the browser. We are back on localhost 5000, but now we have to go to /products, and then we have to go to / and then a specific product ID. So what exactly is this product ID and where can we find it? I've just opened Amazon.com and I'm gonna search for something like a MacBook Air. And then let's open this 2020 Apple MacBook Air. There, just in the URL, you should be able to see the P, and then we have our product ID. You can find that ID for every single product. Now that we have it, let's go to our localhost 5000 and simply paste it right there. And would you look at that, our data is right here. But right now it's quite unreadable, so let's go back to the code and fix it. Our data is currently in a text format, so we can run json.parse and then parse our response just before we send it back. Let's save it and then check it one more time. And this already looks so much better. For you, it might still look like this. If it does, make sure to install JSON formatter. Then you can parse it, and then in the browser, it's immediately going to look like this, extremely readable. So let's see what do we have here. We have the product name, product information, the weight, product dimensions, language, brand, basically everything. Pricing, even images. You can expand them and then you can click on a specific image and get all of the images from the Amazon listing. And the beautiful thing about this is that other developers can use this data to create a website that's going to showcase these products. They can create basically an Amazon clone or something entirely different, but they can use the data. And that's where APIs come into play. And I just want to emphasize something one more time. This is just my little API that uses web scraping. You can create an even better one, and it doesn't have to be a scraping API. You can do something completely different. You can use your own database and then serve the responses from there, or for example, take a look at the top 50 APIs. API for flight data, for weather information, football, finance, love calculator, Hearthstone, currency exchange, news, booking, email validation. You can create your own algorithms that are going to serve as APIs, movie databases, jokes, anything you can think of. You can create an API and then upload it to the RapidAPI marketplace. With that said, our first endpoint is done. And what would an API be with just one endpoint? We need to have more. Current one is giving us product info. Now let's create two more endpoints, one of which is going to give us more offers about a specific product, and the other one is going to give us detailed reviews. Let's do that right away. To create the second route, we can simply copy the first one right there, and this one is going to be get product reviews. We need to change the URL. We can still leave it as product and then product ID, but we can add another / and simply say reviews. This is going to remain the same. We still need a product ID, and the response is going to change just a bit. Let's move to the right. This here is going to be amazon.com / and then instead of DP, it's going to be product - reviews. And that was easier than we anticipated. Let's check it out. To go to this route, we can simply add / reviews onto our URL bar. And let's wait a few seconds and check it out. It took just a bit because there are a lot of reviews to parse, but in here we have detailed information about the reviews, how many 5-star ratings, how many 4-star ratings, and so on. And we can also see the top positive reviews, how many stars, the date of the review, and finally the entire title and the review data. We can even sort it by top positive, top critical, and we also have access to all of the other reviews. Beautiful. Now onto the third one, and that is product offers. We can again copy this one and then change the comment to say get product, and this is going to be offers. We can still do the same thing, just change reviews to / offers. This will no longer be product reviews. We can add GP and then / offer - listing. Let's save it and check it out in the browser. To check it out, we just have to change this from reviews to offers. And here's our data. Unfortunately, our MacBook Air doesn't have any current offers, and that's why this is empty. But that's fully okay. Some products will have that and some will not. Now let's go on to the most important thing, and that is implementing the search query. So if we go back, you'll notice right there we are searching for MacBook Air, and there are many things that we got back. Maybe we want to display that. At the top, you can see search K is equal to, and then we have our term. Let's implement that. To implement that request, we can again copy the previous one. This time we can say something like get search, and that is going to be get search results. This route is going to be just a bit different. We no longer have products. We're going to have something like / search and then / search query. We need to know what we're searching for. Then again, opposed to getting the product ID, we're going to get the search query from rec.params. Finally, we have to modify our request just a bit. So right here, instead of offer listing GP, we can simply say s K is equal to, and then in here, we can provide a search query. So one more time, s for search, K is equal to, and then the search query. To be completely honest, I'm not sure what K stands for. Maybe you can let me know in the comments. Great. But this is how the request should look like. We can save it and take a look. We can enter the URL for our newly created endpoint, and that is going to be search / and let's search for something like MacBook Air. There we go. Our data is back. We even got the array of ads. So if you want to hide them, well, now it's so easy to do that. You can use this API on your own website and then just display the results. Great. So as you can see, we have many different results here. First is 2020 Apple MacBook, then we have the 13-inch version, and so on. But generally, we got back all of the results that have something to do with our search query. Great. All of our 4 endpoints are created, and with that, our API is almost done. Before we go ahead and host this application on Heroku, there's one more thing we have to make. Or rather, there's one more question we have to ask ourselves. Do we want to share our own scraper API key to everybody using our own API key? So do we want to share it? Or do we want everybody to also need their own scraper API key? In this case, I'm going to comment it out because I don't want it to be publicly visible. And we're going to require everybody that wants to use our API to also get this API key. Now that this is commented out, we need to change this URL because it's no longer going to be static. So we can do something like const and say generate scraper URL, something like that. And that's going to be a function that's going to accept an API key. And based on that, it's going to return a string similar to the one we've had so far. We can basically copy our base URL and delete it. The actual URL is going to be the same, but notice that now API key is not our API key, but rather we're passing it inside when we call the function. So the question is, where do we call this function? And the answer is with every single one of these responses. Instead of the base URL, what we want to do is we want to call the generate scraper URL. That's going to be a function. And into that function, we need to pass our API key. But now you might be wondering, where is this API key coming from? We're going to add query parameters to every single one of our requests. So later on in RapidAPI Marketplace, users will be able to say question mark and then specify their API key like this. And then that API key will be populated inside of our request.query. So we can get that right inside of here. Const API underscore and key. And we're getting that from rec.query. Great. Now you can see we're getting the API key from here, and we're simply putting it right at the start of our URL. That way, everybody will be able to enter their own API key. Now we have to copy that for 3 requests below. So I'm going to copy it, paste it right here, and right here. And we also need to change our base URL to call generate scraper URL. We can do that by selecting base URL, doing Control F, pressing this little arrow right there, and then we can copy this specific function call, put it under replace, and then simply click replace all. That's going to replace our base URL with the generated scraper URL with the dynamic API key. If that Control F didn't work for you, you can simply paste the scraper URL instead of every single base URL. Great. With that, our application is ready to be deployed to Heroku. Last thing that you can do is remove this API key from here and store it somewhere else. Our app is ready to be hosted on Heroku. Let's do that right now. To host your application, you can of course use anything you want, like Hostinger, AWS, or Heroku. From my experience, it's extremely easy to quickly get apps up and running on Heroku, so that's what we'll be using today. To start, you can sign up or log in at the top. Once you do that, you'll be on your dashboard. As you can see, I have quite a few, and we're gonna open a new one. So let's click Create New App, and let's enter a unique name, JSM Amazon Scraper. Great, you can choose your region and click Create App. If you scroll a bit down, you'll be greeted with all the instructions on how you can deploy your API. First, you have to download and install the Heroku CLI. After you click the link, you'll be greeted with all the download links right inside of here. I already have it downloaded, so I'll see you on the next step. After that, you can see the interior project. I think we're already there, and then you can run git init. I opened our app side by side so it's easier to see, and I'm going to stop our server from running by pressing Ctrl C and then Y. You can clear the terminal as well. Now let's run git init. Once you're in there, copy the next command, Heroku git remote. There we go, it's going to create it. Before you run git add, definitely make sure to open your file explorer and add a file called .gitignore. In there, we can add our node_modules to the ignore list. That way they're not going to be pushed to Heroku, which is exactly what we want. When that is done, you can run git add and finally git commit. and at the end, git push Heroku master. That is going to build out and deploy our server to Heroku. Once that is done, you can expand your browser, go to overview, and then in here, you should see build succeeded. Finally, you can click open app. And as you can see, on our own custom domain, JSM Amazon Scraper, it's going to be different for you, you'll see that our API is live, which means that it's not only on our local host, now it's accessible from the web. And here we are. To get to RapidAPI's marketplace, click the link in the description. It's going to be somewhere around the top. So I've promised you something in the beginning, and now I'm gonna deliver it. You've already built the API. You've already hosted it, and now is the time to deploy it on the marketplace. Not only am I going to show you how you can put it on the marketplace, I'm also going to show you how to set the pricing tiers and finally start selling it. And again, you don't need to deploy the Amazon Scraper thing. Build something your own. Now you know the entire process. I'm going to show you the final things, and then after this video, you can start creating your own API and then put it right here as well. So let me show you how to do it. You can visit the top right corner and click My APIs. That opened up the dashboard for me, and as you can see, I already have the Amazon Data Scraper. But in this case, I'm going to create one more just so I can show you the entire process. So I'm gonna go to the top left, add new API. Inside of here, you can enter your API's name. I'm gonna do JavaScript Mastery Amazon Data Scraper, and you can enter a short description. In this case, I'm just gonna copy the sentence I've had before. You can also select a category. In this case, this would be e-commerce. And finally, now we come to a really important part, and that is how do we want to specify our API? We can use RapidAPI's UI, OpenAPI standard, Postman collection, a GraphQL schema, or Kafka. In this case, we're just going to use built-in UI. So let's click Add API. In here, you can enter a long description if you want to, and you can upload the image. I've just uploaded the Amazon logo. In here, you can enter the website URL. In our case, that can be our API, so you can just copy it and paste it right here. Finally, if you have some terms of use, you can enter them right here. In my case, I'm gonna simply click Save. Great, we're done with the first part. Now we have to add a base URL. We can click Configure right here and paste it right inside of here. Our base URL is the same one we've entered for our website, and that is our API. That is the website that we're hosting on Heroku. We can add that as a base URL and click Save. Of course, we also have to specify 4 of our endpoints, so let's create them one by one. Let's create a REST endpoint, and we can start with our Get Amazon Product Details. I would definitely advise you to enter a lengthier description in here. In my case, I'm gonna simply copy what I had in the name. If you have some external documentation links, you can paste them right there. And then finally, you can specify the endpoint. In our case, that's going to be /products, and then finally, product ID. In this case, you don't have to put a colon right there. It says use curly braces to indicate path parameters. Great. So this is our get for the product details. A great thing about RapidAPI is that the API you wrote will be accessible through most of the most popular programming languages. That's crazy. As you can see, they recognized we have one path parameter, and we can add the example value, and in our case, that was the ID of the MacBook Air. You can put any random Amazon product ID. Finally, we can click Save to Test Endpoint and Test Endpoint. They're gonna give us an example response, and right now it's going to be 401 unauthorized because we haven't yet specified the key. But remember, I've told you there's going to be an easy way to specify the API key, and that is through the query. Inside of here, we can specify API_key. That is going to be a string, and then in here, you can choose whether you want to show your key as the example value. I definitely wouldn't recommend to do that because then everybody will be able to see it. But since this is the demo example, I'm going to leave it here, and I'm going to make it required because people need to have their API key to be able to use this API. And there we go. Product data is here. You can click right there to copy it and then go to example responses, select the response code, which is going to be 200, and add response code. Finally, we can add our example response so that people can know what they're gonna get even before they start using the API. Not only that, we can also generate a schema, so that way people can assume what each Amazon product is going to have even before they make a request. Great. Now this is done. And let's fill in some details. In here, we can say Apple MacBook Air product details. And also for the example, we can say MacBook Air product details, just so that people know what the example request is about. Finally, let's click save. And there we go. One endpoint is successfully added. I'm not going to waste your time and create endpoints for all the requests that we have. I know you're eager to start creating your own API just after this video. So I'm just going to add one more, and that is going to be our Get Amazon search results. Great. So let's scroll down. We can specify our URL here. That's going to be /search. And then inside of curly braces, we can say search query. For our search query, we can also enter a default value. Let's go with MacBook Air again. And then finally in the query, as you know it, we can specify our API key. And again, you can choose to put it here or not. Finally, if we scroll down, we can add some example requests. So let's go here to example responses, choose the status code of 200, which means that everything is okay. And I'm going to add my API key just so I can test this endpoint. Okay, I've clicked test endpoint, and at the bottom we have our results. I'm going to copy them one more time, go to example responses, and then simply paste them right here. And also click generate schema. That way people will be able to know what they can search for every single Amazon term. Now let's save it. And with that said, we should have 2 endpoints already done. Before we go ahead and make our API public, let's go ahead and check some of the other tabs right there. Security has a lot of options right here. You also have global settings, docs, announcements, and finally plans and pricing. That's one that's quite important. For now, we'll try to keep it simple and price our API by the number of requests that people make. In our case, a call to any endpoint is considered a one request. So you can scroll down, and then in here, you can add your plans. For example, for our basic plan, we can click edit and say that people can make monthly around 8,000 requests. And we're going to set a hard limit. That means that if they go over, it's simply going to be blocked. Great. We can click save. And with that, we have a free basic plan. Now let's add a pro plan. It's going to be the same thing. We're going to have requests, monthly, and in this case, let's do something like 10,000. And then we can even allow them to go over that and specify that, for example, each extra request is $0.01, so 1 cent. Great, we can save that. And let's add just one more plan. In this case, this is going to be for huge users. We can add requests, and then monthly, they can make 50,000 requests. And we're also going to charge them 1 cent for extra requests above 50,000. Great, let's save it. Once you've added all of your plans, you can click preview, and there we go. This is how the pricing plan is going to look like. People will be able to come here, subscribe to your API, and RapidAPI will handle the rest. With that said, we are ready to make our API public. Let's click right there and switch this from private to public. And this is a demo API I'm making, but if you're making your own, make sure that your API is fully documented, working, and it's going to become accessible to hundreds of thousands of developers on the marketplace. Let's make it public. And finally, on the top right corner, you can click View in Marketplace. There we go. Our API was hosted in a matter of seconds. It's right there, accessible to people. You can visit it by URL, and people can actually test it before they start using it. As you can see, here are two endpoints we've added, product details. They can immediately see what do they have to enter, the API key and the product ID, and they can test that endpoint. We just got the results, but we can also see the example responses, the entire body, and the schema of a response. That's great. And finally, let's try one more with search. As you can see, people can test the endpoint with any search they want. So let's search for something like a keyboard. There we go. Test endpoint. And just by entering a search query, we are immediately greeted with JSON data on all of the newest keyboards. Great. In this video, you've learned a bit about what APIs are. You've built an Amazon Data Scraper API, hosted it, and deployed it to RapidAPI's marketplace. Now, as I've already told you, I strongly believe that you learn best while doing something yourself. So, after watching this video, definitely make sure to think of an idea and create something yourself, and then try to replicate the process from creating a backend server, hosting it on Heroku, and also putting it on RapidAPI. Great job on coming to the end of yet another part of this video. If you appreciate all of this completely free content that other people would have published as paid courses, definitely make sure to leave a like and comment for the YouTube algorithm. You can also scroll a bit down in the description and subscribe to the JavaScript Mastery mailing list, where I send weekly JavaScript and web development related news, and from time to time, my subscribers get special gifts such as cheat sheets and even complete ebooks. So subscribe and let's continue to the next part of this video. Hi there, and welcome to a project video where you'll build and deploy a real estate, React, and Next.js application with rental homes and for sale properties, advanced property filtering, property details page with an image carousel, and much more. Realtor is the best real estate app that you can currently find on YouTube. In this video, you'll learn advanced React best practices, such as folder and file structure and hooks, Next.js best practices, static generation, and server-side rendering. You'll also learn how to create a user interface using Chakra UI. Don't worry if you haven't used some of these technologies before. The whole point of this video is to teach you how to think for yourself, how to learn, research, and fully understand the tools you're using. And most importantly, you'll learn how to fetch data from unlimited sources using RapidAPI. Essentially, you'll become the master of working with APIs. Before creating a folder for our project code, we must first visit RapidAPI. The link is going to be down in the description. The making of this entire application is possible only due to RapidAPI, because we are using one of their APIs to fetch all of the real estate data. This API is just one out of hundreds of thousands of APIs available on their API hub. In this video, you're going to learn how to use most of these endpoints from this API, how to get different properties, filter them, and get property details. So, to be able to use our API, make sure to use the RapidAPI link down in the description, and then you can click sign in or sign up. In this case, I'm going to log in since I already have the account. You can log in using Google, GitHub, Facebook, or just your regular email. Once you're in, you'll be redirected to Rapid's API hub, where you'll be able to find hundreds of thousands of APIs. This was the first step of our video. Now let's create our application folder, and then later on, we're going to call these APIs straight from our Next.js application. One more thing I'd like to quickly mention is that the link to the GitHub repository of this entire project is going to be down in the description. So if you at any point get stuck, definitely make sure to refer to this GitHub repository. Here, you'll be able to compare your code and see if something's wrong. Alongside the entire repository, down below, you can also find a lot of different GitHub gists for specific files and things that I mentioned throughout the video. While you're here, definitely make sure to leave a star. Now, let's jump right in. As we always do, let's start off by creating a new empty folder on our desktop. In this case, I'm going to call it JSM_real estate. Of course, instead of JSM, you can put your name here. Once you've created your folder, feel free to drag and drop it into your code editor of choice. In this case, I'm using Visual Studio Code because it provides a nice built-in terminal that you can get to by going to View and then Terminal. Inside of here, we can initialize our Next.js application by running the command npx create-next-app and then add latest, and then put the / afterwards with a space in between, of course. This is going to initialize a new latest Next.js application straight inside of this folder. There we go. We're using React, React DOM, and Next, and our application is being initialized as we speak. I'm gonna pause the video right here and wait for this to finish, and I'll be right back. The process ran incredibly quickly, and we are almost ready to start our application. But there's one thing that we first have to do, and that is to create one more file inside of our file tree. We can do that by right-clicking here and clicking New File. The file's name is going to be .babel.rc. Inside of there, you can open a pair of curly braces and then use double quotes to say presets. And then inside of there, put an array that's going to say next/babel. Also, we can set the plugins, but for now, they're going to be set to an empty array. Once you create that file, you can close it, and then we can run our application by running npm run dev. If this process wasn't successful for you, make sure that you have Node.js installed first. You simply have to Google Node.js, download and install it. But with that said, we are ready to run this application. More specifically, our application is running on localhost 3000, so we can just press Ctrl-click and it's going to open right up for us. As React.js has their own demo site, this is the demo site for Next.js. Of course, we won't need any of this. So let's go ahead and set up the real file and folder structure that we're going to use for this project. There are a few dependencies or packages that we're going to use throughout this project. So that might be the best first step. We can again go to View and then Terminal, press Ctrl-C to stop our application from running, and then we can install all of the necessary dependencies. We can do that by running npm install, and we can start listing them out. Let's start with the UI kit we're going to use for our components. That's going to be add chakra-ui/react. Then we're going to use add emotion/react. That is a peer dependency of Chakra UI. And finally, add emotion/styled. Then we're also going to use Axios to make API requests, as well as the framer-motion, which is another peer dependency. We're going to also use Millify. Millify has a lot of utility functions that will help us format large numbers into a human-readable format. Then we're going to have the nProgress, which is going to be a progress loading bar. And then finally, React-horizontal-scrolling-menu. We're going to use this for our gallery of images. And the last one is going to be React-icons. Now, if you run enter, this is going to install and we'll be ready to start creating our file and folder structure. I'm again going to pause the video and I'll be right back as soon as our dependencies install. And there we go. Our dependencies have been installed and we can run npm run dev one more time. We can close our terminal and we can start focusing on the file and folder structure. In our Next.js application, you're going to notice that we have a special API folder. From inside of here, you can write real backend code. But in this case, we're going to focus on the index and the _app.js. As you can see, this might seem familiar. This is what we saw at the start. This is the demo code. But we can immediately delete all of this because we're going to create our new code for our homepage. So to do that, we can first delete the unused packages. and we can import a few of them that we're gonna need. That's going to be import link from next/link. We're gonna also need import image with an uppercase I from next/image. This is going to be an optimized version of the basic image component. And finally, we can import a few components from Chakra UI. The components we're gonna import are going to be flex. Then we can also get the box, the text, and the button. All of this is coming from add chakra-ui/react. And if you've never used Chakra UI, don't you worry at all. The whole point of this video is to introduce you to Chakra UI and all the other technologies that you're yet to see. There are a lot of framework frontends for React, things like Chakra UI, Material UI, or Design. The main thing I want to teach you here is to read the documentation code for each one of them. Right now, you might develop your own project in Material UI. Then, on your job, you might be asked to do something else, and on your other client's project, you might need to use something entirely else. So the whole goal is to be adaptable to the changes, and you can do that by learning how to read the documentation. So let's go ahead and visit the Chakra UI documentation page. I have visited chakra-ui.com, and in here you can see create accessible React apps with speed. Simple, modular, and accessible component library that gives you the building blocks you need to build your React applications. So let's go to get started. And inside of here, you should be able to see all of the features, theming, layout, and everything you need to know to use Chakra UI. The whole goal, of course, is to use all of the different components that they offer. For example, the button that you can see right here, or the checkbox, the forms, the grids. So whenever you see me using something from Chakra UI that might not make total sense to you at the moment, definitely visit the docs, go to the search, and then search for that. For example, let's say that we're searching for the input. Click here, and then you'll be greeted with everything you need to know about that specific component. With that said, let's see if there's something else we have to import. Right now, I don't think there is. So let's delete this class name, and let's simply create an H1 that says hello world for now. If we save that and go back, you can see that we have hello world on our homepage. Now let's create a banner component. This banner component is going to be the component above our home component. And there's something I want to teach you about that. We can create a const banner, which is going to be a functional component with an instant return. Whenever you create components in React or Next.js, you can reuse them, and that's the goal. So for example, if we create this banner right here, we can give it a flex container like this using the flex from Chakra UI. And let's just give it a few more properties, and then I'm going to show you what I mean. This flex is going to have a flex-wrap equal to wrap. Then it's going to have a justify-content is equal to center. And it's also going to have align items equal to center, and M is equal to 10. M stands for margin. Now inside of there, let's say that we want to have some sort of a text. So let's create a text called purpose, because we're going to use that later on. This purpose is coming through props into this component. Every functional component has props, but more specifically, we can destructure them and get the purpose right here. So now you can use this component as many times you want just below by simply saying banner, calling it as a self-closing component, and then passing the purpose prop. Let's say the purpose here is for sale, like this. And then in the bottom one, let's duplicate it and simply say for rent. Now, as soon as you save this, and if we go back, you can see this component being reused 2 times. Of course, this maybe doesn't make a lot of sense right now because this component is fairly simple, but you're gonna see why does it make so much sense later on. So now let's actually create the banner component. In here, we're first going to have an image with a capital I. We need to provide it a source, and the source is going to be the image URL. We don't yet have that, but we're gonna pass it through props later on. Then we're also going to create a width property right here, and that is going to be set to 500, but as a number, and also a height property equal to 300. There we go, I've got that. And finally, we also need to provide it an alt prop for screen readers. So we can say alt and let's say something like banner. Now below that, we're gonna have a box, and box is nothing more than a simple div in Chakra UI. There we go, the most abstract component on top of which other Chakra UI components are built. It renders a div by default. Again, if you don't know what something means, simply hover over it. It's gonna give you an explanation, or search it in the documentation. We're gonna give this a p is equal to 5. That's going to be padding 5. And inside of there, let's create a text element. We can give it a color equal to gray.500. And also font size is going to be equal to small. And font weight is going to be equal to medium. This text is simply going to render out our purpose. Now I'm going to duplicate this text 2 more times. Our second text isn't going to have a color, but the font size is going to be really large, 3XL, like this. And also the font weight is going to be bold. Inside of here, we can render our title 1 like this. Then we're going to add a break tag right here, and then we're going to render our title 2. In the text below, we also won't have the color, but we will have the font size equal to large, or rather LG. And let's also do padding top is equal to 3 pixels, or just 3. Also, we can do the same thing for padding bottom is gonna be set to 3. And for the end, instead of the font weight here, we will change the color, and the color will be gray.700. So just a bit darker. Inside of here, we're gonna render the dest1, which is a description. Finally, below this text, we're gonna have a button, and this button is going to have a font size is equal to XL. We can also give it a background with BG, blue.300, and finally color will be set to white. Inside of there, we can render a link tag. So right here, let's say link, and it's going to have an href equal to, and right here, we'll be able to go to link name. And then inside of there, we're gonna render the button text. And this has to be dynamic because we're gonna pass it through props. So now let's see, what properties do we have that we're not using yet? That's going to be the title 1, also title 2, we're gonna have a description 1, and later on, we're gonna also use a description 2. So let's simply copy the break tag and paste it right here, and also say description 2. We're gonna get that through props as well. We're gonna also need a button text, a link name, and finally image URL. Now we have everything we need. We are ready to call this component 2 times. First time for the for sale, and the second time for rent. But as you noticed, some things are gonna change depending on when we call it. So let's space this out properly, and let's start adding some new props. For our first banner, our purpose is going to be rent a home. And then we can also start creating a title. Our title 1 is going to be rental homes for, and then our title 2 is going to be set to everyone. I'm missing a 1 here. Then we can create a description 1, which is going to be explore apartments, villas, homes. And then in description 2, we're simply gonna say and more. Inside of the button text, we can say something like explore renting. And we're gonna also create a link name, which is going to be equal to /search, question mark, purpose is equal to for-rent. And then finally, we also have to provide the image URL. So right here, we can say image URL is equal to, and in here, I'm gonna provide you with the image that you can use. So the link to this image is going to be down in the resources to this video. you'll be able to find GitHub gists for all the code that's going to be mentioned here. As I've mentioned at the start, there's going to be a GitHub repository that you can reference to and check if you have any mistakes. But there's also going to be a GitHub gist file where you'll be able to find all the files and code that I mentioned you need to copy or follow along throughout this video. This image URL is just one of them. That's going to be it for our banner. We can quickly copy this and now paste it for our second banner as well. But of course, we're going to change some things here. First, I'm going to change this to buy a home. In here, in title 1, we can say find, comma, buy, and own your, and in here, we can say dream home. Then we can say explore apartments, villas, and homes, and more. And on button text, we can say explore buying. The link name is going to be not for rent, rather for-sale. And the image URL is going to be just a bit different so that we have some diversity. So again, this is going to be linked below the video. There we go. Finally, before seeing this in the browser, we have to set up our images. We're using an image tag right here with a source, and this is an image coming from Next.js. This is an optimized version of a basic HTML image. So to make this work, we have to create just one thing inside of the next.config.js. Inside of here, we can say images, comma, and then make this equal to an object. Inside of there, we can say domains, array, and then we simply need to paste a string. We can go to index.js, and we need to copy the start of this URL. So let's copy everything until the .com. And there we go. We can delete the HTTPS and just leave the Bayad, production, and everything else to the .com. This is going to be the API for rental properties that we're gonna use. Before seeing this in the browser, considering we've changed our Next.js config, we have to open up our terminal by going to view and then terminal, stop it from running by pressing Ctrl+C and then Y, and then simply run it again, npm run dev. Whenever you change your package.json or config files or environment variables, you have to restart your terminal. So now we can close this, save it, and take a look in the browser. And we've got just one error saying that we must use height and width properties. So in here, I just noticed that I've misspelled width. So as soon as we fix that, we should be able to see this in the browser. We have our hello world at the top, and then we have our two banners. The first one is going to be for rent a home, and the second one for buy a home. We can see that our buttons are not looking that great, so let's go ahead and fix colors on those buttons. Instead of changing the background color even more, let's just go ahead and remove the color and the background color altogether, because I think the default button looks just fine. Let's go ahead and save it and take a look in the browser. There we go. Now the button text is more clearly visible. With that said, let's continue creating our home component. We have our two main banners, but what else are we going to have here? Well, first of all, everything is going to be inside of a box, so we can rename this div to a box. Now, just below our first banner, we want to start displaying the properties that we're going to fetch from the API. So right here, we can create a flex container. That flex is going to have a flex wrap is equal to wrap property. And inside of there, we want to get the properties we want to map over and then display them here. So I'm going to write that here, fetch the properties, and map over them. Of course, we are not yet fetching anything from the API, so that won't be possible for now. And then we want to do the same thing below the second banner, which is going to be when we fetch the properties for buy a home. And here, these are going to be the properties for rent a home. Great. So with that said, we're just starting with this video and we're already going to start fetching the data from the API. So let's go ahead and explore how easily can we fetch a lot of data from RapidAPI. The only thing you have to do is open up the link in the description that's going to lead you to RapidAPI, more specifically to the API called Bayut. Hopefully I pronounced that right. That's going to be B-A-Y-U-T. So once you get here, In here, you'll see a button that says subscribe. That's going to lead you to the pricing page, and don't you worry, this API is completely free to use for up to 500 requests a month, which is going to be more than enough for this video. Go ahead and subscribe and get back to endpoints. Inside of here, instead of the subscribe button, you'll be able to see a test an endpoint button. So let's go ahead and click it. And as you can see, you're going to get all of the different properties. So what we can do now is simply go ahead and copy the headers. That's going to contain the RapidAPI host and also your own API key. So let's copy the headers. And now we can create a new file inside of our application. Let's collapse everything. We're going to create a new folder in the root of our application, and we're going to name it utils. This is going to be a folder for utility functions, functions that are general and that we're going to use throughout this project. So let's create a new file called fetchapi.js. Inside of here, we can import Axios from Axios, and now we can paste our headers right here and simply comment them out for now. What we can do just below the import is say const base URL is equal to a string of HTTPS, and then we can simply copy the RapidAPI host right here. Now we can create a new function that's going to use for fetching the data from the API by saying export const fetch API is equal to an async arrow function that's going to accept the URL. Inside of there, we want to say const, we're going to get a response is equal to await axios.get, and then in here, we're going to pass the URL as well as the comma and then options, which is a new empty object. Inside of these options, we're simply going to uncomment our headers and paste them right inside of here and remove them from the top. In here, we're getting a response about all of our properties that we want to fetch, the rental and properties for sale. So instead of getting the response, we can simply get the data by destructuring it. And as you can see, this base URL is not used in this file, rather is going to be used in all of the other files. So we can simply go ahead and export it. Great. So now let's see how we can fetch this data inside of our index.js. Going back to our index.js, we can go to the top and import the two things we exported. That's going to be base URL as well as the fetch API. That's going to be coming from /utils and then fetch API. Now you might be wondering, where are we going to fetch this data? Is it going to be inside of the use effect as it is in React.js, or is Next.js doing something different? Well, let me show you. Next.js allows you to create a special function just at the bottom of your component by saying export async function get static props. You can open the function block, and right inside of here, we can do the API calls. So let's do the first API call, const property for sale. That's going to be equal to await fetch API. Again, this is the function we created at the top. And then we're simply going to pass in the URL by saying a template string. We're going to paste the base URL and then / properties / list question mark location external IDs with IDs capitalized and S lowercase is equal to 5002. Then we can say end purpose is equal to for-sale, and we can say and hits per page is equal to 6. Now we can duplicate this line, and in the bottom line, we can just change this to for-rent. Great. And then in here, that's going to be property for rent. Now let's explore the API documentation a bit to see why do we have these props here. As you can see in our documentation, we have a properties list query, right here, a GET request. And to that, we can pass a few required parameters. And 5002 is the first required parameter. Then we also have optional parameters like hits per page, page number, sort, rent frequency, and so on. And then if we test that endpoint, this is going to be the result that we're going to get. A list of all the properties either for sale or for rent. So now inside of our application, how can we actually pass this to our component? What we can do is right inside of here, we can return an object where we have props. Inside of the props, we're going to have properties for sale is going to be equal to property for sale question mark dot hits. We can add a comma, duplicate this line, and the second line is going to say properties for rent. And inside of here, we can say property for rent question mark dot hits. What Next.js does is it automatically adds these to the props of our component right at the top. So right here, we can destructure properties for sale as well as properties for rent. There we go. Now we have the properties and we can map over them. Just so we can be 100% sure what data are we getting, let's first console log these properties. There we go. And one more important thing is if you go to fetch API, you're going to notice that our data right now is declared, but is never being used. So just at the bottom right here, we have to return the data. That way, we'll be able to console log these and then later on use them in our code. Now let's go to the browser and check it out. There we go. As soon as you open up the console, you'll notice that we get 6 apartments or houses for rent and 6 for sale. And these have a lot of data. Agency data, area, bats, categories, completion status, cover photo, anything that you can think of, it's here. So now we can actually map over these and then render the property component. We can do that right inside of here by saying in curly braces, properties for rent, and then that's going to be dot map. We're going to get one individual property, and we want to render a new component called property. That's going to be a self-closing component. Inside of there, we're going to pass all of the property data. Property is equal to property, and the key is going to be equal to property.id. Now we can copy this line and paste it below by a home. The only thing we're going to change is this is going to be properties for sale. Now, as you can notice, the property is not defined, so that's the component that we have to create next. To create our property component, we can collapse our pages and create a new folder in the root of our directory. Let's call it components. Inside of there, let's create a new file or a new page called property.jsx. Inside of here, we can import the general things like import link from next/link, because we're going to link to some other pages. Also import image from next/image. Then we're going to import a few things from Chakra UI. We can do that by saying import. That's going to be a box, flex, text, and then avatar. And these things are coming from @Chakra UI/React. Then we're going to also need a few icons. Import FA bed and also FA bath without a comma right here. And these things are coming from @React-icons and then /FA. In here, we're not going to have add. It's just going to be React icons. Now let's get some different icons as well. Import BS grid fill. And this is coming from React-icons and then /BS. Finally, we're going to import the Go verified icon. And this is coming from React-icons and then /Go. The last thing we need is that utility function called Millify from Millify. Great. Now we have all that we need and we are ready to start creating our property component. So let's say const property is equal to a functional component with an instant return, meaning it's going to be just parentheses without curly braces. And inside of there, that whole property is going to be a link. So we're starting off with a link, and that link is going to have an href equal to a template string of property / and then external ID. Make sure to have property right here as well. And it's also going to have one more prop, which is going to be called pass href. There we go. And now you might be wondering where we're gonna get this external ID from and all of the other props for that matter. Well, we're going to immediately get them through props right here by destructuring property. Remember, inside of the property component, we're passing the property, and we can see that if we go back here and look at property, and it has a prop of property that contains all the data that we just previously saw inside of our console log. So let's immediately get all of that data by saying colon, and then one more time we're going to destructure all of the individual properties that we're going to use. These properties are going to be a cover photo, a price, then we're going to have rent, frequency, rooms, title, bats. We're also going to have area, agency, is verified, and also external ID. These are going to be all the properties that we're going to need. So for now, let's just simply show the title of our property right here inside of the link. We just want to make sure that this works. So finally, let's simply say export default property. And with that said, we can go back to our index. As you can see, our property component is not defined. So let's go ahead and scroll to the top and let's import that property. We can do that by saying import property, and that's coming from /components / property.jsx, but you can leave out the JSX. And that's going to be it for now. Let's save it and take a look. Looks like there's a problem with the go verified import, so let's go ahead and check that out. In this case, we were just supposed to type go right here. So now let's save it and take a look. We have one more error saying that properties for rent is not defined, and that was just a mistake on my end. In here, I misspelled that right here. So let me just properly copy properties for sale right here, paste it inside of here, and I'm gonna do the same thing for properties for rent. And we no longer have to console log this. Let's save it and take a look. The last error that we get is that external ID is not defined. So let's go ahead and check that as well. That's going to be inside of the property. And if we look into external ID, I spelled it with a lowercase d here. So let's go ahead and fix that. And I leave all of these errors in all of my videos because I want to teach you that nobody is perfect. All developers make mistakes, and that's completely normal. Just keep it going and you're going to become so much better of a developer. With that said, if you appreciate me for leaving all of these errors in the description of the video, there's going to be a newsletter link. You can sign up for that to get more development tips on a weekly basis delivered straight to your email. Great. With that said, let's test this out and hopefully now it's gonna work. There we go. Below each one of our banners, we can see a lot of different titles right here. Right now, they're all kinda next to each other, so it seems like one huge sentence. But these are all individual properties, 6 of them to be exact. So now let's add a few more things besides the title for each one of these properties, including the image and everything else, and we're immediately going to make this look so much better. First, let's start by rendering a flex container inside of our link. That flex is going to have a property flex-wrap, or rather just flex wrap is equal to wrap. Then it's going to have a W, which is width, set to 420 pixels. Padding is going to be set to 5, and we're going to reset the padding top to be equal to 0. Then we're going to call the justify content is equal to flex-start, And finally, cursor is equal to pointer. As you can see, we don't need any CSS files. With Chakra UI, you can apply all of your styles right here. Then we're going to have a box. This box is going to contain an image. So let's create that image tag right here. It's going to be a self-closing tag, and let's provide a source. Our source is going to be equal to, if there is a cover photo, right here, you can see we're passing it through props, then we're going to show the cover photo.url. But if there isn't a cover photo, then we're going to show a default image. And this default image is going to be inside of our assets. So let's create a new folder right here, assets, and you can find the house image on Google, or you can find it below this video. I'm simply going to paste this house image right here. With that said, we can simply say import default image from /assets/ and then that's going to be images /house.jpg. There we go. I just have to put this house inside of the images folder. There we go. And finally, I have to rename this to use a capital D. Also, let's provide the alt tag right here, which is going to be house. Let's just quickly fix this typo right here. That's going to be cover. And let's also quickly provide the width, which is going to be 400. And also the height, which is going to be 260 pixels. As soon as we do that, we can save this and let's check it out in the browser. And there we go. We have rental homes for everyone, and below that we have 6 rental properties. Then below that we have buy a home, and then we have 6 homes that we can buy with our money. Great, this is looking great. Now finally, let's add more properties to each one of these images, or let's say cards. Let's turn these into cards. Below our image box, we can create one more box. This box is going to have W is equal to full, which stands for full width. Then inside of there, we're going to create a flex container. So let's say flex. It's going to have a padding top is equal to 2. It's also going to have align items is equal to center. And it's going to have a justify content is equal to space dash between. Then we're going to have another flex container inside of this one, and it's going to have align items is equal to center. Inside of there, we can create a box, and this box is going to have a padding right is equal to 3, color will be equal to green.400, and inside of there, we can say if is verified, then end, we can render the go verified icon, which is just a self-closing tag. Now let's also close this, and also below that, let's add a text element. For the text, we can say font weight is going to be equal to bold, and font size is going to be equal to large. Inside of there, we can say AED, which is the currency for United Arab Emirates, and then finally, we can say price. The price might not be the total buying price. It may also be a rent price. So if there is a rent frequency, in that case, we're going to render a template string that's going to say / rent frequency. Like this. There we go. So now let's close this template string, this dynamic block of code as well. And let's check this out in the browser. There we go. This is already looking much better. We have the price. We can see if the seller is verified, and we can see the renting price. If we scroll down, you can see that this is not being rented. This is just the price to actually buy it. Now, to make the price more readable, we can put it inside of the millify function. So right here, millify, and then price. As you can see, now that says 9K monthly, which is a lot more readable. And in here, it says 2.6 million to buy this great property. Awesome. Now below this inner flex, we're going to create a box right here. And inside of that box, we're going to render the avatar component. It's going to have a size is equal to SM. and a source equal to agency !logo !URL. It can also be a self-closing component, so we don't need a closing tag. Below the box and below this flex, we're going to have one more flex container. This flex container is going to have a align items property equal to center. It's going to have a padding equal to 1. Also justify dash content equal to space dash between. Finally, it's going to have a width, or just W, is equal to 250 pixels, and color is equal to blue.400. Inside of there, we can show the rooms. So just simply say rooms, and then we can render the FA bed right here, then put one line, and then we can say FA bath as an icon, and then we can render the number of baths in front of that. And finally, we can put one more line and say millify in here to render the area in square feet. And finally, we can show the BS grid fill icon that represents the area. One last final thing we have to do below this flex is to create one more text field. This text field is going to have a font size is equal to LG, and inside of there, we're going to see if the title.length is larger than 30 characters. In that case, we're going to simply cut it by saying title.substring from 0 to 30. And we're going to put that in a template string like this. And then we're going to add 3 dots. Else, if it's not larger than 30 characters, we can simply render the entire title. Great. Before checking it out in the browser, let's just quickly fix this typo. It's supposed to be substring. Now let's check it out. Our property component is done. And there we go. As you can see right here, we have our monthly price, we have our image, and we have the image of the agency that's renting it. That image is quite big, so we're definitely gonna have to make that smaller. Let's see what else do we have here. And the properties for sale are not showing up in the row. So these are some things that we are yet to fix. The reason why our Chakra UI components are not working as they should is because I still haven't implemented the Chakra provider. I was going to do that later on once we implement the routing, but we definitely need it for our components to take effect. So what we can do to fix it is go to _app.js, and inside of here, we have to import something known as Chakra provider, and that's coming from @Chakra UI /React. Inside of here, we can also import a few other important things like import router from next /router. We can also import the head element from next /head. And finally, we can import the np progress. That's the loading bar that we're gonna use from n progress. In here, let's make the capital N. Great. And the final thing we're gonna need inside of here is going to be import layout component from /components /layout. So we can go inside of the components, right inside of here, and create a layout.jsx component. Inside of here, we're gonna render our footer, our navigation bar, and our content in the middle. So let's start by importing again head from next /head. Let's also import a box. That box is coming from @Chakra UI /React. And then inside of here, we can say const layout is equal to a functional component. And it's simply going to return an empty React fragment like this. Inside of there, we're going to have a head. Inside of the head, we're going to render a title, and that title can say the name of your application. In this case, I'm simply going to say real estate. Below the head, we can render a box, and that box is going to have a max width equal to 1280 pixels. And also let's set the margin to be auto. Finally, inside of there, we can render the header. Inside of the header, we want to render the navigation bar, but we don't have the navbar component. So for now, I'm simply going to say navbar. Then we want to have the main content. And inside of there, we're going to render a React children prop. That's coming from props right here. Don't forget to destructure it. The children prop is equal to whatever we pass into the layout component once we call it. So if we call the layout like this with h1 test, children is going to be equal to h1 test. Great. The last thing we need is going to be a footer. Again, for now, we don't have the footer component, so let's simply render it like this. And finally, we can say export default layout. Now we've created this layout component, which we can use inside of our underscore app.js. Inside of here, instead of returning this component, we can simply return an empty React fragment like this. And then inside of there, we're going to have a head element. That head is going to be empty for now. Later on, we're going to add these styles for the in progress we're going to use. And below that, we of course have to wrap everything with our Chakra provider. And there, we're going to call our layout. Inside of the layout, we can render the component and simply pass all of the page props inside of it. This is something that you always do in all of your Next.js applications. Great. And also, you might be wondering, how did I know that we have to wrap everything with the Chakra provider? Well, if we go to Chakra getting started, after we install all of the necessary dependencies, the second step is to wrap everything with the Chakra provider. So always make sure to read the docs and only then start using a package or a dependency. So with that said, now everything is wrapped with the Chakra provider and our application should look a lot different. Remember that we had issues with avatar and so on. Now those issues should be fixed. I reloaded the page and there we go. Look at that. We have our navigation bar at the top. Of course, it's just the text right now, but we're going to implement it really soon. We have this crazy looking banner, explore renting button, and there we go. 6 of the properties that we can start renting right away. Below that, we have our find, buy, and own your dream home. And below that, we have our properties that we can buy. Of course, these should be in a row, so we are yet to check out what's happening with that. Most likely just a simple typo. So let's quickly fix this issue and then we're going to start implementing the navigation bar and the footer. We are mapping over all of our properties inside of the index.js, more specifically right here. And as you can notice, in here I have the flex container, but I'm missing it right here. So we have to go ahead and copy this, paste it right here, and close it. There we go. Now they are in a flex container and they should appear in a row. And as you can see, even the properties that we can buy now and the properties that we can rent are now all appearing in order. That's going to be it for our entire homepage. It's looking great. The next step is going to be to implement a really simple navigation bar and a simple footer at the bottom. Let's go ahead and do that right away. We have a lot of files and folders open, so let's simply close them to have a cleaner working environment. We can do that by holding Control and then pressing W a few times. Finally, let's collapse this. Let's go into components and let's start creating our navigation bar component. We can simply call our component navbar.jsx. Inside of there, we can import something known as a link. We've used it a few times so far. That's coming from next/link. We also need a few Chakra UI components, so that's going to be import menu. We're going to also need menu button. We're going to need a menu list, a menu item, icon, button, and then all of the usual ones as flex, box, and the last one is spacer. And these are coming from at chakra-ui/react. Below that, let's import a few icons. That's going to be FC menu, FC home, and then also FC about. and these are coming from react-icons / and that's going to be FC. Let's also import a search icon that's going to be BS search, and that's coming from react-icons / BS. And then finally, one more, FI key is coming from react-icons / FI. Finally, we can create our navbar component by saying const navbar is equal to a functional component with an instant return. And at the bottom, let's immediately do export default navbar. Inside of here, we're going to have a flex container. So let's say flex. It's going to have padding, or p is equal to 2. Border bottom is going to be 1 pixel, like this. And we're going to also add a border color is equal to gray.100. Then inside of that, we're going to have a box, and that box is going to have a font size is equal to 3XL. A color is equal to blue.400, and finally font weight is set to bold. Inside of there, we can have a link, and that link is going to have an href equal to just / to point us to the root or the home, and it's going to have a padding left is equal to 2. Inside of there, we can simply give our app a name. Let's do something like Realtor. Of course, you can use any name you prefer. Then below that, we're simply going to have a spacer to leave some space for our next box. Our next box is going to contain the menu. In this case, we won't have the separate menu for mobile devices and for desktop devices. We're just going to have one menu that we can click, and then it's going to open up the entire menu list. But a great challenge for you to practice Chakra UI a bit would be to implement a separate menu for mobile devices and for desktop devices. Again, in this case, let's simply always have a menu button like this. That's then going to open up the entire menu list. We can say menu button as icon button. It's going to have the icon equal to FC menu, but this has to be a function like this. FC menu, a self-closing function. And we're going to also say variant is equal to outlined, and also color is equal to red.400. And this is not going to be menu bottom, it's going to be menu button. Great. Finally, let's create our menu list just below. Our menu list is going to contain a few links. Our link is going to have an href to just /, and it's going to have a pass href property. And inside of there, we're going to have our menu item. And that menu item is going to contain an icon. In this case, that's going to be FC home. We have to close it, and then it's simply going to say home. Now we have to duplicate this 3 more times. 1, 2, 3. And the second one is going to point us to the search. Inside of here, we can simply say search, and we're going to change the icon to BS search. Next one is going to go to / search, but question mark purpose is equal to /sale. Like this. Of course, we have to properly close it. And right here, we're going to simply say buy property. And we can change the icon to FC about. Finally, for the last one, we're going to copy this entire string. And we're simply going to say, instead of for sale, that's going to be for rent. We can say rent property. And in here, we can say FI key. And there we go. Our menu is done. Finally, let's import this component inside of our layout right here. We can do that by saying import navbar from /navbar. And we can use it right inside of here as a self-closing component. Let's go ahead and save it and take a look in the browser. Looks like I have an issue with the import of the icon. That's gonna be inside of the navbar. I swear I had just BS here. For some reason, something added the search here. So this here was supposed to be just BS right here. After we fix that and go back, we're gonna get a different kind of error. It's saying we're supposed to render something, but we got undefined. You likely forgot to export your component from its file. Let's see what that is about. We have const navbar, and we indeed are exporting it. In here, we're returning our component, so that seems fine. And inside of the layout, we're importing navbar as navbar. I've just quickly spotted our issue, and that is that the next link is not coming as a named export. So in here, it is going to be a default export, meaning no curly braces. As soon as we fix that and go back, you can see that our newly created navigation bar is right here, Realtor. And if you click here, you can see that we have a nice looking menu with 4 different choices. Home, search, in here it was supposed to be buy property, and then finally rent property. These are going to be the pages that we're going to create right after we're done with the home page. So let's go ahead and create a footer. We can do that by creating a new component in the components folder called footer.jsx. Our footer is going to be incredibly simple. The only thing we have to import is going to be just one box component. So that's going to be box from add chakra UI. We can say const footer is equal to a functional component where we instantly return just one box. That box is going to have a text align equal to center, and it's also going to have a padding equal to 5, color equal to gray.600, and border top equal to 1 pixel, and finally border color is going to be equal to gray.100. Inside of there, we can simply say 2021 Realtor, comma, incorporated. And finally, let's export default our footer component so that now we can go into layout. From here, we can simply import footer from footer, and we can call it right here as a self-closing component. Let's save it and check it out. If we now scroll down, you should be able to see that we have this nice but really simple looking footer. With that, our entire homepage is done. And due to the nature of Next.js, this is going to be really quick. So as soon as we reload the page, you're going to notice that everything pops up instantly. Later on, it's going to be a bit slower because we have to load a lot of new properties. If you think about it, 6 here, along with 6 at the bottom with all of the high resolution images. But we're going to strive to make it as quick as possible. The next step we can do is implement the search page. Search page is technically going to be both the buy property and the rent property, because we're always going to go to one search page and then trigger specific filtering properties. So let's go ahead and implement the search right away. That's going to be the core of our entire application, where we can find new properties. To start creating our search, we're going to create a new functional component. More specifically, we're going to create a page, because a search is going to be a specific page, a specific URL that we can go to visit, of course, the search. So let's go ahead and create a new file called search.js. Inside of here, we can of course import some things, and that something is going to be import use state, and that's of course coming from React. Then we're also gonna need the import use router from next/router. Then we can import the image that's coming from, that's going to be next/image. We also need to import a few things from Chakra UI, and that's gonna be flex, also a box, a text, and then finally the icon from add chakra-UI/React. And the last thing we need is going to be an icon BS filter, and that's coming from React-icons /bs. Great. So now we can create our search functional component by saying const search is equal to, and then we can form our component like this. Inside of here, we're going to have one state property called search filters. And of course, set search filters. Based on these filters, we're going to, of course, filter out the properties that we can see. That's going to be equal to use state, and at the start, the search filters are going to be set to false. We can also declare our router here by saying const router is equal to use router, and then we call it as a hook. And then finally, we can start returning some JSX. So inside of here, we're going to have a box element like this. And inside of that box, we're going to have a flex container. So right inside of here, we can say flex. And we're going to have a lot of properties in this flex container. So I'm going to expand it into multiple rows. First of all, it's going to have a cursor equal to pointer. It's also going to have a background equal to gray.100. And now that I think about it, since there's going to be a lot of properties and a lot of JSX for our search, it might be a good idea to put the browser side by side by the editor. That way, we'll be able to see our changes live. So let's go ahead and drag and drop our editor to the left side of our window. And there we go. Now we can see our live browser side by side by the editor. So let's go ahead and simply export this search component. Export default search. Let's save it. And let's try to go to our navigation bar and go to search. And as you can see, right now we have just the header and the footer, but this is where we're just implementing the content. So right here, if I say something like text with a capital T like this, and we're simply going to say something like search property by filters like this. As soon as we save that, you'll be able to notice this nice flex we've just created. So let's add a few more properties to make it look even better. We're going to give it a border bottom equal to 1 pixel. I'm going to make the text just a bit smaller so that we can see everything properly. We're going to give it a border color equal to gray.200. There we go. We can also keep it going by setting the padding equal to 2. That just made it look a bit more like a div. Then we're going to also give it a font weight equal to black. There we go. That's really making it darker. We can also give it a font size equal to, let's do large. And finally, justify content is going to be set to center. And also align items is going to be set to center. Great. Now, just next to this text, we're also going to apply an icon. So we can say icon padding left is going to be 2, width is going to be set to 7, and in here we can say as, that's going to be BS filter. And we don't need the closing tag, we can just automatically close it. There we go. Now, this is going to be an expandable div. So once we click on this, it's going to open all of the other filters. So what we can do is provide an onClick property right here and say set search filters. So inside of here, what we want to do is take the prev filters, so the previous filters, and simply toggle it on and off. So right here, we can say not prev filters. That means that if we are currently filtering something, then once we click it, we want to stop filtering and vice versa. So let's see, set search filters. I might have a typo somewhere. Yep, so let me copy this. There we go. Now, once we expand this, you'll see what I mean. So just below this flex containers, we're going to say if there are search filters. We can do that by saying search filters and end. Then we're going to render the search filters component. Of course, this is the component that we haven't yet created. So let's go ahead and do that right now. That's going to be inside of the components, and that's going to be search filters.jsx. Inside of here, let's first import everything that's going to be necessary. That's going to be use effect, as well as the use state that's coming from. That's going to be React. Then below that, we're going to import a few things from Chakra UI. These things are going to be flex. We also need a select. We need a box, a text, input, spinner, icon, like this, and finally button. And this is coming from @chakraui/React. Then we're going to also need router here, so I can import use router, and that's coming from next/router. We also need one icon, which is going to be called md cancel, and that's coming from react-icons/md. And finally, we can import the image tag by saying import image from next/image. Now we can create our component by saying const search filters is equal to a functional component. And right here, we can immediately export default search filters. For now, let's simply return a div that's going to say search filters. We just need to be able to know that we're correctly importing this component into our search. So what we can do is, if you already have this here, try pressing Control space. It should automatically suggest an auto import. So let's click here. And as you can see, it imported it straight for me. Search filters from /components/search filters. If it didn't auto import it for you, make sure to do this manually. Now I'm going to press save, and we should be able to see our search filters once we click here. There we go. So this is what I meant. When we click on this large div, it's going to hide and show the search filters component. Of course, now is the time that we actually implement the search filters component. There are two ways we can go about this. The first way is to actually show the properties first, and then to later on implement the search filters. I think that makes just a bit more sense because we need to know what we're filtering. So we're going to leave this here for now, and we'll keep implementing the search page. We can do that by adding one more text here. That text is going to have a font size equal to 2XL. And it's also going to have a padding equal to 4 and font weight equal to bold. Inside of here, we can simply say properties. And now here's the key thing. Why did we have to import the router? Well, because router contains the URL. So if we go to rent properties, then that's going to be contained in the URL. And if you go to buy properties, that's also going to be contained in the URL. Let me show you what I mean. If we go to our menu and buy property, this is going to be search purpose for sale. So we can get to that value by saying router.query.purpose. Purpose because we have that here as a query parameter. And as you can see, properties for sale. Now below this text, we're going to create a flex container right here. It's going to have a flex wrap equal to wrap. And then inside of there, we want to loop over all of our properties. And that looks like this. That's going to be an empty array. .map. In here, we get an individual property. And for each property, we simply render a property component like this. Property, we need to pass in the property as a prop. And then finally, we also need to pass the key, which is equal to property.id. So what we're doing here is we're mapping over all of our properties, which we are yet to fetch, and then displaying a property component we have already created for each one of these properties. As you can see, property is not defined, so let's try control-click it. And unfortunately, it doesn't suggest an auto import, but we can simply duplicate this line and just say property. Let's make sure we imported this correctly. Inside of our components, we definitely do have a property component. So this is going to be it. Now, one more thing we can do is say if properties.length. Again, we don't have access to properties right now, so I'm simply going to put that as an empty array. is triple equal to 0, meaning if there are no properties, in that case, we can simply render a new flex container like this, and it's going to have a justify content equal to center, align items equal to center, flex direction is going to be set to column, margin top is going to be set to 5, and margin bottom is going to be set to 5. Great. Inside of there, we want to show an image. So we can say a self-closing image tag. It's going to have an alt, simply say no result. And the source is also going to say no result. This no result is just going to be an image inside of our assets folder. So as you did before, go to your assets folder and then simply copy and paste the image no result SVG from the bottom of this video straight to your assets folder. Once you do that, we can import it right at the top. We can do it right here by saying import no result, and that's going to be from /assets/images no result dot, and that's going to be SVG. Great. Let's save it. And there we go. This guy is staring at a blank screen, so there is absolutely nothing there. And just below that, we can render a text property where the font size is equal to 2XL and also margin top is equal to 3. There we can simply say no results found. There we go. So this is going to happen if there are no results. But now for the real question, where are we going to get our properties? Let's first replace this with properties right here, and we're going to get them through props right here, properties. But the question is, how are we going to populate the props? Well, remember what we did before. If we go to our index, you can see that we populated the value through get static props. So we're going to do something similar in this case as well. So we can go ahead and copy this entire get static props, go to our search, and then simply paste them right here. Get static props is always going to be the same function name in all pages. And in here, we don't have to get separate properties for sale and properties for rent. So I can simply delete these. And we need to filter them. So to filter all of these properties, we'll have to create a lot of different variables. Variables that we want to filter them by. So that's going to look like this. Const purpose is equal to query.purpose. And we're getting the query right through here. That's coming through our URL. As soon as we code this out, that's going to make so much more sense. As you can see, purpose is one of the queries at the top. Later on, once we filter something, we're also going to have and purpose is going to be for sale. Oh, we already have that right here. But for example, square feet is going to be set to 50. And then we can also get that right here. So we also have to provide a default value for something. So let's say that the default for purpose is going to be for rent, like that. Then let's say that we want to see the rent frequency. So rent frequency is going to be equal to query.rentFrequency, or by default, that's going to be set to yearly. Now we have to repeat this procedure for every single one of the props. Again, just below this video, there's going to be a GitHub gist where you'll be able to find the get static props for the search page, and you'll be able to simply copy and paste it right here. So let me show you what we have. The purpose is going to be query.purpose, and for rent is the default. Yearly is the default for rent frequency, minimum price 0, maximum price 1,000,000, minimum rooms 0, bats minimum 0, sort price descending, area max 3,500, and then we have location external IDs and category external IDs. And finally, we're taking all of these properties and we're passing them one by one through our query API request. Great. Finally, we're getting back the data from that, and now we can actually send it through props by saying props properties is going to be equal to data ? Dot hits. So we are filtering everything, we're sending data through properties, that data is going to arrive through here, and then we'll be able to use it right here and map over it. Right now, we have an error, so let's simply go back to our homepage. Now we can open up our menu and go to, let's say, by property. There we go. We have cannot read properties of undefined. That's going to be reading purpose. That means that our query is undefined. So let's see what that is about. We're getting our query through here, get static props, and I've made a small mistake. In this case, this is not going to be get static props. Rather, it's going to be get server-side props. Next.js offers a few of these great, let's call them utility functions. You call these below your components and they completely change the way that component is rendered. So as you can see right here on their documentation page, they've explained that Next.js has two forms of pre-rendering, static generation and server-side rendering. So therefore, we get these three unique Next.js functions that we can call to fetch data for pre-rendering. Before, we called the getStaticProps, which is used for static generation, which means that the data is being fetched at build time. That's great because the build happens before any user visits the page. Once users visit the page, they will immediately get the data fetched at build time. On the other hand though, there's the getServerSideProps for server-side rendering, which means that we're gonna fetch data on each request. You can read more about all of these functions right here and how do we call them. But in this case, we're going to use not get static props, but rather get server side props. That's going to allow us to get the query and to actually dynamically change the data once the user changes the filters. So let's go back and let's reload the page. In this case, the only thing we're missing is the fetch API. So if you press Ctrl space and click here, that's automatically going to import it right here. Let's reload the page one more time. We're missing the base URL as well. So let's get the base URL as well. And as soon as we get that, take a look at that. Properties for sale, and we get a list of all of our great properties. That's looking great. But of course, we cannot yet filter them. And let's see. These are now for sale, but what if I go to the menu bar and type rent property? That just switched the URL to purpose for rent, and therefore we can see the rent frequency, 1 million a year. There we go. So this is already looking a lot better. Great. Of course, it's still not looking for this specific device size, but this is a weird one, definitely. Not a tablet, not a laptop, and not a phone. But if I extend this just a bit, you'll see that as we increase the size, we can see more properties per row. And damn, do these properties in United Arab Emirates look great. We can extend it even further, and then we get 3 per row. Great. So we're listing the properties for rent, and if we go here, we're also listing the properties for sale. This is looking great. Of course, we cannot yet click on them, but we're going to implement that really soon. The main thing we need to focus on right now is to implement the search filters. That's the whole point of this entire application. Because right now we can only see a few properties, not a lot, maybe 20 or more. But if we were to go for the search filters, you would be able to filter the properties to match your exact needs. So let's focus on implementing the search filters component right away. To implement the search filters, we can collapse our browser just a bit, and we're going to go to our search filters component. We already started our work here, now we have to finish it. We can start off by creating a new use state by saying filters and set filters, and that's going to be equal to use state, and it's going to be set to an empty object at the start because we don't have any filters at the start. Now that we have that, let's implement the JSX so that we can actually choose our filters. Inside of here, we're going to create a flex container. That flex is going to have a background equal to gray.100. It's also going to have a padding of 4, justify content is going to be equal to center, and also flex wrap is going to be set to wrap. If we save that, you're going to notice that our new container appeared right here, but right now it is empty. So what we can do is we actually need to set up our filters, and we can do that inside of the utility functions. So right here, inside of utils, we're going to create a new file called filterdata.js. And this is going to be a huge file of just raw data, basic raw data and nothing more. This file is going to be down in the description in a GitHub gist. And as you can see, there isn't any logic here. It's mainly just data that we can filter. For example, we can choose between buy and rent, and they're going to have these values and also a placeholder. Then we'll be able to choose a rent frequency, items, the prices, also filter from lowest to highest, and so on. Everything is here formed as pure data and nothing more. So now that we have this filter data, we can go back inside of our search filters and we can actually import it right here. We can do that by saying import. That's going to be filter data as well as the get filter values. And this is coming from /utils/filter data. Now, instead of using our empty object at the start, we can immediately set our state to be equal to the filter data we're importing. And now inside of our JSX, we can actually loop through these filters. So what we can do is say filters.map, and then for each filter, we're going to show a specific handler like a select element. So for each filter, render out a box. That box is going to have a key equal to filter.query name. And then inside of there, we can render the select element. So right here, we're going to have a select, and our select is going to have an onChange property like this. OnChange, we're going to get the event, and we want to call a function called search property like this. This is the function that we haven't created yet, but we can do that right away. More specifically, let's call it search properties, plural, because we're going to search multiple properties. So that's going to be const search properties is equal to a basic function or an arrow function. And through there, we're going to be passing our filter values like this. So what do we specifically have to pass in there? Well, let's put it like this. I'm going to spread this into multiple rows so that we can see it better. And inside of the search property, we want to pass in an object. In square brackets, we're going to say filter.query name. So that means that we're only working on a specific filter at the moment. We're going to have a lot of different select elements, but we're only working with one that we're on right now. For example, that can be the price, or it can be the purpose of our purchase or renting. Then we're going to say colon, and then e.target.value. So we're only sending that specific value and nothing more. Then we're also going to add a placeholder here. That's going to be equal to filter.placeholder. And we're also going to provide the width is equal to fit-content. And also the padding is equal to 2. I've noticed that I've typed filter data here, so it has to be filter with an R at the end. As soon as we do that, we can see all of our select elements with different predefined values. Right now, we cannot see those predefined values. We can see just the placeholder and the actual query name. So now let's go ahead and render out all of the filter items. We can do that by opening a new dynamic block inside of the filter and saying filter ? .items ? And that's going to be map. So we're mapping over all of the items, and for each item, we'll be rendering an option. We need a lot of options in each one of our select elements. Our option is going to have a value equal to item.value, like this. And also it's going to have a key equal to item.value. Finally, inside of there, we can render the item values.name. Let me space this out properly so that you can see it better. We have our select element. Inside of the select, we're mapping over the specific items or options we need to render for each specific select. That way, right now, if I click on one of these, you'll be able to notice that we have a lot of predefined values. Great. Finally, these actually have to change the state. So once we pass the value, we have to update the state right here. And we'll do that by updating the URL. That way, when you set up all of your properties like this, you'll be able to update the URL, copy it, and then send it to a person. That way, they'll immediately get all of the search properties the same way you did. We can do that by saying const path is equal to router.pathname. Then we can get the query from the router by saying const query in curly braces is equal to router. Finally, we can say values is equal to get filter values, and then we provide the filter values right in. We need to loop over each one of these values by saying values.forEachItem. In there, we're going to set the query item.name is equal to item.value. So in here, we're basically just updating the query. And finally, we want to use the router.push, and we want to set the path name to be equal to path, and then query is equal to query. Now, if we save that, we should be able to see that we can reload the page. Currently, the purpose for sale is right here, but we can add a few more. Let's select daily. Let's select $10,000, and our filters are slowly starting to be applied. And as you can see, they are added to the URL. We can also go for max area. There we go. And maybe also the number of rooms. Let's do 4. Now, I would want to challenge you. We've implemented all of the filters right here for purpose, rate frequency, minimum and maximum price, and so on. But we can also implement search by location. That's going to allow you to search for all of the locations of all of the properties that are currently available. So the code is already finished on my GitHub repository. What you can do is pause this video right now and try to think about how would you implement the search by location. I can give you a hint. We're going to have a button, and once you click that button, an input is going to show up. On that input, you'll be able to browse through all of these properties. The main question is, how are you going to know what to search for? And the answer is to go to RapidAPI, the specific API we're using, and then there's going to be the autocomplete. That way, as soon as you type something, it's always going to autofill it. You'll be able to select a location where there are properties, and then you'll be able to list all of the available properties. This is not an easy task, but if you're up for a challenge, definitely make sure to give it a shot. It's completely okay if you cannot do it on your own. Again, the finished code, including the location search, is going to be in the GitHub repository down below. With that said, for now, we're absolutely satisfied with what we have so far. We have phenomenal filters for both buy and rent properties, and we can go ahead and check out our homepage as well. Our homepage should now be able to redirect us to the Explore Renting as well as the Explore Buying. Let's go ahead and try it out. As soon as we go to Explore Buying, it's going to redirect us to Search Purpose for Sale. And if we go back to the homepage and then click the button Explore Renting, it's going to go to the Search Purpose for Rent. And as you can see, these properties definitely do change. We can also change those right here from our menu bar, and we can go ahead and click Search, which is just going to point us to the /search. There, you can manually change all of these filters. For example, let's do buy. As you can see, that implemented the properties for sale, and we can start choosing the daily frequency for our payment. There we go. That's going to be more of a rent thing. And then we can go ahead and choose the minimum price, the rooms, and everything else. Great. This part is now fully implemented. Now for the main star of this application. That is, once we actually click one of these properties, right now we would get an error, but we have to point to the details page of that specific property. So let's go ahead and do that right away. To create a property page, let's close all of our files and folders and let's collapse them. So what we can do is go into Pages, and now we're going to create a new folder. We're going to name that folder Property. And that's for a reason. In Next.js, we have something known as file-based routing. Therefore, this search component or page we created right here is going to be loaded when we go to /search, as you can see right here. The same situation is with a folder, Property. That's going to render when we go to /property. But now we need to have something dynamic, meaning we can create a new file, use square brackets, and type id.js. Now this page is going to be rendered whenever we go to /property and then / any kind of ID, like 123 or anything else. So let's go ahead and create this component. We can start with importing a few things from Chakra UI, things like box, flex, spacer, as well, and finally the text from add Chakra UI /React. I think I've missed the avatar, so we're going to use the avatar as well. And then we can import a few icons. We can import FA bed, we can import FA path, and I think we already imported all of these in our property component. So as a matter of fact, let's go to components, property, scroll to the top, and let's import all of these imports we've had here. FA bad, bath, BS grid, go verified, and Millify. I'm going to copy them, go to our _ID, and simply paste them here. We're going to also need the fetch API that we're using inside of the index.js. So let's go ahead and copy the base URL and fetch API. That's going to be the utility functions we've created. And that's going to be coming from .. and then one more time .. utils fetch API. Great. Finally, we can say const. That's going to be property details, which is going to be a basic functional component like this. And then inside of there, we can instantly return something. So we don't need to use curly braces. We can simply use parentheses. We're going to return a box, and that box is going to have a max width, which is equal to 1000 pixels. It's going to have a margin of auto, and also padding is going to be set to 4. And inside of this box, we have to actually start rendering out the property details data. So the question is, how are we going to get to all of these property details? And the answer is, we're going to use get server-side props. So one more time, we can say export async function get server-side props. There, we're going to get the params, which is coming from the URL, and then we want to get the ID of those parameters. Finally, we can call this function block. We can say const data is equal to await fetch API. We can pass in the base URL, properties, and then we won't go to /list. It's going to be /detail external ID, both I and D capitalized, and we need to pass in the ID. This is going to be how we're going to fetch all of the property details. Finally, we can return. We need to populate the props, and we're going to have the property details be equal to data. This is how we're populating the props. And as you already know, now we are getting the access to property details straight here inside of our props. But there's going to be a lot of properties that we need to use. For example, property details dot price. Then there's going to be property details dot rooms, like this. There's going to be property details dot paths, and so on. So we don't want to keep repeating ourselves. For that reason, we're simply going to immediately destructure all of the properties at the top. Let's start with price. Then we can get the rent frequency, rooms, title, bats, area, agency, is verified, description. We can also get the type, purpose, furnishing status, amenities, and finally, photos. Now we have all of the properties and we can freely use them inside of our property details. Of course, let's make sure to export default property details. Great. So what we can first render would be the photos. So let's see if there are photos. So photos and in that case, we can render out the image scroll bar. And that is going to be our self-closing component, which we're going to pass in the data in, which is going to be photos. Of course, we haven't yet created this component, so let's go ahead and do that right away. Inside of the components folder, that's going to be image scroll bar.jsx. Inside of there, we can import use context. That's going to be coming from React. We can also import image from next/image. Let's also import the box, icon, and flex. We use this quite a lot, and these are coming from Chakra UI /React. Let's also import the scroll menu and also visibility context. These are coming from React horizontal scrolling menu. And finally, let's import two icons. That's going to be FA, arrow, alt, circle, left. And we want to take the same one, but it's going to be circle, right. Great. Now we have all of our imports and we can start using the scroll menu. We can start by saying const, and then we can create our component. That's going to be image scroll bar. That's of course an arrow function, and we can instantly return a scroll menu like this. Our scroll menu is going to have the left arrow component like this, and that's going to be a component that we're going to create. And it's also going to contain the right arrow, which is going to be equal to the right arrow component that we are yet to create. It's also going to have a style is equal to overflow, which is going to be set to hidden. Great. So now you might be wondering, where are we getting the left and the right arrow from? Well, we're going to create them right here. We can say const left arrow is going to be equal to a functional component. There, we can say const scroll previous. Keep in mind we're destructuring this inside of the curly braces is equal to use context, and we're going to pass in the visibility context. Again, this is just how we're using the React horizontal scrolling menu. Whenever you're wondering how to use something, definitely make sure to read the documentation. So this is going to be for scroll previous, and we're going to render out or return a flex. That flex is going to have a justify content is equal to center, align items is equal to center, and margin right is equal to 1. There, we're going to render out the icon. Icon is going to be a self-closing component. It's going to have an as property, as FA arrow circle left. It's also going to have an on click property right here. So we can say on click is equal to, and then we can call the scroll previous. We can call it like this, but if you have just a function that simply calls itself, you can omit the last part and then also remove the starting part. Just on click scroll previous. Then we can have the font size is equal to 2XL. And finally, cursor is going to be set to pointer. And that's going to be it for now. So this is our left arrow, and we can duplicate this entire thing to create our right arrow. For the right arrow, the only thing we'll have to do is change the scroll previous to scroll next, and then also say right here. Great. Of course, we cannot see anything in the browser just yet, but we're soon to be finished with the image scroll bar, and then we'll be able to see it. But of course, let's loop over our images. We're passing the images as data through our props, and right here we can say data.map. That's going to be one specific image, and for each image we want to show a box like this. That box is going to have a width of 910 pixels. It's going to have the item ID equal to item.id. Overflow is going to be set to hidden. And finally, it's going to have the padding equal to 1. And inside of there, we have to render out that Next.js image like this. It's going to have a placeholder equal to blur. It's going to have a blur data URL equal to item.url. It's going to have the source src equal to item.url. And finally, it's going to have the width equal to 1000, height equal to 500, like this. And then we have to provide different sizes for different devices. Let me collapse this into multiple rows like this. There we go. I'm going to put all of the properties in their own row. We're also missing the alt tag, which is going to be, let's simply say property. And looks like something else is wrong, missing the key property. So let's also add the key, which is equal to item.id. Great. So in here, whenever we're referring to the item, that's actually going to be image. So let's simply rename this to item. Great. The thing I wanted to do is add the sizes property to this image. And then there you can say max-width is 500 pixels. Close it. And then we can set the size of that image to 100 pixels. Furthermore, we can also say max like this, max-width is going to be set to something like 1023 pixels or 24. And then in that case, our image is going to be 400 pixels. And finally, comma for everything else, it's going to be 1000 pixels. This is going to make our image be the right size on all kinds of devices. And that's going to be it for our image scroll bar. Finally, we can simply say export default, and that's going to be image scroll bar. Great. We've now created the component and we need to use it right here. So if we press Ctrl space, it's immediately going to import it. Great. Now let's see if the property details page actually works. Let's try clicking on one of these properties. Let's do this one. It actually loads property undefined. So let's see what that is about. Why are we getting undefined right here? For that, we have to go into the property component right here and check this external ID. We have it here as well, external ID. And if I'm not mistaken, that's with a capital D right here. So if we change this with a capital D right here and here, go back to the search and then select one of these special properties. Let's go, for example, here. Now we actually get to one specific property with the right ID. But something seems to be wrong with the image, which is okay. That's the step in the right direction. So in this case, it's mentioning the image has placeholder blur property, but is missing the blur data URL. So let's see what that is about. This URL should be written in all uppercase. So the only thing that this does is as the image is loading, it shows the blurred version of that image as you were able to see right now. That way we can see something as the image is loading and not just the empty screen. Great. This seems to be working great. We can see our first image, but our arrows don't seem to be working right now. Let's see what that is about. I'll open up the inspect element, close the mobile view, and I'll try to inspect these arrows. There we go. This is our arrow. And I'll try to find it right here. That's just the div right there. That seems all right to me. And we're calling the scroll next and scroll previous. It looks like that due to the nature of how the image scroll bar package works, we actually need to have a callback function right here. So I'm going to add the callback function and the function call both on the scroll previous and scroll next. Let's save it and let's reload the page. As soon as we do that, we will be able to click the next arrow and browse through all of that images. And as I browse through the new images, you can see how it slowly blurs out and then we can see it. Great. This is looking good. So now we have more images out of every single property that we want. So let's go to Home. Once we're here, let's select a property that we seem to like. Let's do with this one. And now we can actually see all of the images for that specific property. But of course, this is just the image scroll bar component. We have a lot more things to do inside of our ID for a specific individual property. The images are done. Now let's make use of all the other props that are getting passed into it. Just below the photos, we're going to have a box. This box is going to have a width, or W, is set to full, and padding is equal to 6. Inside of there, we're going to have a flex container like this. That flex is going to have a padding top is set to 2, and align items is set to center. Inside of there, we're going to have one more box, and that box is going to have a padding right is set to 3, and color is going to be green dot 400. Inside of there, we can simply say if is verified or is verified and. In that case, we're going to show the go verified icon. And there we go. You can see this check mark appear right here. Below that, we're going to have a text element. This text is going to have a font weight set to bold, and font size is equal to large. Inside of there, we can render out the price. But now that I think about it, we already use most of these things inside of our property component. So let's go here inside of our property, and let's try to find the thing we're looking for. That's going to be the price right here, the go verified icon. We also have the box, the spacer, the rooms. Let's simply take all of these and then render them right where we had them. So I'm going to take this flex, another flex, and the text, and I'm going to copy them and paste them right here instead of this flex. As soon as I do that, you can notice that we have the verified, the price, the number of beds, baths, square footage, and we have the title right here. But in this case, we can always show the entire title. So I can simply say title like this. There we go. Now let's tidy this up a bit. I'm going to fix the indentation right here. So that's going to be flex. And we have to fix the indentation for everything else right here. Flex is ending, box is starting, the avatar is here, and we have another flex container ending here. And all of these have to be indented 1 or 2 steps back. There we go. Great. So now we have the title, and let's also render the description. Both the title and the description are going to be in a box of their own. So we can pull this title up, and that box is going to have a margin top set to 2. There we can have the font size LG. We can also give the margin bottom to our title of 2, and font weight is going to be set to bold. There we go. And now below that, we can render out our description. So I'm going to create one more text. That text is going to have a line height is set to 2, and color is set to gray dot 600. Inside of there, we can render out our description. There we go. And here is our big description. We unfortunately cannot edit a lot about this. there are bullet points, as you can see here, but they're just getting listed as they are because this is just a piece of irregular text. We cannot style this in any way. Now let's indent these texts properly inside of this box, and just below the box that contains our title and our description, we can go ahead and create a new flex container like this. That flex is going to have a flex wrap set to wrap. It's going to have a text transform right here set to uppercase, and it's going to have a justify content set to space between. Great. Inside of there, we're going to have one more flex container. This one is going to have a justify content is set to also space between. It's going to have a width or W set to 400 pixels. Also, border bottom is going to be 1 pixel, and border color is going to be gray.100, and padding is going to be set to 3. Right now, our flex is empty, so let's add a text inside of there. Our text is going to say type. And below that, we're going to have one more text that's going to have the font weight equal to bold. And in here, we're going to render the type of our property just by dynamically saying type. Now, if I reload it, you can see type is equal to property. There we go. As you can see, type is equal to property. Now we can take this flex container and duplicate it one more time. This time it's going to say purpose, and purpose is going to be just dynamically rendered purpose. There we go. Type is property and purpose is for rent. Great. Now finally we can dynamically say, is there a furnishing status? If there is, then we're going to render one more of these flexes like this flex, and we're simply going to say furnishing status, and that's going to be equal to furnishing status. There we go. This property is fully furnished. Now below this flex, we're going to create one more box, and inside of here, we're going to list all of the amenities that one specific property offers. So we can open a dynamic block of code and say amenities dot length, meaning if amenities exist. In that case, render a text that's gonna say amenities. And we can make that text, for example, font size is equal to 2XL, and font weight is set to black. We can also give it a margin top set to 5. Great. So now you can see amenities right here, and we have to actually list them. So let's create a flex container. It's going to have a flex wrap property set to wrap, and then inside of there, we can go here, say amenities, and then dot map. Now for each item, we simply want to instantly return something. And now this is going to be a bit tricky. Each one of our amenities has the sub amenities for that specific category. So we can say item dot amenities dot map. And if you're not sure what amenities means, it's like any kind of extra features that come with the house, like a pool, 2 baths, big garden, anything extra that comes with the house. So in here, we want to get a specific amenity, and we want to instantly return something. The only thing we're going to return for each amenity is going to be a text element. That text is going to have a key equal to amenity dot text. Now let's scroll down so I can show you how do these amenities look like. And this here is supposed to be amenity. And inside of the text, we're simply going to render amenity dot text. There we go. Furnished, electricity, backup, centrally air conditioned, double glazed window, and so on. But of course, these don't look good right now. So what we have to do is apply some properties to our text. I'm going to spread this out in multiple rows. And let's start by simply adding the font weight is set to bold. Then we can also set the color to be equal to blue.400. Then I'm going to add the font size is equal to L. Let's add a bit of padding equal to 2. And let's finally add the background is equal to gray.200. Finally, let's add margin is equal to 1, like this. And let's also add the border radius is set to 5. And now we have these little, how should I call them, cards with specific amenities in them. Balcony or terrace, reception, gym, swimming pool, great. So now we have all of the amenities, and with that, we are completely finished with the property details page. We have this nice image scroll bar where we can see all of the different images of that specific property. You can also see how they're slowly loading as we scroll over them, like this. Great. Then we have the is verified or not, the monthly price, number of rooms, bats, square footage, the title, the description, some more information about the property, and finally, all of the amenities. This is looking great. Now let's try to check the details for some more properties. I'm gonna go to Home. Let's select this one, let's say. There we go, the image loaded. We can go and see all of the other images as they are loading. The monthly price, the title, everything else is in here. Phenomenal. The thing you might notice is that if I click Home, it is going to take some time, but there will be no loading indication. We don't know that anything is happening. So what we're going to do just now is implement loading. To implement the loading, we can close these files and go to the _app.js page. Inside of here, we're going to implement the loading. More specifically, just at the top of our component, we're going to say n_progress, that's the component we imported before, .configure. We're going to pass in an object and say show spinner is going to be set to false. Now that we've set the spinner to false, we can say router.events.on, and on route change start. In here, we simply want to call a callback function and call the n_progress.start. So we're starting the loading as soon as we start changing the page. And this is something that's built into Next with the Next router. We have different events that we can track, and then we can call specific parts of the code on that event. So we can simply copy this, paste it below, and say on route change complete. Then we can call the n_progress.done. And this here is going to be n_progress with a capital P. Great. The last thing we have to do to make this work is copy and paste the link inside of our head. This link is going to be again in the description down with the entire code base. You can just go to _app.js and then find this link here. I'm even going to include it in a separate gist so you can simply copy and paste it. As soon as you do that, our n_progress is going to work. We can reload the page, and from now on, whenever you re-navigate, we're going to have a loading bar at the top. So let me press Explore Renting. And there we go. That nice loading bar pops up at the top and disappears as soon as we load the page. Same thing is going to happen once we go into one specific property. There we go. It's loading up and we are there. Awesome. With loading bars, everything definitely seems a bit quicker because the user has that instant response that something is happening. And now finally, before we can see our project deploy and live on the web in its full glory, there's just one more thing we have to do. I noticed that there is a small inconsistency, or a bug you could say, with our filtering functionality. So I definitely want to make sure to fix that before we go any further. If we, for example, go to rooms and select the 3 as a minimum number of rooms, you can notice that all of the other attributes get here as empty at the start as well. and the rooms min indeed is 3. But now if I go for minimum price, let's say with 10,000, you're gonna notice that again, we're gonna have all the values. Minimum price is 10,000, but take a look at the minimum number of rooms. It isn't set, so that value got cleared. So we definitely have to fix that. First of all, we're gonna fix the issue where all of the attributes come up here. And the second of all, we're gonna fix the issue that disallows us from selecting multiple parameters at once. So to do that, let's go to our search filter. And the only thing we have to do is add 2 lines of code. Well, 1 to be more specific. We can say if here and say if item.value. So we are checking if there is a specific item right here that we want to add to our query. We're not adding all of them, only the ones there is the value for. And we're going to say filter values question mark dot and then item dot name. So with this, we're definitely make sure that there is a value in the value that we're trying to set. I just cleared our URL and we're back on search. I'll try to add the minimum number of rooms, let's say 5. There we go, luxurious 5-bedroom unit, there we go. And now let's change the property type to something like villas. As you can notice, room minimum is 5 and category external ID is 3. And there we go, we can indeed see villas with more than 5 rooms. We can now add another parameter, for example, max price, let's go with 700,000. And there we go. This parameter is applied, but none of the others are. Great. With that, we've fixed that issue. Now the last step of our process is to actually deploy this project on the web. This is a Next.js application, and it is a bit slow. If we click right here, you're going to notice this does take some time, but as soon as we deploy it, it's going to be lightning fast. So let's go ahead and do that. To deploy our Next.js application, we're going to use Vercel. Vercel usually works wonderfully with Next.js application because Vercel actually owns Next.js. So they've made the process incredibly simple. The only thing you have to do to deploy our app is go to vercel.com and then click Start Deploying. In here, you'll be able to continue with your GitHub. And right here, you should be able to find your Git repository. This is not the one we're talking about because I still haven't deployed the project we've been working on. So I'm going to show you how to do that from scratch. Let's go to View and then Terminal. Let's stop it from running by pressing Ctrl+C and then Y. We can clear the console. Now we have to go to GitHub and create a new repository. On GitHub, make sure to go to the top right and click New Repository. There, type the name of your project. I'm gonna say JSM_real estate. And I'm simply going to put it as public and create repository. Then we can simply follow along the commands. I'll press git init. Then we're going to do git add dot, which is going to add everything to our GitHub repository. Then we can copy this command, git commit -m first commit. Finally, we can branch to the main branch. We can do git remote add origin for this specific repository. And finally, git push u origin master. With that, our code is going to be pushed to our newly created repository. Now we can go here, and as you can see, JSM real estate just now, Vercel immediately recognized it. Finally, we're going to click import. We can choose the name for our project, the root directory, and simply click deploy. This process is going to take about a minute, and then we'll be right back. And there we go. Congratulations. We can click right here and finally click visit to open up our project. I'm going to expand this, and in its full glory, we can see all of the rental homes and also properties that we can buy. Let's go ahead and check out Explore Buying. There we go. It loaded quickly. We can play with some filters here, and we can also check out the property details for one specific property. It loaded incredibly quickly, and we are ready to explore the images and potentially buy this property. That's great. This one is definitely looking good. Let's go back and let's try to do some more filtering to see if everything really works. Let's go for properties for sale. Let's try checking for the property type of something like penthouses. And there we go. Looks like there are just two, but that's enough for us. Let's go to villas. There are more villas here. They loaded quickly and everything is looking great. And I need to mention, as soon as you go back to something, like if I go back to search now, search is going to load up incredibly quickly because Next.js caches everything, all the images. So if I click home here, take a look at this. Incredibly quickly. Didn't even load. So our application is now fully done. Amazing job for almost coming to the end of this entire video. Props to you, you're definitely gonna make it as a developer. That's the only thing I'm gonna say before letting you watch the last project in this course, and that is building Google 2.0. Enjoy. Hi there, and welcome to a project video where you'll build and deploy an entire Google search clone. Sounds crazy, right? With the ability to search for up-to-date results, news, images, and videos, modern UI, dark mode, and much more, this completely responsive Google clone is the perfect project you can build to master the use of modern React.js. In this one video, you'll learn React best practices, such as React context and hooks. I'll give you a complete introduction to Tailwind CSS, what it is, what are its advantages, and how you can start using it right away. You'll then learn how to create a modern UI using Tailwind CSS completely from scratch. And most importantly, you'll learn how to fetch data from Google Search API using RapidAPI. Essentially, you'll become the master of working with APIs. This is the first project on this channel I've built using Tailwind CSS. So if you'd like to see some more Tailwind projects or a complete Tailwind guide, like this video and let me know in the comments. If this video gets 5,000 likes, I'll create another Tailwind video. At the end of this video, we're also going to deploy this Google search application so that you can share it with your friends, put it on your portfolio, and get a job. Before we dive into the project, I have an important announcement for you. For months now, you guys have been asking me, which Visual Studio Code extensions do you use? So, instead of creating an entire video, to save you guys some time, I've compiled all the best Visual Studio Code extensions in just one list. You can download it completely free by clicking the link in the description. Enjoy! With that said, let's dive straight into the video. Before creating a folder for our project code, we must first visit RapidAPI. The link is going to be down in the description. The making of this entire app is possible only due to RapidAPI, because we are using their Google Search API. This API is just one of hundreds of thousands of APIs available on their API hub. In this video, you're going to learn how to use most of the endpoints from this API, how to get search, images, news, and even videos. So, to be able to use these APIs, make sure to use the RapidAPI link in the description, and then you can click sign up or log in. In this case, I'm going to log in since I already have the account. You can log in with Google, GitHub, Facebook, or just your regular email. Once you're in, you'll be redirected to Rapid's API hub, where you'll be able to find hundreds of thousands of APIs. This was the first step in our video. Now, let's create our React application, and then later on, we're going to call these APIs straight from our React application. Before we go ahead and get started, I just wanted to let you know that the entire codebase for this project is up on GitHub. So, the link is going to be down in the description. If you at any point get stuck, have some questions, or simply don't feel like typing some code parts out, you can come here and finish your application. If you like this project, definitely click the link in the description and give it a star. Now, let's dive right in. As always, we're going to start by creating a new folder on our desktop. I'm going to name it Goggle, a completely unique search engine. Once you have that, you can open your code editor of choice. In this case, I have an empty Visual Studio Code window. Once you have it, simply drag and drop your folder into your code editor of choice. And finally, once you have it, go to View and then Terminal. We're going to use this Visual Studio Code's built-in terminal to create our React application. And we can do that by running npx create-react-app and then / to initialize it in the current directory. We can press the Enter key and we're going to wait about a minute and then we'll be right back. And our React application has been initialized. As you can see, we have a few files and folders here. The one we really need to focus on is going to be the source folder. This is where our entire React application lies. Now, there are a lot of files and folders we won't need, so what I usually like to do is simply delete the source folder completely, and then simply right-click, new folder, and create it from scratch. That way, we can create all the files and only the files that we need. The first and most important file that every React application needs to have is going to be the index.js. This file is going to be the connection between our React application and our index.html. In here, we need to say import React from React. Also, import React DOM from React-DOM. Then we need to import the app from /app. This app is a functional component that we haven't created yet. And then finally, we need to call React DOM.render. We need to call our app like this as a self-closing component. And then we need to attach it to the DOM by saying document.getElementById and then a string of root. What this is going to do is if we go to our public and then index.html, this HTML looks a bit weird, but if we simply space it out like this, remove some of the comments like this one, and finally this one, you're going to notice that this the simplest possible HTML page that only has one div with an ID of root. So essentially what we're saying React to do is we're saying connect our entire application and display it in our div with an ID of root. While we're here, we can also change the title, something like Goggle should do. And that's it. Now we need to create our application. So this is going to be the second file in our source, new app.js. Our app.js is going to be a simple functional component, so we can use the shortcut called RAFCE, which is going to create a React arrow function with a normal export. There we go. And in here, we can simply have an H1 that's going to say app. Now, if what I've done just now seems like some sort of a magic to you, that's because you've never heard of the extension called React Snippets. So if you go to extensions and then search for snippets, you should be able to see ES7, React, Redux, GraphQL, React Native snippets. You can install that. And then you should be able to run the RAFC command, which is going to simply create this boilerplate code for you. Great. With that said, we are ready to install Tailwind CSS to our React application. Let's do that right now. To install Tailwind, I've split my window in half to have our code editor on one side and tailwindcss.com on the other. So what you can do is go to the top right of the page and go to documentation. Then you can click Start Learning under Read the Docs. Once you're there, you'll see that there are a few integration guides. The one we are going to go with is Create React App. The first step is to create your project, and we've already done that. So let's move to the second one, which is setting up Tailwind CSS. You have to have Node 12.13.0 or higher, so keep that in mind, and then you can simply install Tailwind via npm. So you can copy this line right there, go to View, Terminal, let's clear it by running the clear command, and simply pasting. npm install and copy this line. This is going to install all the necessary dependencies to run Tailwind. This is going to take a moment, so let's take a short break and we'll be right back. Once we're done with the installation, we have to install Krakow. Krakow is a Create React App configuration override, Quite a clever name. So you can simply do that by running npm install @krakow/krakow. We're going to give it a minute and then we'll be right back as well. Krakow installed pretty quickly, and now that we're done with that, we have to simply use Krakow instead of React scripts. So what we can do is go to our package.json, and then inside of here, we have to replace React script start, build, and then test. So I'm simply going to take these three from here and replace these three lines. Now we have Krakow start, Krakow build, and Krakow test. Now that we're done with that, we also have to create a Krakow config.js. So right inside of the root of our folder, let's create a new file called krakow.config.js. And then inside of there, you can simply copy and paste what you have in the Tailwind CSS docs. There we go. Finally, we can scroll a bit more down and we can create our own Tailwind configuration file by simply running npx and then running this command. So let's do that as well. And there we go. Our minimal tailwind.config.js has been created. If you want to customize your Tailwind experience, you can do so in this file. For now, we're going to leave it empty, but we're going to change just one line. We're going to configure just one line, which is the purge. So simply feel free to copy this and then paste it instead of the purge right here, line 2. There we go. And one final step is including Tailwind in our CSS. So inside of the source, we're going to create one new file, which is going to be called global.css. Inside of there, you can simply copy these three lines. Finally, we have to import this global CSS in our index.js. So inside of here, that's simply going to be import./global.css inside of a string. That's it. Let's scroll down and see if there's something more. Nope, that's it. We are finished and we are ready to run npm run start. So let's maximize our code editor. Let's close all of our files and folders, and let's simply run npm start. If we've set up everything correctly, we should be able to see our React application initialize on localhost 3000. And there we go. You can see app on the top left. I can immediately notice that this is not a standard font, which means that Tailwind has been installed successfully. Now we are ready to start creating our application. Of course, we're going to start creating our application in the app.js. But first, we need to create a components folder with a few components. So inside of the source, let's create a new folder called components. And then inside of there, let's create a navbar.jsx, also footer.jsx, and then finally routes.jsx. These are the first three components we need to create. Inside of the routes, feel free to run rafc command, and if you have the snippets extension, you should be able to immediately get the import line and also the export const functional components. Now that we have that, inside of the routes, we can simply render an h1 that is going to say routes. I'm going to copy everything in this file and paste it in the footer, but I'm just going to change the routes to footer. And then one more time for the navbar. Inside of here, I'm simply going to change the routes to navbar. Now we have three different components that we can import inside of the app.js. So right here, we can say import. That's going to be navbar. Inside of the curly braces, because we are using export const and not export default, from /components / that's going to be navbar. Now we can just duplicate this 2 more times. The second line is not going to be navbar, rather it's going to be footer. And the third one is going to be routes. Great. Our application is also going to contain a state. So at the top, right next to React, we can import in curly braces, use state hook. So now, just below the opening line of our functional component, we can create a new state field, something like const, and then in array destructuring, we can say dark theme, and also set dark theme, because we want to know at all times Are we currently on dark or are we not? At the start, dark theme is going to be set to false. Now we can start creating our layout. We're going to give our first div a class name, and it's going to be dynamic class name. So inside of there, we can say if it is dark theme, then we can return a string of dark, else we're simply going to return an empty string. This is how you use a ternary operator. Now, inside of this div, I'm going to teach you how to write your first Tailwind CSS line ever. It's going to be a div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to, and now in here, we can write all of the different utility classes that Tailwind CSS offers. It might be a good idea to put this side by side so that you can see the changes live. Let's do that right away. I've put the browser and the text editor side by side, so now we should be able to see real time what's happening. Let's add something inside of this div, something like app, and let's save it. We still cannot see a difference, but let's try adding a background. So inside of here, I'm going to say BG as in background, gray, and then 100. As soon as I save that, not sure if you can notice it, but behind this app, there is a background which is kinda grayish. Of course, we can go with a darker gray with 500, and you can instantly notice that. So by simply saying BG gray 100, we can notice that nice background color. Now, you might be wondering, how did I know that there was a BG class, a gray color class, and also 100? What does that mean? I've opened the Tailwind CSS documentation page, and I'm going to extend it until we can see the left side sidebar. There we go. Let's browse through some core concepts. Tailwind CSS is built utility first. So if you look at this nice alert pop-up, you can notice that this is the classic approach to build it. We have some HTML, and then we have separate style sheet. But that is not ideal. If we scroll below, you can notice how that is done using Tailwind. We have just a bit longer classes, but everything is in one space, HTML and CSS. We end up with the same end product, but we don't have to have a separate style sheet. So now we were talking about background and colors. So let's go to colors, and you can notice that there are a lot of built-in colors, gray, red, and we can keep going on and on. All colors go from 50 to 900. So 50 is really whitish yellow or whitish red or whitish green. The lower the number, the lighter the color will be. So if you go with the red 100, it's going to be really light, but red 900 is going to be really, really dark. Now you know that BG gray 100 is going to be really, really light gray. Great, with that said, let's keep it going. I'm going to put this back on the side, and the second class I'm going to provide is I'm going to say dark and then column. BG gray 900. This is saying if we are in the dark mode, then instead of BG gray 100, do BG gray 900. So this is how we switch the modes. Then on dark mode, so dark column, we also want to change the text. So we can say text gray 200. And we're going to say min-h-screen. So if you're ever wondering what are some of these classes doing, just feel free to go here, go quick search for anything or Control K, and then search min-h-screen. What is that doing? That sets the minimum height of an element using the min-h. That's it. In here, you can read what is it doing and how you can use it. That's going to be all that we need on this div. Right now, you cannot see a lot of change because we don't have different modes yet, but let's start creating our navbar and then you'll see the full power of Tailwind CSS. Right inside of here, we're going to render our navbar. Then below that, we're going to render our routes, which is going to be videos, search, or news. And then finally below that, we're going to render our footer. Now we're making use of all three components and you can see them right here. So the next logical step would be to implement the navigation bar. Let's head to that component and let's code it out right now. Our navigation bar is going to be a good example of how we can use Tailwind CSS to create extremely custom styles really quickly. We can start off with this div that's going to represent our navigation bar. Let's give it a class name and let's start typing our classes. We're going to say p-5. That means padding 5. Then we can say pb-0. That means padding bottom 0. Then we can define this div as a flex container. And we can also give it a flex-wrap property. Let's save it. And as you can see, now it has padding on the sides, but we cannot yet notice anything else because now there's only one word, which is navbar inside of it. Now we can specify how this is going to look like on different devices. So we can say sm colon, and then we can say justify dash between. That's going to be on small devices. Usually it's going to be justify dash center. Then we can say items dash center and also border dash B. That means that there's a gray border on the bottom. Then when we're using the dark mode, we can say dark border dash gray dash 700. That's going to be a darker gray. And then also usually border dash gray dash 200. Great. Now we created the div that's going to represent our navigation bar. Now this might be a bit weird because this line is seemingly really long, but imagine how many CSS classes would we have to write. Again, this has some advantages, but also some disadvantages, where you're going to end up with really long lines of JSX. Now let's create a div inside of that div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to flex to make it a flex container. It's going to be justify dash between items dash center space dash x dash 5, which is going to space everything out on x-axis. And then finally we can say w dash screen. Usually you'll notice the more you start using Tailwind CSS, the more is it going to make sense. But for example, this last one might not be so obvious. So let's go to our Tailwind CSS, Control K, and search for w dash screen. And in here you can see all of the different properties that represents max width, utilities for setting the maximum width of an element. Great. Now inside of there, we can render a React router DOM link. So let's import. That's going to be link. And that link will be coming from React-router-DOM. Now, if you've been paying attention, you're going to notice that we haven't yet installed React Router DOM or any other dependency for that matter. So that's why we're going to get failed to compile. Let's go ahead and open our terminal by going to View and then Terminal. And let's install all of the necessary dependencies by first pressing Ctrl-C and then Y. And now we can install them. To install the dependencies, we can type npm I and then we can start listing them out. First, we're going to need React-router-DOM. We're also going to need React-player to play videos and also React-loader-spinner. We're going to also use a utility hook called useDebounce. So these are going to be all the packages that we're going to use for this project. You can install them, it's going to take a second, and then we can continue with our application. The packages have been installed and we can again run npm start. Once you do that and reload, you should be able to see that we no longer have an error. So now we can make use of this link we just imported. We can say link, and that is going to be not a self-closing component, but inside of there, it's going to have a to property, and we're going to go to just /, which is home. Then inside of there, we can have a paragraph, and that paragraph is going to have a few class names. The first one is going to be text-2xl to make it really big, and we can immediately start adding the text to see what are we actually changing. In there, I'm going to type goggle. I know it's not that creative, but there it is. And then I'm going to paste the magnifying glass icon, which you can find by simply searching this on Google. I'm going to save it, and then we're going to get an error, which says that we cannot use a link outside of a React router DOM. So to easily fix this, we can go back to index.js, and then inside of here, we need to make use of our browser router. So we can say import, in curly braces, browser router as router, and that's coming from React-router-DOM. Now we can wrap our application like this. In here, we can have our router, and now we simply need to put our app in between the router And that's going to allow us to simply switch to different pages. Of course, we have to add a comma at the end of the router, and that's going to be all that we have to do. After you save that, we can go back and our navigation bar should work. Let's reload the page, and there we go. With big letters, we can see goggle. We're also going to give it BG-blue-500. As you can see, that easily switched that. And I've just noticed that I'm zoomed in 500%, so this is not how it looks like for you. I'm just going to reset, and there we go. This is how it should look like. We're also going to say font-bold to make it bolder. And let's say text-white to make it white. Let's add padding Y, that means on top and bottom 1. And let's say padding X, which means on left and right, which is going to be 2. Let's save it, and there we go. This is our button to go back to the front page. We can also make it rounded by simply saying rounded. There we go. And let's define some dark classes. So dark, we're going to say BG-gray-500. And also dark text is going to be text-gray-900. There we go. This is our button. And we created it simply by using some of the classes. Now, below that link, we're going to have one more button. This is going to be a basic button with a type equal to button. And we're going to use this button to change the theme. So we can say on click and simply make a callback function out of it. And we can say set dark theme is equal to, and we can say not dark theme, which means that we have to pass the dark theme and set dark theme as props to our navigation bar component. So that's going to be in the app, and then inside of here, we can simply pass dark theme is equal to dark theme, and also set dark theme is equal to set dark theme. Now we're getting these props inside of here, so we can immediately destructure them and say dark theme and set dark theme. Great. Let's save it. There we go. We're good. We cannot yet see the button, but let's keep adding some classes and then we're going to see it. Before we add the classes, we can simply say something in there. So we're going to add a dynamic block and we can say if dark theme. In that case, we can simply render something like light, or else we're going to render a string that's going to say dark. So I'm going to zoom it in a bit and you can see there is a dark and it switches between light and dark. Now let's add some classes to our button. I'm going to say class name is equal to text-xl. When it is dark, we can say dark bg-gray-50. Also the text on dark, so dark and then text-gray-900 to make it really dark. And also usually background is going to be bg white. We're also going to add a border to it. We're going to make it rounded-full. We're going to give it some padding on the x-axis of 2 and also padding on the y-axis equal to 1. Okay, let's save it and see how does it look like. There we go. We have our dark button. And then one cool thing we can do is you've noticed how I've done dark and then colon or SM to do it only on small devices. You can also do hover and then apply a class only if you're hovering over it. So we can say shadow-LG. Now, if we hover over it, you can see that there is a shadow. That just shows you how simple and how powerful Tailwind is. Now again, just to spice it up a bit, I'm going to copy and paste some of the icons or emojis. So on light, I'm going to add a light, and then on dark, we're simply going to add a moon emoji. You can find this icon by simply Googling moon emoji. Great, there we go. And as you can see, it switches the theme. But something doesn't look right here. The theme doesn't appear to be changing. And to make it change, we just have to make one simple change. I've opened our file tree and let's go to tailwind.config. Inside of here, instead of dark mode is equal to false, we can simply set dark mode is equal to and then a string that's gonna say class. There we go. I've saved it. And immediately, if you reload the page and press dark mode, you can see, there we go, the dark mode now works. Great. Now I'm going to zoom it out a bit, and I'm going to keep it on the dark mode because honestly, I think it looks better for now. Now below this inner div, we're going to have a search component. So this is going to be a self-closing component that we don't yet have. We have to create it and import it. So I'm going to create a new component called search.jsx. That's also going to be RAFC to create search. In there, I can simply say search for now, and we can import it straight into our navbar by saying import in curly braces. That's going to be search, and it's going to be coming from /search and then /search one more time. Now that we have our search, we can import it by saying import, and that's going to be search in curly braces from /search. Great. Let's save it. And it says search is not defined. Let's see why that is. So if we go to search, search really is there. So I'm going to reload. Sometimes this happens, but now after the reload, we can indeed see the search. So we're going to leave search alone for now because we don't need to implement it yet. Now we're going to focus on the routes, and then only after we have everything else, we can get back to search. So let's close all of the files and move to our routes. Inside of our routes, we're going to import a few things from React Router DOM. And those things are a switch, a route, and then finally a redirect component. These are coming from React Router DOM. Now inside of here, this main div is going to have a class name equal to p-4. That means that it's going to have padding of 4. You can see it immediately moved the routes a bit below. Now we're not going to have an h1, we're going to have a switch component. A switch can only render one route at a time. So let's create our initial route, the root route. So we can say route, the path is going to be exact, and it's going to be path is /. So if we land on /, we're simply going to redirect. So we can call the redirect component and then point to /search. That means that our application is not going to have just a /. We're always going to be on /search. Now the second route is going to be again a route. And then inside of there, we can set the path to be equal to an array like this. Inside of there, we can render a string of /search. We can also add one more string, something like /images. Let's also do a string of /news. And then finally a string that's going to say /videos. For all of these paths, more specifically exact paths, we want to render one component, and that component is going to be results. Again, results component doesn't exist yet, so let's create it right now. Inside of our components folder, I'm going to create a new file called results.jsx. One more time is going to be an RAFC, and I'm simply going to say results in there. Let's save it, go back here, and then finally we need to import it by saying import results, and that's going to be coming from /results. Great. Let's save it and take a look. We can see our results right there, and notice how we are immediately transferred to the /search. We can also go to /videos, for example. And there we go. I misspelled it, so we don't see the results. But if we go to videos, we can see the results right there. Same thing if we go back to root, we're going to be redirected to /search. And finally, before we start implementing the real results, we're just going to render out the footer just so we can see something on the bottom. To create a footer, we can go to our footer component, and we just have to add some simple styling. More specifically, to this div, we're going to add a class name, and that's going to be text-center. You can notice how immediately, with just one class, similar to CSS name, it immediately got moved to the center. It's going to have padding-10, so that's going to give it a lot of padding. Margin top, empty, is going to also be 10, and it's going to have border dash T to give it top border to basically make it look like a footer. Then we're going to say dark. On dark mode, it's going to have border dash gray dash 700. And also, usually, it's going to have border dash gray dash 200. And inside of there, we can say something like 2021 goggle, and that's going to be incorporated. There we go. This is a really, really simple footer. We can see those lines even better on our dark mode. Now is the time that we really get to the point of this application, and that is using RapidAPI to fetch live Google results. Let's do that straight away. To implement how results are going to look like, we first have to get the results themselves. So let's start with that. I'm going to close all the files and folders, and we're going to create our next file. More specifically, a new folder. We're going to create a folder called contexts. And inside of there, we can create our new context or our file, which is going to be called result context provider.js. Great. Inside of there, we're first going to start with importing a few things. More specifically, React. Also from React, that's going to be create context, use context, and finally use state. All of this is coming from React. And I'm going to extend our code a bit so we can see it a bit better. Then we're going to create our context. So we can say result context is going to be equal to create context, and we just call it as a function. Below that, I want to specify the base URL of our API. So we can say const base URL is going to be equal to, and we have to find it on RapidAPI. So make sure to click the link down in the description. That's going to be the Google Search API. And then in here, you'll have the key to subscribe to that endpoint. It's going to lead you to the pricing section where you'll be able to see that it's completely free for the basic package, 600 requests a month. Great. Then you'll be able to test the API and also see what you have to do to make a request. So here is the URL. We can copy that, go back to our code, and simply paste it here as a string. We don't need the entire thing, of course. We're going to implement this search ourselves, so we're simply going to go under v1 without the ending / like this. And finally, we have to create our context provider, so we can say export const. That's going to be result context provider. And that's going to be equal to a basic React functional component. And we immediately want to get from props children. Children is a prop that every single React component has. Now inside of there, we want to create a few state fields. The first one is going to be const, and that's going to be results. And also set results. At the start, that's going to be equal to use state, and we're going to initialize it with an empty array. Then below that, we also need to have the loading state. So I'm going to say is loading, and then also set is loading. That's going to be another use state, which is at the start going to be set to false. And then finally, we also need to have the access to the search term we're looking for. So we can say const search term and also set search term. That's going to be equal to the use state. And this one we want to initialize to an empty string. Then below that, we're going to create our function. More specifically, the get results function. That function is going to be an async function because we want to make some API calls in there. So we want to say async function, and it's going to accept the URL we want to make a call to. So for example, if we want to get the videos, it's going to be / videos. If we want to get the search, that's going to be search, and we can also get the images. This is what I mean by URL. A better name might be type. So which type of results are we looking for? Great. Then inside of there, as soon as we get in the function, we want to set the loading or set is loading to be equal to true. And then we want to make our API call. So we can say const response is equal to await And then I usually use Axios, but in this case, we can just use basic fetch. And then to make a get request with fetch, we have to provide a string we want to make a request to. So we're going to use a template string and provide that base URL. So essentially, we're calling HTTPS Google Search API version 1. And then we want to add the type onto it. So we can say type. There we go. Now we have the base URL, and then we are appending either /search, /images, /videos, or news. That's going to make our complete request. As the second parameter to it, we need to pass an options object. Inside of there, we can pass our method, which is going to be equal to a string of capital get letters. And the second thing in there is going to be headers. And those headers we can simply copy from RapidAPI. In here, you can see that we have 3 different headers. I'm going to copy them and paste them right here. Of course, to make our application more secure, later on, we're going to store this RapidAPI key into a process environment variable. Finally, how do we get data from something using fetch? Well, now we have the response, so we can say const data is equal to await response.json, and we call it like this. And that data represents our actual results, so we can do set results is equal to data. Finally, once we are at the end of this function, we simply want to set is loading to be equal to false because we're no longer loading. This is going to be it. This is our getResults function. So finally, what do we do with all of these states and these functions? We are going to pass them through the context to the entirety of our React application. We can do so by, at the end, providing a return, and we want to return the result context.provider. There we go. That's going to be not a self-closing component. Remember at the top, we created that context called result context, and now inside of it, as a value, we can pass some things to it. We can make it an object, and we can pass the getResults function, and also all the state fields. Results, that's going to be search term, as well as the set search term. What else do we need to pass? And the last thing we have to pass is going to be is loading. There we go. Let's scroll up and see if we're making use of all of our use states. We indeed are. And finally, in between our context provider, we're simply going to render the children. There we go. With that, our result context provider is done. And we're also going to create one extra function to make it easier for us to use the values from this context. We can do that by exporting another function, export const use result context. And that's going to be equal to a function that's simply going to call the use context, and then we provide the result context as the first and only parameter. There we go. This brings us to the end of our result context provider. Now let's use this data inside of our results component to see how does it look like and how we can map over it to show some data. Inside of our results component, we are going to import a few things. First, from React, we're going to import useEffect. Then we're going to import the useLocation hook. That's useLocation from React-router-DOM. We're also going to import the React player component, which is coming from React-player. And finally, we need to import a few things that we created. One thing is going to be import in curly braces use result context. And that's going to be coming from / contexts and then / result context provider. Finally, let's make use of our use result context. We can make use of it by saying const and then the structure, results, as well as the is loading property, get results function as well, and then the search term. And that's going to be coming from equal use result context, and we call it as a hook. That is how context works. we are exporting everything inside of our result context. As you can see, get results, results, search term, set search term, and is loading. And we're simply using that result context right here as a hook. Also, an important thing for this component is going to be the location. So we can say const location is equal to use location from React Router DOM. That's going to give us the URL. For example, / images or news or videos and so on. Now inside of here, first thing we want to do is say if we are loading. So if is loading, then we want to return a loading component, which is a self-closing tag. Of course, this loading component is something that we have yet to create. So let's go to components and create a new loading.jsx component. Inside of there, I'm going to do RAFC, and that's going to be the easiest way to create a React component. Then we can import something known as loader, and that's going to be coming from react-loader-spinner. And all that it's going to be is a simple div that's going to have a class name equal to flex. It's going to have justify-center and items-center. So we're basically centering everything. And then inside of there, we want to show a loader component, which is a self-closing component that has a few properties. It has a type equal to puff, P-A-F-F. Also, it has the color equal to hash or bound 00BFFF. It's going to have the height equal to 550 and also the width equal to 80. Great. That's going to be all that you have to do for the loading component. We just of course have to import it right here by saying import loading from /loading. Great. Now we are ready to actually return the results. The return of our results component is going to be just a bit different. It's not going to be a usual React component. We are going to have a switch statement, which is going to decide how the results are going to look like. For example, if we are on the /images result, then we want to show images and render the corresponding image look. If we are on the /news, then we want to render, let's say, cards. If we are on videos, we want to render iframes. So this component is going to be quite different, and it's going to teach you that one component doesn't necessarily have to always look the same. Let's create a switch right there. You can use this autofilling, so just a few steps down to this empty box and click the switch. Now inside of there, the thing we need to look for is going to be location.pathname. Let's actually console log that location.pathname just so you can see what that is. Location.pathname. If the location path name is /search, then for now we're simply going to return something like a string that says search. So we can say return a string that says search. We don't need this break. And on the default case, we're simply going to return something like error because we always need to be on one of the specific cases. Great. Now let's save it simply so that we can see what the location.pathname actually is. And after taking a quick look, I immediately noticed that we should be importing this from lowercase React and not an uppercase first letter. There we go. If we now go back and reload, we're going to get a different error. That's good. That's a step in the right direction. So the error now is coming from here. It's saying that we cannot destructure the results because they are undefined, which means that this data we're returning must be undefined as well. So now let's do some live debugging. I'm going to console log this data right here. Okay, so we are not getting data, which means that the error must be happening even sooner. That means it's happening here. It's trying to do something with the results. More specifically, it's trying to destructure them from the use result context. And everything seems to be fine to me. But this is actually one of the most common errors, when everything seems fine, but maybe we're just missing one really obvious thing. So let me spend some time and try searching for that error. And yeah, that was the case. After some thinking, I found the error and it is extremely obvious. We are using context, but in our index.js, we are never actually wrapping this with our context provider. So we have to go inside of our index and we have to import our state or result context provider. So let's go here and import result context provider in curly braces from /contexts and then result context provider. We have to wrap our entire application with our result context provider like this. So we can put this right there and we have to change this comma right there. There we go. Now we are wrapping our app with the result context provider and now we have access to these results, is loading and everything else inside every single component in our application. Again, I always want to keep this thing in because they definitely happen to all of us, even YouTubers who are doing programming tutorials. Stuff like this happens, and sometimes you can spend hours looking for a mistake in a really simple thing like this. So the point is, don't be discouraged, just keep it going and you'll get better. Now let's see what our location.path name is. Our location.path name is just /search if we are here, and if we go to /news, then it's going to be /news. So basically, it's anything that's currently after our first /. So we know what we can have. We can have search. I'm going to duplicate this a few more times. We can then have images. We can also have something like news. And finally, we can have videos. So I'm going to duplicate this one more time. And that's going to be videos. Great. So now let's actually create the JSX for our basic search. That's when you go on Google and just search for any topic. Instead of returning a simple string, we're going to return a JSX block by putting a parenthesis here. And then in there, we're going to have one div. This div is going to have a class name of flex, also flex wrap, justify, dash between, space dash y dash 6, and then finally sm, px, and then dash 56. There we go. And now inside of that, we can loop over the results. So I'm going to open a new block, say results, !results. It's 2 times in there, and then one more time, !map. Inside of here, we can render a callback function. And instead of normal curly braces, we're going to have parentheses because we want to instantly return something. Right here, we are of course getting one result item, but now we can immediately destructure it to get the link and the title out of it. Now, if you're wondering how do I know that there's a link and a title on a specific search term, let me show you. We're going to console log the entire results array. So for now, I'm going to comment this out and I'm going to go back to our result context provider and I'm going to console log the data. Right there, console log data. If we reload the page, you'll notice that we are never seeing this console log. And that is because if you think about it, we're never actually calling the getResults function. So let's go back in our results and create a new use effect. Use effect, in this case, is going to happen only on the component.mount. That means that this dependency array is going to be left empty and everything that's inside of this function will be run only at the start of our application. Meaning when you reload the page. So inside of there, let's now just call the getResults and we're going to pass a string into it, just a static string for now. Let's do /search /q and then equal to, and then in here we have to enter our search term. Let's do something like JavaScript mastery. And we can also say and num is equal to 40. That means 40 results. Now let's save it and take a look. As you can see, there's that nice loading animation we created. And here is our results array. We have answers, image results, and the main results are right here. JavaScript Mastery YouTube is going to be the first link. So the most important thing is going to be the link and the title of that link, but of course we can also render a description as well. Feel free to do that as extra homework to practice a bit. But of course you can also add description if you feel like it. Now let's go ahead and render those results. So we're mapping over the results and we want to do something with the link and the title. So for each result, we're going to show a div. That div is going to have a key equal to index, and that index we can simply get right here as the second parameter to our map. There we go. Our div is also going to have a class name, and class name is going to be equal to MD. So on medium devices, we can see width is equal to 2/5 of the screen, and also width full. Again, if you're not sure what do these mean, simply copy them, go to Tailwind's website and paste them in. In here, you can see these are the utilities for setting the width of an element. And if you look for 2/5, that's basically a width of 40%. Great. Now inside of that div, we're going to have an anchor tag, and that anchor tag is going to have an href equal to the link we want to point to, a target equal to a string of underscore blank, and a rel equal to no refer. Inside of there, we can render two different p tags. The first p tag is going to have a class name equal to text-sm. And inside of there, we want to render if link.length is greater than 30 characters. In that case, we want to render link.substring, and then we want to take it from 0 to 30. Otherwise, we simply want to render a link. So this is going to take only the first 30 characters of a link if it's above 30. Otherwise, it's lower than 30, so we can render the entire link. Finally, below that, we want to render a title. So we can do another p tag that's going to have a class name equal to text-lg. Hover is going to be equal to underline or colon underline. When dark mode is turned on, we're going to show the text-blue-300, and on normal devices, it's going to be text-blue-700. And inside of there, we're simply going to render the title. Now let's save it and take a look in the browser. I'm going to collapse our console a bit and reload the page. It's loading, as you can see. And for now, we cannot really see anything because we are on the news page. Remember, we're currently doing this only in the case of the /search. So let's go here and go to search. And as you can see, the search results show up. They don't look that good on medium devices right now, but if we expand it a bit, you can see that looks pretty good. If you want to go ahead and make it even more responsive for all devices, you can use the Tailwind properties we learned, something like MD, SM, large, and so on. But for now, it works great on large devices, and also if we switch to mobile, you can see it looks perfect. Great. Now we have the links. If you click them, it's actually going to point you to that specific link, and we essentially made the simplest possible Google search clone. It looks good as well, and it's also mobile responsive. Now, of course, if you want to search for images, our JSX is not going to be the same. It's not going to be 2 paragraphs of text. So let's implement the JSX for images, news, and videos. Now for the images. Images are going to be fairly similar. We're going to return something. That something is going to be a div, and it's going to have a class name equal to flex, flex-wrap, justify-center, and also items-center. So we really want to center everything inside of this div. Now inside of there, we also want to map over the results. So we can say results, $dot, but this time we're going to do image underscore results. And one more time, $dot, map. We want to map over something. Again, just a normal parenthesis because we want to instantly return something. And from each image, we can immediately destructure the actual image, as well as the link. But this link is an object itself, so we can use one more destructuring assignment inside of there. You can do that by saying colon and then one more pair of curly braces where we can get the links href and a links title. We're also going to get the index as the second parameter of our map. Now we want to render an anchor tag. That anchor tag is going to have a class name equal to sm colon p-3, and usually on all other devices it's going to be p-5. That's simply padding. Then we're going to give it href, which is equal to href. Also, it needs to have a key equal to index. And finally, it has to have the target equal to underscore blank and the rel equal to no referrer. Now, inside of that anchor tag, we can render the self-closing image tag. It's going to have the source equal to image .src. It's going to have the alt tag equal to the title. And also, it's going to be loading equal to lazy. That's going to just make it lazy load, so we're not loading all images at the same time. And finally, below the image, we're going to have a paragraph tag. It's going to have a class name equal to. We're going to set the width to be 36. Then we're going to have break-words. This is an interesting one, so let's copy it and see what does it do. Back in Tailwind, I'm simply going to paste it. And there we go. They say use break words to add line breaks mid-word if needed. So that means that if we have a really long word, it's simply going to break it into multiple lines. Great. Then we're going to say text-small and also margin top empty 2. Great. Inside of there, we can simply render the title. Let's save it and take a look. Now, of course, we have to go to our images. So I'm manually going to switch to images. We're still searching for JavaScript mastery, but as you can see, we're not getting any results. If we scroll down and go to image results, the length is equal to 0. Let's see what that is about. We're trying to render the image results, but are we ever actually making the request to the image's endpoint? Let's take a look. We're simply doing everything to just search. Now we have to make use of the location.path name, not only to get the results for the /search, which is hard-coded right now, but also to /images. So we can add an if statement at the top and say if search term exists. So if there is a search term we're searching for, then we also want to check if location.path name is equal to /videos. In that case, we want to call get results. We want to pass the /search. /q is equal to the search term. And then space videos. So just by saying space videos, we're going to get all the videos for that specific search term. And now else, if we're not searching for videos, in that case, we simply want to call something similar to the line we already had, get results, /, but now it's not going to be search, it's going to be location.path name. Of course, we have to be in a template string so that we can use it. There we go. And the query is no longer going to be just statically typed JavaScript mastery. We can change that to be the thing we're importing from use context, which is going to be search term. And we can leave the number 40 to get the 40 results each time. Of course, we cannot yet know what search term that we have or what the location path name is if we call this only at the start. We have to add a few things to the dependency array. So inside of there, I'm gonna add the search term as well as the location.path name. So anytime that anything in here changes, this function is going to be re-ran. We also have to add the get results in here. There we go. Visual Studio Code is no longer complaining. Now, this is not yet going to work because we don't have the search component implemented yet, but we can do one quick fix to go back to result context provider. And at the start, we're not going to let this be an empty string. we're going to set it to JS mastery. That way we can always get results for a specific search. Now let's save it and take a look in the browser. I reload it and look at that. We're getting an endpoint or a message saying endpoint API v1 images doesn't exist. So let's go ahead and see what that is about. We can immediately notice that it's trying to make a request to API v1 / images. So 2 times /. Let's see where that is coming from. If we go back to results, we can notice that we have a / here. But if you remember what we console logged, the location.path name already contains that / in there, so we didn't actually have to put it here. Let's save it and one more time reload. As you can see, we're making a lot of requests right now, and you want to stop this from running immediately. The reason why it was re-rendering the entire time is because we added this get results here. Sometimes Visual Studio Code doesn't know what's the smartest thing to do. So in this case, we're not going to listen to it. It says React Hook useEffect has a missing dependency get results. In this case, we're not going to listen to it. We're simply going to remove it from the dependency array. And would you look at that? Now it's no longer reloading and we can see our images. These images are getting pulled from different sources, just like Google does it. This one is from YouTube, complete path to javascriptmastery.com. If some code that we've written here, like use effects, ifs, or even switches seem a bit weird to you, then it might be worth checking out the complete path to JavaScript Mastery. The link is going to be down in the description. But basically, our images now work. And also, if we get back to just search, you can see that the search works as well. There we go. We are done with half of the project right now. We just have to implement the news and the videos. So let's go ahead and do that right now. To implement the news, I'm simply going to copy what we've had on the search because they're quite similar with some minor differences. So right here, we're going to have a return that's going to return a div. That div is going to be flex with a flex wrap justified between space y6 and also SMPX56. The only thing we're missing is going to be the items dash center. We're going to loop over the results, but this time it's going to be results.entries. In here, we're not going to get the link, but rather it's going to be links. We're also going to get the ID. So let's do links, ID, source, and the title. These are the things we're getting from one specific news entry. Now, keeping in mind that we have the ID, there's no need for this index. Our first div is going to have a key equal to ID and the class name equal to MD, width is 2/5 and W full. Our anchor tag href is going to be equal to links dot 0 and then dot href. So this is how we're going to get the link of a specific news entry. We're going to leave the target and the rel, but we're going to add one class name, which is going to be equal to hover and then underline. We're only going to keep one paragraph, so I can delete this one. And this paragraph is going to have the text LG, hover. We don't need this hover underline here. And these properties are going to remain, and there we're going to render the title. Finally, below that paragraph, we're going to have one more div. This div is going to have a class name equal to flex, and also it's going to have a property gap-4. Inside of there, we're going to have one more anchor tag, and this anchor tag is going to have an href equal to source dot href. The target is going to be equal to _ blank, and rel is going to be equal to no referrer. Finally, in there, we're going to render source dot href. Great. This is going to be it for our news article. Let's go ahead and save it and take a look. Okay, to get to our news, we have to go to /news. And if you look into it, you'll see that we first get an error. Results.entries.map is not a function. This is a really interesting occurrence happening right here because we're getting an error even though we have question marks right there. These question marks should prevent us from having an error even if results are empty. Another thing that we can do is at the top, we can destructure the results because as you can see, we're repeating ourselves quite a lot. Results.results, results.image results, and then results.entries. So let's scroll to the top and where we have results, we can say colon and then curly braces to destructure things out of it. First, we're going to destructure the results, also image_results, and finally entries. But entries also means something else in JavaScript. Whenever you have an object, you can call the .entries from that object. So in that case, this might not be the best name for anything that corresponds to an object. So what you can do is say colon and then rename it. In this case, we're going to simply call it news. So now we can scroll down and we can simply remove the results. It's only going to be results, only going to be image results, and finally, it's not going to be entries, it's going to be news. Now let's try to save this and take another look. I'm going to reload the page and we get news.map is not a function, so the same error still happens. Let's add a few console logs to check it out. And we're going to do console log where we simply want to console log the news. Let's save it and take a look. I reloaded the page and if I scroll to the top or if I simply click here and then info, then you'll be able to see just the info messages. As you can see, even though we console log just the news, we're still getting a function of entries and not our actual news entries, which is not good. That means that even though we renamed this, it's still taking the basic object property called .entries, which is a function. We need to get the actual results. So we need to make some modifications to how we retrieve the data from our API. For now, I'm not going to destructure this from here, and I'm also going to simply comment this entire part out. Now we're going to go back where we get the data from our API. That's going to be use result context. Instead of here, we get the data. What we can do is we can simply check if type is == In that case, we want to do something else with the data. Let's simply rename what we return. Let's do a simple console log right there where we're going to console log the data inside of an object like this. Now I'm going to reload the page and we cannot see anything yet, even though we are on the news. Let's do one more time. Still no errors. I'm going to pull this outside of this type and I'm also going to console log the type itself to see if we're maybe missing. Okay, there we go. The type is actually news and then we added the query to it. So it's not going to be the same, but we can check if the type starts with or includes. So let's do if type.includes and that's going to be a string of /news. In that case, we want to console log the data. So now if you reload the page, you can see that we indeed do get the data here. That data has the entries, which we need to rename. So let's simply return data.entries. Great. And we can do the same thing for all types of different search results. So we can have an else if, and we can say if type.includes /images. If it includes images, then we need to return. That's going to be data.image results. And let's check what else do we have. If it's normal results, then it's just going to be results.results. So else, that's going to be return results, or rather data.results. Great. Of course, what we should be doing instead is not returning the thing, but rather setting the results to be that thing. So right here, instead of these returns, I'm simply going to use set results and then set them to be just that. I'm going to return that. I'm going to add a parenthesis at the end. There we go. So now we're not setting the results manually. As data always, we're always setting them to be something specific. Great. So now if we go back to here, we no longer have to destructure this, and it's always going to be just results for all different use cases, because depending on this thing, we're returning different things. I know this was a bit confusing, but we really encountered something that doesn't happen often. The API we are fetching the data from named something entries, and entries is a built-in function on a JavaScript object. So that's really not a good name to name something. So now I'm going to switch this to results.map, results.map here, and finally, this is going to be results as well. There we go, results. Now let's try to save it and take a look. Make sure to save this file as well, and let's go ahead and open up our browser. I'm going to reload the page, and would you look at that? Our news results are here. You can hover over them, you can see the title, and also the link you can go to. Now I'll try to go to search to see if we messed something up. There we go, the search is here, works as well. And finally, images. And the images still work. Great. That part is working perfectly, and now we can go to the last part, which is going to be /videos. To implement the videos, we're going to do a similar thing we've done so far, but it's going to be even simpler. We're simply going to return a JSX div. That div is going to have a class name equal to flex and flex wrap. Then inside of there, we also want to map over the results. That's going to be results.map. And in there, we're going to get the video and an index. And finally, for each video, we just want to return a built-in component, but first we want to wrap it with a div. That div is going to have a key equal to index and also class name, which is going to be equal to p-2 to give it some padding. And finally, inside of there, we're going to render our React player, which we imported at the top. That's going to be a self-closing component. We need to pass the URL to it, and the URL is hidden under video.additional_links, and then !0, and then .href. There we go. Finally, we also want to give some controls to the video, and we want to set the width to be equal to 355 pixels, and also the height to be equal to 200 pixels. There we go. Now, if you save this, we should be able to go to /videos. And as you can see, the videos started loading immediately. I'm gonna reload one more time. And it looks like we're only getting the players, but the URLs are not there. So that's going to be video.additional_links and then 0.href. Let's try to console log it. We can do it right inside of here. Console.log video, just to see if we're missing something. There we go, we're getting each video, and in there we have a link. But this link is not the link of the video, it's a link of the actual search result. So we need to be able to get the videos. Let's see what's happening. If we go right there to the top, you can notice that if we are under videos, then we're going to search, and we're searching basically for the same search term, but it includes the word videos. So if we go to result context provider, in here, we should be getting the same thing as if we go with just everything else. We're returning data.results. So one more time, let's check if our video has some additional links. Let's do it like this, and I'm going to scroll to the bottom, and indeed it has. You can see there are a lot of different additional links. So did I misspell this possibly? No, it looks fine. And we want to get the 0 element from each link. So let's try to console log that as well and reload the page. Now, as you can see, we really do get all of these links, and they indeed do have an href property, which means that this is completely fine. There must be some other reason why our video player is not rendering. It looks like that our current search term is JavaScript mastery, and although we do have a lot of videos, the link that it's pulling are not the actual video links. This is just the link to the YouTube channel, so it cannot actually display it. Therefore, let's go to our context right here, and let's change the search term to something like, let's do Elon Musk. Now, as soon as the page loaded, you can notice that we got a lot of Elon Musk videos. Great. Videos now work. Now, we just have to implement the navigation bar so that we don't have to manually switch between those URLs, and also the search so that people can search anything they want. But with that said, our results page is now done. Let's go ahead and focus on our search and our links. So we already have the search component listed in our navbar. There we go. And we've already created the search page itself. So now we have to implement the search functionality as well as add those navigation links. We can start by adding the links first. Links are going to be one new final component, links.jsx. We can again do the RAFC to create the links. Again, just type links in there and then import it inside of the search right here. Import, that's going to be links, and that's going to be coming from links. Great. And then finally below the search, we can render the links as a self-closing component. There we go. Let's go ahead and test it out. There we go. Now we can see the search and the links. I'm going to go back to just /, which is going to redirect us to search. And there we go. Now we are ready to implement the links. So we can go to our links component. Inside of here, we're going to import something known as a nav link. And nav link is coming from react-router-dom. Now inside of here, we can first create an array of links that we're going to use. Const links is going to be an array, and then each element in an array is going to be an object that's going to have a URL, something like /search, and also it's going to have a text, which is going to be something like, let's do all news. And then in there, we can also simply paste some kind of an icon like this. Just so you don't have to search, I'm going to simply copy and paste the entire links array, and you can copy it from somewhere in the description. Again, it's just 4 different objects with different icons and texts and URLs. Now that we have the links, we can actually loop over them. But first, let's create our container div. We can do that by saying class name is equal to flex. And then on small devices, we want to say the justify around. On devices of all other sizes, it's going to be justify dash between. Also, the items dash center and margin top is going to be 4. Now inside of there, we can simply use those links to map over them. We're going to get one individual link, and we can immediately destructure the URL and the text from that link. Now for each link, we can display a nav link, which is going to be a self-closing component. It's going to have the to property, which is going to be to URL, and it's also going to have the active class name, which is going to be set to text-blue-700, also border-bottom or b-2, and on dark mode, it's going to have the text-blue-300. Now we can scroll a bit to the right and collapse this. Then next to that, we're also going to have the border-blue-700. And finally, on devices of all sizes and all different modes, we're going to have the padding bottom 2. There we go. And I didn't say that correctly. This is not going to be a self-closing tag. Rather, we are going to close it. And then inside of there, we can render our text. There we go. That's great. Now let's go ahead and save it. We are already importing the links inside of our search, so we should be able to see all of them. And there we go. As you can see, we have news. It immediately redirects the news. We can also redirect to images. When I clicked on videos, something broke, and it says that the error is in results JSX 64. So let's go back to results. That's going to be line 64 right here, even though it's saying that this is news. So this might not be the case, but I do see that we have one error. This anchor tag here was supposed to be closed right here, and then this one is supposed to be closed right there. There we go. So let's now space everything correctly. We have a div. Inside of that div, we have an anchor tag with a p tag. Below that anchor tag, we have another div with another anchor tag. Great. Let's save it and one more time reload. As you can see, now the videos are loading, and let's try to switch one final time to all to see if we can see all results. There we go. That works as well. I'm going to close the console to see how does it look like. And it seems like all of these items are too close together. So let's go ahead and fix that. we can go back to our links and we can add a margin right here by saying class name is equal to, and we can simply say margin, and let's try to do 2. Let's save that. As you can see, this separated all of them, and now it looks much better. As you can see, now there is some space between this border and the icons from the border of the navigation bar. So let's go ahead and remove that margin on the bottom by simply saying margin bottom -0. As you can see, now this blue line is touching the border bottom of our navigation bar, and all of the links are still properly spaced out. Now the last part is to implement the search. So let's go ahead and start with that right away. We can go back to our search, and inside of here, we're going to import a few things from React. These things are going to be use effect as well as the use state. We also want to import that special utility hook we installed, which is going to be called use debounce. And that's going to be imported from React use-debounce. Once you start working on more complicated projects, you're going to hear that word a lot, debounce. So what does this word debounce actually means? Well, when you work on more complicated projects and you have an input field like this, and whenever you want some changes to happen once the user types something in. For example, if he types, let's say we're searching for movies, he starts typing Superman. And as the user is typing each individual letter, a new request is going to be made. So in here, request. Then again, for you, we're going to do a request. And then for SUP, another request. This means that we're going to spam the API server and our application is going to become really, really slow. So what you want to do is you want to debounce that input. That means that we're not going to make a request once every letter changes. We're going to make it only after a certain period of time. For example, 300 milliseconds or 500 milliseconds. In that time, a user, if he's fast enough with the keyboard, can type the entire word out. And then after that, we can fetch that with only one specific request. So that's what we're going to use the debounce for. Now we also want to import our context. So we can say import use result context. And that's going to be coming from /context/result context provider. Now in here, we want to define some use states. More specifically, we want to say the text, const text, and also set text property, which is equal to use state. And then in here, we can provide a default value like Elon Musk. Then we also want to get something from the context, and we can do that by saying const set search term, and that is going to be equal to use result context. Great. Finally, we can get the debounced value by saying const debounced value, and that is equal to use debounce. And then in here, we can specify which value do we want to debounce. In our case, that's going to be text, and we want to debounce it every 300 milliseconds. Finally, we can set the use effect. We want something to happen when. So let's create our use effect. And as a dependency array, we're going to say debounced value. That means that this function is going to be executed every time that the debounced value changes, and the value changes only every 300 milliseconds. So what we can do is we can say if we have a debounced value, in that case, we want to set the search term to be equal to the debounced value. Great. Now we are ready to start implementing the actual JSX for the input. We can do that by adding a class name to this div equal to relative. Also on small devices, margin left is going to be 48. And on medium devices, margin left is going to be equal to 72. And on small devices, we're also going to have margin top, which is going to be equal to 10. And usually margin top is going to be set to 3. These are some values that I found that work the best. Now, inside of that, we're going to have our actual input, which is going to be a self-closing tag. And every input needs to have a value. In our case, that value is going to be text. Also, we can set the type of the input to be text. We can give it a class name. And again, in here, we're going to work with some different device sizes. On small devices, the width is going to be 96. Usually, the width is going to be set to 80. our height is going to be set to 10. On dark devices, the BG is going to be gray 200. Usually, we're going to have a border. It's going to be rounded dash full. We're also going to have a shadow dash small. We're going to remove the outline by saying outline dash none. We're going to give it padding of 6. Text is going to be black, and hover is going to be set to shadow dash LG. So we're going to increase that shadow once we actually hover over it. In here, we used a variety of different utility classes. So with this line, you can really see what is the full power of our Tailwind. Great. Now we added the class name, and we just have to add the placeholder and the onChange. Our placeholder can simply say something like search goggle or type URL. And below that, we're going to have the onChange, where we're going to have a callback function in which we get the event. And once something happens, we simply want to set the text to be equal to e.target.value. Great. And we also want to show the button to clear the text, so we can say if no text, and which means only then show the following code. We're going to show the button. That button is going to be of a type equal to button, and it's going to have the class name equal to absolute top dash 1.5 right dash 4. Text is going to be a bit bigger, so that's 2XL. And also we're going to have text gray 500. Finally, we're going to give it an onClick property. And onClick, we simply want to clear the text, so we can say set text is equal to an empty string. And the button can simply display an X sign. There we go. This is going to be it. This is our search component. So let's go ahead and save it and see how does it work. Now is the time that I can make this Chrome look bigger. And there we go. We have goggle, we have the entire search bar right there, and we also have our navigation bar right here. Now that I'm looking at it, this doesn't seem to be aligned. We need the search to be aligned with goggle icon. So let's go ahead and see what that is about. Right here, we added the margin top 10, but it was supposed to be margin top minus, so minus margin top 10. There we go. Now you know that you can use minuses as well. Let's go ahead and see if this fixed the issue. And there we go. Now this is straight on the top, and as you can see, it looks great. We can switch between all. Also news, as you can see right there, they have a bit of a different view, and images as well. And finally, let's try switching to videos. We get another error saying cannot read properties of undefined, reading 0. That's most likely happening here from our additional links because we forgot to remove this console log. So if we go back to our code, we're going to remove this console log, and we're also going to add one more failsafe to only render this React player if there is a video link. So what we can do is at the start, we can add a curly brace and say if video (additional links (0) (href), only then render this React video player, else don't render it. We need to close this curly brace, and that's going to be it. Let's save it and take a look. And as you can see, our videos started loading immediately. It seems like there are still 2 videos that didn't load correctly, so let's reload and see if that's going to fix the issue. There we go. That if check that we added indeed fixed the issue. Great. We can also check the dark mode, and with that, it looks like we're completely done with the entire Goggle application. This is a real custom-made Google search clone. You learn how to use React context. Also learn how you can utilize RapidAPI to pull from hundreds of thousands of APIs. And finally, you learn how to use Tailwind CSS. Tailwind made all of the styling so easy. And with that, we are ready to start with the finishing steps of this video. You know that I always like to take you from the entire beginning of the creation of the empty folder all the way to deployment. So if you appreciate that, and if you appreciate me going through all the errors together with you, definitely make sure to like and comment down below. With that said, let's do one final security fix we talked about. inside of the result context provider, we need to save this into environment variables. So you can copy this key, go right here in the root of your folder and create a new file called .env. Inside of there, we can do something like react_app and then _API_key, and that's going to be equal to the key you copied. Then you can go back to result context provider and you can simply switch this to process.env and then the name you used right inside of your env. In our case, that's going to be react_app_API key. So let's go ahead and paste it here, and that's going to work. If you want to see the changes live in the development server, you have to reload your app by simply closing it and then starting it one more time. We are not going to do that because we're immediately going to deploy our project to the internet. So to do that, you can simply run npm run build. Now React is going to prepare an optimized production build. It's going to take a minute, and then we'll be able to use this build folder to upload it to Netlify. There we go, our build finalized, and we are ready to right-click the build folder and simply click Reveal in File Explorer. Once you do that, you can go to netlify.com and log in or create an account. Inside of there, you can go to Sites, and then right inside of here, you can open that build folder and simply drag and drop it right here. The deployment process is going to take just a second, so if I still continue speaking, you should see that this is going to turn green. There we go. Before we check it out, we can go to the domain settings and simply edit the site name to something like Goggle Search JSM. And let's save it. As you can see, your website is now live under this link. And as soon as we open it, we have that nice loading, and immediately we can search for different news. Also, that debounce is going to work, so if we now try searching for JavaScript mastery, we're not going to make continuous requests, only one every 300 milliseconds. And there we go, results for JavaScript mastery. We can also search for images, news, videos, and everything else. And that's it. You've made it. 9.5 hours of coding tutorials. You are a rockstar developer. That's going to be it for this video series. Please comment down below if you came to the end of this video, and I wish you a wonderful day.